Chapter 211. You are a deterrent.
Help us find him and kill him!
Zhou said this. Su Miao confirmed that she heard correctly. Is this a joke? However, standing at Su Miao, he saw Pei Xiaomi opening the book in his hand, which was a signal to prepare for action. What exactly is going on? She doesn't understand. Behind Brigadier Zhou, the senior officials of Nanhu Shelter were even more shocked. What happened?
Zhou, what are you going to do?
Political Commissar Fan Taijun asked. A lot of things have happened in Nanhu Shelter since it was built. It's finally settled down. Is there anything going on? Deputy Brigadier Du Pingjiang said.
Old Zhou, if you have anything to tell everyone, you,
Chief of Staff Nie Xiaoli said.
Brigadier Commander, you'd better make things clear.
The group leader Lu Chui looked at this big leader and that big leader, completely confused as to what was going on. Su Miao tightened her cold expression and wanted to take out the sycamore with staff and hold it tightly. Zhou said,
to put it simply, one of us was killed. This is a very big hidden danger for Nanhu Shelter. But I don't know how to find this person. And I don't dare to alert him. So I keep waiting for you to come. It said you have a way to help us find him.
Su Miao was speechless. What is all this about? Xia Xian has to find the person to be replaced. What's more, she didn't sense any malice from the people in front of her. Even if Zhou made everything clear, there was no malice. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that this person has the ability to hide malice like Zhong Haishir Chenming. But without being able to sense malice, she cannot judge who is at fault. Even if he really sensed malice, Su Miao couldn't tell whether this person was the one who had been replaced. Su Miao glanced at the people present, with no other expression on her face except coldness. The pressure was growing, and she wanted to escape. Maybe it can be like this. The sycamore with staff appeared out of thin air, and Su Miao held the sycamore with staff. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely heavy. Anyone who looked at Su Miao, who was wearing a pink shawl and double ponytails at this time, would think that she was preparing to kill. As the senior officials of Nanhu Shelter present, they knew a lot about Su Miao. Su Miao's many private bases along the road belonged to Su Miao. Su Miao killed King Dashi, the leader of the cannibals who wreaked havoc in many places. And Su Miao killed tens of thousands of cannibals. Lu Wei, the high priest of the ice god cult who influenced dozens of private bases, was killed by Su Miao. Su Miao killed the tens of thousands of awakened beasts gathered in Yanshan. The leaders of the mysterious organization, Si Mingi Dashan and Si Tian Ganpu, were killed by Su Miao. It was Su Miao who killed Chenming in Zhonghai City. And it was Su Miao who stopped the tide of mutated beasts and insect plagues. Even though many scavengers were killed and injured afterwards, Su Miao walked here on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The clearer they understand the relevant information, the greater the pressure they will feel when facing Su Miao. But Su Miao didn't know anything. She took out the sycamore with staff simply to protect herself and to say something. Su Miao just opened her mouth, but she hasn't spoken yet. In an instant, a person standing behind Brigade Commander Zhou moved. A black tiger hit the heart and went straight to the Brigade Commander Zhou. Zhou, who had his back turned to the attacker, had no time to defend. At this time, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Pei Xiaomi's body, and the holy light descended and forcibly suppressed the person. Before the suppressed person knelt down, the soul in the body was forcibly stripped out. The soul that lost its body struggled violently in the holy light, but it was difficult to return to the body. Is this person too weak? Su Miao remembered that it was very difficult the last time Pei Xiaomi forcibly peeled off the soul of Shinjishan in Zhonghai City. But now this operation is smooth and looks very easy. No, it shouldn't be that this person is too weak, because this person's soul and body are completely different. This person has really been replaced. Chief of Staff Nie Xiaoli's body fell down.
Old Nie!
Fan Taijun and Du Pingjiang supported Nie Xiaoli's body to prevent him from falling. They looked angrily at the stripped souls.
Su Miao! Thank you!
Pei Xiaomi said. Brigadier Zhou said.
Su Miao! Thank you! Without you, we wouldn't be able to find him.
Su Miao blinked. She didn't do anything. She wanted to explain something, but she remained silent. The scene in front of her was really terrifying. A good person had his soul occupying his body replaced. Do humans awaken their abilities at the end of the world and completely disobey the basic laws?
Why? I inherited his legacy and devoted myself wholeheartedly to the work of building the shelter. Why are you doing this to me?
The stripped soul is still struggling, but in the holy light, his struggle is in vain. Especially under the suppression of the holy light, He wanted to kneel down on one knee from the bottom of his soul.
How does he handle it?
Pei Xiaomi asked. Brigadier Zhou said.
Annihilate it. It is enough for us to know who it is,
Pei Xiaomi said.
Okay. Ah.
The next second, the soul in the holy light burned. He let out a shrill scream, and was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Pei Xiaomi was just assisting, just like she did at Yanshan Shelter. I believe Zhou Zhen has investigated the specific situation clearly. As for preserving the soul for interrogation, she can't do it yet. What's more, the soul itself is very strong. Even though Pei Xiaomi can control it easily, over time, its ability will be consumed a lot. Su Miao looked curiously at the soul controlled by the holy light, which could take over other people's bodies without warning. This person was so terrifying. Brigadier Zhou Zhen looked sadly at Chief of Staff Nie Xiaoli, who was in a vegetative state.
Su Miao! Pei Xiaomi! Can he be saved?
Pei Xiaomi shook his head.
I can't find his soul.
Su Miao shook her head. Regarding soul magic, she only knows 2 magic spells. One is the Death Core, which extracts the broken souls that died after experiencing endless pain and gathered them into a death container. The core can be used as the core of the undead staff to increase the power of undead spells when casting spells. One is the Blooming of Starlight, which is simply a touch of it and can be used to purify the soul. Obviously, neither magic can be used. There were tears in Zhou Zhen's eyes, but he held back.
I'm sorry. We need to deal with some things next, and we will take care of you when the matter is finished. Lu Chui, please stay with Su Miao and Pei Xiaomi during this period. Anywhere in the shelter is open to them. Yes, Brigadier,
Lu Chui said.
I will take you to your residence. Good.
Su Miao, Pei Xiaomi, Lin Jiujio, and Bago left with Lu Chui. On the way, Su Miao looked at the underground city buildings that were almost exactly the same style as the Yanshan shelter, and understood what had just happened. To put it simply, Nanhu shelter knew about it before Pei Xiaomi set out here with her. Brigadier Zhou Zhen has always known that someone at the top of Nanhu shelter has been replaced. However, he could not identify who it was. With the help of Pei Xiaomi, who is good at stripping souls, things will become very simple. It's just that Pei Xiaomi is not well known outside. No one knows how strong Pei Xiaomi is before taking action. The deterrence is not enough. And when you can't determine who it is, you can't just peel out a person's soul. As for trying one by one, it's even less. Okay. Pei Xiaomi and Su Miao once said that from Pei Xiaomi's point of view, the body is the container of the soul. The two fit perfectly. But as long as the soul is separated once, and the soul goes back, will it still be the same as before? It's hard to say the same. In addition, if the soul rashly leaves the body and is exposed to the outside world, it will be affected to some extent. This effect is similar to the way metal will oxidize and become contaminated with dust when exposed to the air. Over time, the soul will be harmed and contaminated, unless the soul has protective capabilities. Pei Xiaomi said.
Su Miao, I really want to thank you this time. Without you, there would be no way to uncover the hidden dangers.
Su Miao blinked her eyes, looking innocent.
I didn't do anything.
She really didn't do anything. Why should I thank her? Lin Jiujio followed behind without saying anything. Pei Xiaomi said.
No. Just standing there is the biggest deterrent to lurkers.
After hearing this explanation, Su Miao seemed to understand. Is this why Brigade Commander Zhou Zhen introduced her like that? However, it is impossible to deter lurkers with just such an introduction. Unless, the top management of Nanhu Shelter knows a lot about what she has done along the way.
This is your rest room. You can put your luggage down.
A few minutes later, Lu Chui brought Su Miao, Pei Xiaomi, and Lin Jiujio to the room where they lived. Judging from the situation of Su Miao, Pei Xiaomi, and Lin Jiujio, they didn't seem to have much luggage on them.
Thanks,
Su Miao said. Lu Chui said.
You're welcome. Just tell us if you need anything.
Su Miao looked at the time and said.
Take me to the library.
Lu Chui was very surprised. She actually didn't know much about Su Miao's arrival. The only news we have received from above is that Su Miao is a very important person and must be protected even if the Nanhu sanctuary is destroyed. It's just that she has seen all kinds of people entering the shelter. After entering, they don't ask about the construction status of the shelter, the internal situation of the shelter, food production in the shelter, etc., and go straight to the library.
Good.
Lu Chui personally led the way. Pei Xiaomi said.
I'll go with you.
Seeing that Su Miao and Pei Xiaomi were about to leave, Lin Jiujia was a little anxious. Because looking at this situation, Mina will also follow.
Go together.
Su Miao actually wanted to say, you have to stay and do your homework. However, it was really not good to simply leave Lin Jiujia alone in the room. Arriving at the library, Su Miao started looking for magic books. Starling assists. She spent the next few days looking for books. Unfortunately, Su Miao could not find any books related to magic here. Should we go to Europe to look for it? Su Miao had such an idea inexplicably. This idea was killed by Su Miao as soon as it came up. However, Su Miao found some ancient martial arts secrets from the library of Nanhu Shelter. And some brand new martial arts secrets. Even if she wanted to obtain them, she would have to exchange them with high points. It seems that the military has conducted a lot of scientific research on the inheritance of ancient martial arts and systematically summarized and innovated. These martial arts are very practical and powerful. This can be sensed more or less from the higher-ups of Nanhu Refuge. Su Miao only learned martial arts for defense. She had already started practicing Tai Chi Flow and didn't need anything more for the time being. In addition, Su Miao discovered some special books titled Gene Energy,
Ability Users and Mechas.
Ability Research, and
Control of Mutated Monsters.
These are the latest studies by scientists at the South Lake Refuge, and they are very informative. Su Miao took a rough look and put the book back. Pei Xiaomi asked,
Didn't you find it? Well, I'm ready to leave.
Su Miao said.
Xiao Miao, what do you want? I have some fresh fruits, vegetables, and grains here.
Pei Xiaomi said.
Let's have a hot pot and barbecue buffet tonight. You can eat a little of everything.
Su Miao said.
Okay.
The dinner was sumptuous. Bean sprouts, green vegetables, cabbage, cucumbers, watermelons, melons, tomatoes, peppers, noodles, cakes, ice cream, fine beef, fine pork and other ingredients. Su Miao basically brought out some of each. Seeing so much food, Pei Xiaomi wanted to change her plan and not leave Su Miao. At this moment, Pei Xiaomi somewhat understood Ba Ji's mood. Lin Jiujia didn't know what happened yet. She was very happy eating. After the meal, Su Miao took out a brand new backpack from the magic space and gave Pei Xiaomi some dry food, clothing, high-end outdoor camping equipment, etc. When Lin Jiujia saw this, he was a little confused.
What's wrong?
Pei Xiaomi said.
Jiujia, I have some things to deal with, and I have to separate from you.
Lin Jiujia was stunned for a moment.
Is Sister Xiaomia leaving?
Pei Xiaomia touched Lin Jiujia's head.
Well, you should be good when you are with Su Miao.
She originally wanted to say that she would learn from Su Miao in the future, but she didn't dare to say the words. Lin Jiujia hugged Pei Xiaomia.
Yeah.
Su Miao sat aside and continued eating melon. Pei Xiaomia didn't tell what Pei Xiaomia was going to do, and Su Miao didn't ask. Just like there is obviously something going on in the Nanhu shelter. And if they don't say it, Su Miao won't ask. As long as it doesn't affect her. In a post-apocalyptic world where dangers are everywhere, she is very weak, and it is very difficult to survive.
You're leaving?
The next day, Lu Chui came over as usual, but saw that Su Miao, Pei Xiaomia, and Lin Jiujia had already packed their luggage. Su Miao said.
Yeah.
Lu Chui said.
But it will be dawn outside later. It will be very hot while traveling during the day. You can leave when it is almost nightfall.
Su Miao said.
It's okay.
Lu Chui said.
Please wait a moment. I will report to the brigade commander immediately. The brigade commander has prepared gifts for you.
Gift? She doesn't seem to need anything. Pei Xiaomi said.
Let's see later.
Su Miao looked at the time and decided to wait for a while, and leave first if the time was long. Half an hour later, Brigade Commander Zhou hurried over, followed by several soldiers carrying something in exoskeleton armor.
Sorry. There are a lot of things going on in the shelter. This is a newly developed device at South Lake Shelter. An energy converter.
Chapter 212 Dimensional Backpack. Energy converter? Zhou took out a box the size of an ancient tablet computer from the box. The top of the box is a horizontal screen, and the bottom is a space for putting things, which is hard to understand.
What is this for?
Seeing that His Highness Su Miao didn't speak, Ba Ge took the initiative to speak. Zhou glanced at Ba Ge, then turned to Su Miao and said,
Affected by various severe natural disasters, some very special ores have appeared in various parts of the world.
He took out a stone that could be held in one hand.
This is this kind of ore. We call it energy ore.
Energy ore? Su Miao blinked. She had a lot of this here. Zhouzhan put the energy ore into the box, and the ore seemed to have completely disappeared. He closed the lid and started working. Magic? Su Miao watched with curiosity as Brigadier Zhou demonstrated the energy converter.
Look,
Brigadier Zhou said. The screen of the energy converter lit up, and the screen displayed the electrical energy converted from the energy ore.
according to research, this energy ore contains the special energy needed by ability users, and also contains the vitality of heaven and earth needed by warriors. As for more, it has not been confirmed. Our scientists developed an energy converter based on the characteristics of this energy ore. Through conversion, we can easily access electrical energy, the vitality of heaven and earth. Electric energy can be used directly through the USB socket. The vitality of heaven and earth is a little troublesome. It needs to be like this. In this way, it can be extracted.
Brigadier Zhou raised one hand and used his palm to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth coming out of the energy converter. One could vaguely feel that Zhouzhan's aura became stronger in an instant.
The vitality of heaven and earth absorbed in this way is purer than that obtained by directly holding energy ores in the palm of your hand. Isn't it great?
Su Miao looked at Zhouzhan's operation with shock in her eyes. Is the technology of Nanhu Shelter so unbelievable? However, compared to these, Su Miao was more concerned about the box containing energy ores under the energy converter. The energy ore that Zhouzhan put in just now is very irregular. No matter how you look at it, you can't put it in completely and disappear.
Right? Is this dimensional space technology?
Su Miao asked. Zhouzhan originally thought that Su Miao would ask about energy or an energy conversion, but he did not expect that Su Miao would focus on the box containing the energy ore.
Yes, it is dimensional space technology, and its current applications are limited. Is there any storage space?
Su Miao asked seriously.
Oh, yes.
Zhouzhan looked at the energy converter in his hand and felt something was wrong.
I just prepared it for you.
To be honest, when I first saw Su Miao, Pei Xiaomia, and Lin Jiujiu coming to the Nanhu shelter almost empty-handed, I thought they had some kind of dimensional space technology product that they didn't need anymore. Zhouzhan sent out the prepared backpacks, one for each person. The design of this backpack is very simple. It looks like it is made of special waterproof material. It looks very ordinary, and it is not easy to be spotted when you take it outside. The interior of the backpack is made of memory metal that is as soft as cloth, and the dimensional pocket technology relies on these memory metals.
There's about 6 cubic meters of space inside, and you can store various items.
Zhouzhan introduced.
This is the charging interface. You need to use an energy converter to recharge the backpack regularly. If the dimensional backpack uses insufficient energy, things will not be able to be accessed normally, and the things inside may be damaged. However, each time the dimensional backpack is recharged, it can last for about a year. Just remember to recharge it then. We put some dry food and a few energy ores inside as a thank you.
Su Miao, Pei Xiaomia, and Lin Jiujiu took the dimensional backpack. This is such a big help. Although I agreed to help Pei Xiaomia make a magic backpack, I didn't know when it would be successful. I wanted to take a look when I passed by the company that made the dimensional backpack, but I didn't expect that the Nanhu shelter would be available directly. Zhouzhan said.
There is one more thing I want to ask Su Miao for help.
Su Miao said.
What?
Zhouzhan said.
I just hope you can plant a tree outside the Nanhu shelter, just like the one outside the Yanshan shelter.
Su Miao blinked.
Okay.
This is necessary. Under Zhouzhan's personal escort, Su Miao, Pei Xiaomia, and Lin Jiujiu arrived outside the Nanhu refuge. As soon as they returned to the ground, they felt a familiar heat wave hit their faces. The temperature tonight is relatively high, 71 degrees Celsius. This has little impact on Su Miao.
Where to plant it? That way. That way is fine.
Zhouzhan pointed in one direction and said. Su Miao looked over curiously. There were many marbles weighing several tons stacked in the area designated by Zhouzhan. Do you need to clean the marbles first?
Wait a moment while I take care of these rocks.
Zhouzhan walked to the front. When he came to the middle of the boulders, the marbles actually floated towards the periphery, forming a giant stone circle in an instant, surrounding the area that needed to be planted with trees in the center, forming a physical barrier. The whole process seemed easy, and in such a high-temperature environment, Zhouzhan didn't even shed a drop of sweat. This brigade commander is very strong.
Okay, plant it here,
Zhouzhan said with a smile.
Good.
Su Miao stepped forward, waved her staff, and a small water ball appeared in front of her.
What kind of tree do you want? A fruit tree. Or an ordinary tree?
Zhouzhen was startled.
If it's a fruit tree, can the fruit on the tree be eaten?
Su Miao casually handed over an orange the size of a basin.
You can eat it. It's very sweet.
Zhouzhen caught the orange and looked a little dazed looking at such a big orange in front of him. It was bigger than the unicorn melon before the end of the world. Zhouzhen peeled the orange and took a bite. It was very sweet and very delicious. He even felt his body relax. He handed the orange to Lu Chuyi, hesitated for a moment, and said,
Banyan tree. Let's plant a banyan tree.
Planting mutant fruit trees was good, but he was not sure whether planting mutant fruit trees would cause unnecessary trouble. In addition, if people living nearby pick fruits from the mutant fruit trees without restraint, will they arouse the anger of the mutant fruit trees? As the person in charge of the Nanhu refuge, he needs to consider the present and even more the future. Since there are so many hidden dangers, it is better not to choose it in the first place.
Good.
Su Miao didn't ask Zhouzhen why he chose this way. She took out a banyan tree seed from the magic space and put it into a small water ball, and then added a drop of concentrated growth potion. In an instant, the seeds sprout, absorb water at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grow into seedlings. Su Miao quickly carved the banyan tree seedlings into the magic circle. After 3 minutes, a tiny magical enchantment will be formed with the banyan tree sapling as the center, which looks like a bright light and is very beautiful. The magic enchantment used this time is simpler than the orange tree magic enchantment, and more advanced than the apricot tree magic enchantment. Its main focus is practicality. First throw a large water ball on the ground to make the soil moist, and then place the banyan tree seedlings on the moist ground. The moment it comes into contact with the moist soil, the banyan tree seedlings grow rapidly, reaching more than 1 meter in height in an instant. Su Miao threw 10 more big water balls in succession, making the banyan tree sapling grow to more than 3 meters high. The magic barrier expanded rapidly, keeping the temperature within the barrier stable at around 25 degrees Celsius. Feeling the changes in the surrounding air, Zhouzhen burst into tears. Real. These are all true. Gu Yinong from Yanshan Refuge did not deceive him. With the protection of this banyan tree's magical enchantment, the survival of Nanhu shelter is more secure.
Shelter the humans here.
Su Miao released a small purple fireball and said to the banyan tree. The newborn banyan tree was ignorant, but knew how powerful the purple fireball was, and immediately shook its body to show its understanding. The small purple fireball dissipated, and Su Miao turned around and said,
Okay.
Zhouzhen looked at the newly born banyan tree and was extremely excited.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Su Miao held the sycamore with staff and shook her head.
You're welcome. You gave us the energy converter and dimensional backpack.
Zhouzhen wiped the tears from his eyes and said,
This is different. It's different. Su Miao, you saved many people.
In fact, in recent times, relevant departments have added terms such as dangerous and
whether it is credible
to the assessment of Su Miao from being a trustworthy prophet. To put it simply, after the end of the world, people with abilities awakened all over the country. After losing the constraints of order and law, they began to let go of their inner demons and began to do evil, destroying and killing people everywhere. However, compared with Su Miao, these crazy and destructive ability users are really not good enough. Judging from the intelligence they collected, there were multiple private bases destroyed by Su Miao, and there was no telling how many people died at Su Miao's hands. This was just what happened when Su Miao walked outside. If Su Miao entered the shelter and was angered and a fight broke out, how many people would be affected and died? Regarding this point, Yanshan Sanctuary provided what happened when the fight broke out between Su Miao and Simon Yi. Su Miao was just a hair away from blowing up the Yanshan refuge. The report said that Su Miao conjured a purple fireball with a diameter of tens of meters. You may not feel anything if you look at it this way. However, in comparison, Su Miao used a purple fireball with a diameter of about 3 meters to cut off a 300-meter-high mountaintop out of thin air. And the explosion power of the purple fireball with a diameter of less than 2 meters that Su Miao threw at the foot of Yangshanji and Xingshu Mountains, you can make some guesses. After reading the data comparison, I won't have any more thoughts besides being horrified. Horrible. At present, there are rumors above that if Su Miao really arrives at Shelter 1 in the future, she may be disqualified from permanent stay, because this news had not been verified in any way. Zhouzhen did not mention it. The only thing in his mind now is the banyan tree in front of him. This banyan tree will become the cradle of life in Nanhu Shelter, especially those seriously injured and newborns. There will be a place to put them. Lu Chuyi, Fan Taijun and some soldiers who came over looked at the banyan tree in front of them, feeling the comfortable temperature and fresh air, and tears shed excitedly. It had been several months since the apocalypse began. How long had it been since they had been able to breathe such fresh air? Zhou said.
Quickly! Arrange several medical first aid tents here to bring the seriously injured, as well as a baby nursery.
Seeing Zhou becoming busy, Su Miao, Pei Xiaomiao and Lin Jiujiu were ready to set off. It will be dawn in a little while. The road will become difficult to walk at dawn. Zhou hurried over to see him off.
I'll see you off for a while.
Su Miao shook her head.
No need,
Zhou said.
This is what we should do. By the way, I have some good news for you. In a while, some areas around the world will have network coverage.
Su Miao's eyes lit up.
Really?
Nothing is more important to society than the internet. This news sounds like the end of the world is coming. But is it really possible? Zhou said.
Well, this is the news from above. Several major powers have reached an agreement and will link the surviving network satellites in space to form a new star chain to restore global network coverage. On the ground, major shelters will also maintain the remaining ground-based stations and strive to stabilize the network.
Pei Xiaomi asked.
I saw some archival information saying that due to the impact of solar storms, cosmic rays, and meteorite storms, the damage rate of satellites in outer space is as high as 99%.
Zhou nodded.
That's true, but there are still stocks of network satellites in various countries. All we need to do is launch them. What's more, we discovered energy and solved the problem of fuel shortage.
Pei Xiaomi nodded. It would be great if the network can be restored. After the network is restored, the order in the apocalypse may be reestablished. At the same time, she can better grasp their movements. There are pros and cons. This delivery was 3 miles away. When it was dawn, Zhou stood on a high place and kept waving to them. Su Miao, Pei Xiaomi, and Lin Jiujiu continued to move forward. At 11 a.m., Su Miao took out the movable orange tree magic barrier and built a temporary camp to rest. Pei Xiaomi started to barbecue beef in the sun, while Lin Jiujiu helped by learning the barbecue techniques. Su Miao placed iced watermelons, iced melons, iced oranges, and other treasured delicious snacks on the table. There are also some flour, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and other supplies, all of which are given to Pei Xiaomi. After lunch, Pei Xiaomi will say goodbye to them at the next intersection. The mina was jumping around on the orange tree. It seemed to like the orange tree very much. To be precise, it liked to eat oranges. Orange was a little afraid that Mina would do something dangerous. So he dropped a big ripe orange very simply. And Mina caught it like lightning and put it on the table. With 2 swipes of wings, the orange was cut into 4 pieces. And the Mina happily ate it first. Su Miao glanced at the starling who loved to eat oranges, but paid no attention. Now, she is looking forward to the sun-baked barbecue made by Pei Xiaomi. The wonderful aroma is already wafting from the barbecue before it is ready.
Meow meow. The barbecue is ready.
Pei Xiaomi brought the prepared barbecue to the table. Thanks to the blazing sunshine, they can grill many barbecues at once.
Began to eat.
Su Miao picked up a piece of grilled steak and ate it happily. Feeling happy, Pei Xiaomi, Lin Jiujiu, and Bago started eating together. After half an hour, everyone was full. The time to part ways is coming. Pei Xiaomi hesitated for a moment and said,
Meow meow. I suggest you not to go to Shelter 1.
Su Miao looked puzzled.
Why?
Pei Xiaomi said.
No reason. If you must go, go there. But don't stay in Shelter 1 for a long time. Shelter 1 is not suitable for you.
Su Miao thought for a few seconds and felt that what Pei Xiaomi said made sense. Indeed, she was afraid of places with many strangers. However, she had a reason to go to Vault 1. Xia Xiaoan was taken to Shelter number 1, and she promised Xia Xiaoan to go see her. Plus, on top of that, her parents are probably in Vault 1. Chapter 213. Thank you for the gift of nature. Pei Xiaomi left. Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu continue to set off. Mina flies out for a patrol from time to time and returns to report on the road conditions ahead. So far, no danger has been discovered. After all, in such hot weather, most people will not walk under the hot sun. No matter how urgent the situation is, those people will only come out after nightfall. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Unless you have resistance to high-temperature environments like starlings. Even starlings need to drink water to recover. It is worth mentioning that Lin Jiujiu's resistance to hot weather is getting better and better. In the past, She would be out of breath after walking for less than an hour. Now, she has no problem walking continuously for 3 hours. However, Su Miao would still stop regularly and release the movable orange tree magic barrier, allowing Lin Jiujio to drink some water, eat some iced watermelon and iced melon, and rest for a while before continuing. Su Miao took out the map and looked at it. On her route, she would pass Taoyuan Refuge and Xixia Refuge. Going forward, there will be fewer and fewer official shelters, and their locations will become more and more remote. She was thinking about whether to continue contacting the shelter. For the magic book, I still need to go there. Su Miao made a decision. She knew too little magic and needed to learn more in order to survive better in this dangerous doomsday. In addition, the new owner of Blood Magic seems to know the news of her arrival nearby, and there is no relevant news in the radiation area of South Lake Refuge. She suspected that this was Blood Magic hiding from her. After all, the trouble that appeared near Xingshu Mountain this time was basically caused by Blood Magic to her. Su Miao was very angry and wanted to completely destroy Blood Magic. Hope to meet you next time. After a short rest, Su Miao and Lin Jiujio continued to set off. 2 days later, they arrived at an abandoned city. Looking from a distance, they could roughly see that the entire city had been swept by floods and blocked by wind, snow and ice. It was not until the high temperature and natural disaster arrived that it reappeared in their sight.
Your Highness, there are traces of human and mutant animal activity in the ruins of this city.
Mina flew back to report. Su Miao nodded, holding a silver umbrella and walking into the ruins of the city with Lin Jiujio. The once prosperous city is now filled with rugged and hardened soil. Skyscrapers have collapsed. Bricks are broken. And glass is missing. There are dilapidated scenes everywhere. Old cars, motorcycles, and other rusty junk are everywhere. In addition, many dry bones can be seen on the ground from time to time. Horrible. Lin Jiujio, who was wearing a cloak, couldn't help but get closer to Su Miao.
Mina, look for anything that's intact,
Su Miao said.
Okay, Your Highness.
The Mina flew out like lightning. Su Miao and Lin Jiujio first looked along the street. Judging from the footprints left on the ground, many people with abilities must have come to scavenge. If there were any good things left, they would probably have been searched.
Your Highness, we found it. There is a ruin over there. There are many good things under the ruins.
Mina flew back and said.
Okay, let's go take a look,
Su Miao said. An hour later, Su Miao and Lin Jiujio arrived in front of the ruins. There used to be a skyscraper here, but now there are only ruins.
Your Highness, it's buried a bit deep down here.
The Mina stopped briefly on the ground, because it was too hot. For fear that His Highness Su Miao would not be able to see clearly, it stayed a few more times, each time not exceeding 2 seconds.
Su
Miao walked to the ruins and thought about how to deal with the mountains of reinforced concrete rocks. If it's a bit deep, fry it first.
Jiujio, please stand further away,
Su Miao said.
Good.
Lin Jiujio immediately walked back. After careful consideration, Su Miao put down the orange tree magic barrier and let Lin Jiujio stand inside. In case of any accident, the orange tree magic barrier can block part of the falling rocks. By the way, he gave Lin Jiujio some iced watermelon. Lin Jiujio was a little worried at first, but the moment she saw the iced watermelon and held it in her hands, she felt relieved. Su Miao walked up to the ruins. With a wave of his sycamore wood staff, a purple fireball fell down and exploded with a bang, blasting a deep pit into the ruins. The effect is good. Continue. Purple fireballs fell one after another, and Su Miao bombarded the ruins indiscriminately. After a moment of explosion, there was a loud bang. The ground collapsed, and a big hole appeared. It worked. Su Miao looked down. Is this an underground shopping mall? But it doesn't look like much. Su Miao threw a few large water balloons to cool down the explosion area, and at the same time, took out part of the dirt and gravel blocking the entrance, so that he could go down after the temperature dropped slightly. After one operation, the water vapor at the entrance of the explosion will rise, and it will dissipate after a few minutes. You can go down now.
Jiujio, do you want to go down together?
Su Miao asked while eating iced watermelon. Lin Jiujio said.
Well, Sister Su Miao, I want to go down together.
Su Miao put away the tables and chairs and formed a magic barrier with the orange tree.
Then, let's set off.
Speaking of which, Mina is really powerful. I don't know how it awakened its ability to search for supplies. It can find good things every time. even if the things are buried deep. Arriving at the top of the tunnel, Su Miao discovered a new problem. The slope of the tunnel is very steep. If Lin walks down for a long time, he may fall and get burned, which is very dangerous. Use magic? But Su Miao has not yet experimented with leading people to walk up the stairs while standing on a magic barrier, or wrap Lin in a big water balloon for a long time. Dual tasking can be dangerous. How to take Lin Jiujio down? Su Miao was confused. Your Highness, I will take Jiujio down. The Mida suddenly grew bigger, and with a gentle grab, Lin Jiujio flew up with him. Lin Jiujio was startled, and then he felt relieved when he found out that nothing was wrong. Good. Su Miao blinked. A magic barrier appeared under her feet, and she walked down like steps. The two successfully landed and came underground. Su Miao took out a flashlight and gave it to Lin Jiujio to illuminate the underground space. The floors and walls here are all made of special alloy materials, full of a sense of technology and mystery. There are various screens on the walls, and I don't know what content will be displayed when they are lit. You won't be able to dig up some kind of shelter laboratory. Right. Su Miao held a flashlight in her left hand and a sycamore with staff in her right hand. She unfolded a magic space array in front of her, surrounded by a magic barrier, and carefully explored forward. However, if it is really a special laboratory, the backup power supply here should be able to last for a long time, and should not be in a dark power outage state. Lin Jiujio followed Su Miao closely, paying attention to the movements around him from time to time. Bago became smaller, and stood on Lin Jiujio's shoulders. If it really encounters any danger, it will fly away with Lin Jiujio immediately to prevent being accidentally injured by His Highness, Su Miao. The area they came down to was a platform. After walking in the dark for a while, they came to a wide space. When they shined a flashlight, they saw dozens of shops. The shops are arranged in a very orderly manner and are basically distributed according to basic necessities: food, housing and transportation. There are 8 shops selling beautiful clothes from world-renowned brands. There are beautiful Hanfu skirts, Lolita skirts, various luxurious dresses, and wedding dresses, each priced at more than $1 million. Sister Su Miao, the little skirt here is so beautiful. Lin Jiujio stood in front of a beautiful singing uniform, looking forward to it. What's more, each of these clothes is placed in a special glass cabinet, which will definitely be destroyed after decades of storage. Would you like to try it on? Su Miao used magic to open the cabinet and took out the beautiful singing clothes. Just by touching the clothes, Su Miao knew that the material of the fabric was very good. She looked at the description in the cabinet. It said that this beautiful girl idol singing uniform is made of special Node Delta 62111 golden silk, Node Beta 315 spider silk, and nanometal wire. Its appearance and toughness are on par. A beautiful little dress after the magical girl's transformation. The true memory nano material is bulletproof, cold-proof and high-temperature resistant. No wonder it also comes with a cute high-tech microphone that looks like a magical girl staff. This is simply tailor-made for Lin Jiujio. Thank you, Sister Su Miao. Lin Jiujio went to change clothes. Su Miao began to put away the clothes in the store together with the protective glass cabinets. Thank nature for its gifts. Huh? After putting it away, Su Miao stopped in front of a glass cabinet. This glass cabinet contains a set of beautiful black witch robes. The description reads, the witch robes are made with reference to the costumes of many anime witches. They are made of Node Delta 35 gold silk, Node Beta 515 spider silk, and Beta 9 made of number 666 spider silk and nanometal wire as the main materials. The true memory nano material is bulletproof, cold-proof and high-temperature resistant. Hiss. I have to wear it now. In fact, Su Miao had always wanted to customize a set of witch robes. But the weather was hot and cold. Even if she had magic covering her whole body, it would be very troublesome to put it on. But with this witch robe, there's no problem. Su Miao found the fitting room and put on the black witch robe decisively. It fit perfectly. The inner lining of the witch's robe is white short sleeve style, with a small pleated skirt underneath. And wearing over the knee white stockings will give you a perfect look. Su Miao put on a black robe and tied a bow as decoration. The tail of the robe is long and the front is short, which makes people look more beautiful when wearing this style. Finally putting on the black witch hat, Su Miao looked in the mirror. The witch with long pink hair was countless times more beautiful and cuter than the witch heroines from anime. Marvelous. Thank nature for its gifts. A few minutes later, Lin Jiujio walked out of the fitting room wearing a magical girl-style singing uniform. She looked at Su Miao, a little nervous and a little shy. Sister Su Miao,
Do you look good?
Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujio, almost wondering if Lin Jiujio had accidentally expanded the field directly. At this time, Lin Jiujio noticed Su Miao put on the witch's robe and exclaimed,
Sister Su Miao! So beautiful!
For a moment, Lin Jiujio wanted to rush over and hug Su Miao. Su Miao said,
Jiujio, you are so cute!
Lin Jiujio smiled happily. She looked in the mirror again, and smiled very happily. Su Miao didn't waste any time, and put all the clothes in these stores into the magic space. Without her here, these clothes may never see the light of day, and they will gradually deteriorate over time. Lin Jiujio showed off his beautiful clothes for a while, and was about to take them off.
No need to take it off.
Su Miao quickly stopped him. Lin Jiujio said,
But this dress is very beautiful. I'm afraid.
Su Miao shook her head.
This suit of clothes has the effect of resisting cold and heat. It will be better for you to wear it,
Lin Jiujio said.
But walking outside will attract people's attention.
Su Miao blinked, and took out a cloak from the magic space, and gave it to Lin Jiujio.
Just put the cloak on. It's better to be dressed than to suffer from heat stroke.
This cloak was also harvested from here. It is dusty, and suits the current Lin Jiujio very well.
Thank you, Sister Su Miao.
Lin Jiujio happily took the cloak, and put it on. After visiting 8 stores, Su Miao harvested more than 1,000 pieces of special clothing. I really don't know who built this underground space, and why they gave up. I didn't take anything with them. Anyway, thank you very much. Su Miao continued to walk forward. There were 8 restaurants in front of her, including milk tea, breakfast, afternoon tea, cakes, Chinese food, Western food, scientific food, and nutritious food. The ingredients here are well preserved. But unfortunately, after the power outage, some of the ingredients went bad. Su Miao could only take away some of the sealed ingredients that were not spoiled, mainly flour, cream, cheese, and other canned ingredients. In front of the street are 8 electrical and digital product stores, including air conditioners, televisions, computers, mobile phones, smart homes, smart beds and chairs, and even beautiful smart robots with many functions. Regarding these, Su Miao accepted whatever he wanted. Speaking of which, she was just planning to change to a new mobile phone before the apocalypse. But when the apocalypse came, she didn't have time to change it. So she happened to use the new one here. In addition, Zhou said that the network will be restored soon. Su Miao was looking forward to it. As for these beautiful intelligent robots, Su Miao chose one for a simple full-body examination. Sure enough, this beautiful intelligent robot has special functions. Their simulated skin is very smooth and comfortable to the touch. There is even a certain body temperature. Their charging interfaces are basically set at the neck, and they all have wireless charging functions. But what is interesting is that one of the beautiful girl robots with golden twin tails and wearing white strawberry Lolita does not have wireless charging function, and her charging interface is below. Su Miao blinked, not understanding what the designer wanted to do. If someone is lucky enough to buy this machine, I don't know how they will feel. After inspection, Su Miao determined that none of these beautiful robots had been used, and she put them all into the magic space. When you settle down in a place, you can ask them to help clean the room, boil water for cooking, and take care of the flowers and plants. Continuing forward are 8 car shops, which contain a variety of world-famous cars. They are even more luxurious than the cars in the shop Su Miao visited last time. For example, this Phantom Rolls-Royce has a unit price of 320 million. The introduction states that it is suitable for driving in various harsh environments, can fly, and can dive, and its performance is comparable to that of an exploration vehicle used on Mars. To put it simply, whether it is hot weather or extremely cold weather, as long as you can charge the car, you can drive. Su Miao's eyes lit up. With this car, she doesn't have to keep walking. Chapter 214, a car worth 300 million? There are so many good things here. After putting away all the cars, Su Miao and Lin Jiujio walked to the next room. Opening the door, Su Miao saw a lot of golden enamel tables and chairs, which looked the same as those in a hotel restaurant. But upon closer inspection, they probably weren't. In the middle is a platform. The layout on the platform looks very much like an auction in a movie or TV show. The ground is made of special glass, and inside the glass are various gemstones, decorating the floor of the huge venue like a starry sky. The ceiling is decorated with millions of diamonds, and when the light shines on it, it shines brightly. Although the current diamond craftsmanship is very simple, It still costs a lot of money to embellish it with so many varieties of diamonds. If it's an auction, I don't know if there are any good things in the auction warehouse. Su Miao waved her staff and put away the tables and chairs.
Mina, find the warehouse of this auction.
Mina flew up.
Okay, Your Highness.
It flew out and circled around, then returned after dozens of seconds.
Your Highness, over here.
Su Miao walked over and found the auction house's warehouse. There were hundreds of items placed in exclusive cabinets in the warehouse, which seemed to be prepared for auction. It just seemed like the timing was unlucky, and the auction couldn't go ahead as scheduled. There is a booklet next to the cabinet. In the booklet are photos of the auction items, auction house estimates, starting prices, seller names, and other information. Su Miao flipped through it casually. The cheapest price of these auction items started at 10 million. The most expensive one requires a starting bid of 10 billion. Even though Su Miao had seen many precious and rare luxury goods through the internet, after seeing these auction items, she felt that her imagination was far from enough. What's interesting is that the names of the owners of these auction items are basically unheard of names that rarely appear in the news. However, these people are all qualified to be here, and they are not here as substitutes. This was a whole new world that she had never known before. However, it is no longer important. Everything is hers.
Huh?
Su Miao turned to one of the pages and was attracted by the auction items introduced in the book. This is an ancient magic book. The introduction reads, an ancient magic book, which contains magic spells such as water ball spell, fire ball spell, mage hand, magic tentacle, magic phantom, cruciatus curse, night vision, and magic lamp production. Auction reserve price, 1 billion. Sure enough, magic existed before the end. Su Miao immediately found the box where the magic book was stored according to the introduction in the auction book. Although it only contains 8 magic spells, the thickness of the magic book is a full 6 centimeters, which is simply outrageous. By the light of the flashlight, Su Miao couldn't wait to open the magic book and saw the magic principles and runes on the magic book, which confirmed the authenticity of the magic book. She successfully obtained another magic book, but Su Miao discovered a problem. Are the water ball and fire ball techniques written in the book a little too complicated? This is completely inferior to the small water ball technique and small fire ball technique she learned, or even what she deduced. Wrong. Su Miao took another look at the magic book. She feels that this magic book is very important to her now. First, she can learn new magic, mage's hand, magic tentacle, magic phantom, cruciatus curse, night vision, and magic lamp. Secondly, she can compare the magic principle she has mastered with the magic she has mastered to find ways to deduce new magic. Su Miao put the magic book into the magic space and placed it specially. As for the other auction items, Su Miao didn't pay too much attention to them. She put them all into the magic space. After walking out of the auction house, Su Miao and Lin Jiujie came to a rest hall. There were many self-service tableware on both sides of the hall, which seemed to be used to entertain guests. Su Miao looked around and took away the 2 coffee machines that had not been taken out for use. At the entrance, there are 2 rows of cabinets. There are various exquisite masks placed in the cabinet. The men's mask is decorated with gold trim, and the women's mask is decorated with various exquisite gemstones. Each mask is worth a lot of money.
Sister Su Miao, where is this place? These masks are so beautiful.
Lin Jiujie was attracted by the mask on the cabinet.
I don't know either.
Su Miao shook her head. The 2 continued to explore inside. There are many luxurious rooms here, which seem to be used for temporary rest by guests visiting here. Su Miao opened a room, blinked, and silently closed the door. After opening several rooms one after another, Su Miao fell silent. The layout inside includes wasteland, hospital, campus, subway, high-tech, doomsday, martial arts, fairy, magic, nature, and other styles. But is this a love hotel? Next to these rooms are luxury facilities such as hot springs, bathrooms, saunas, and massage rooms. Su Miao understood that she was in the wrong area. A few minutes later, she and Lin Jiujie found the normal guest room area. There were many good things in the room, but after a cursory glance, Su Miao confiscated none of them. These are left to future explorers who discover this place.
Your Highness, here, here.
Mina seemed to have discovered something and flew forward and said loudly. Su Miao walked over and opened the front door curiously. This is a large warehouse decorated like a shopping mall. Here, Su Miao saw various boxes. The goods in the boxes were all vacuum-packed in cans to ensure that these materials could be stored for a long time. Canned beef, beef jerky, canned chicken, roast duck, roast goose, and many other ingredients that even Su Miao doesn't know about. Countless canned fruits, a wide range of premium creams, flour that you can't buy every day, very expensive electrical appliances. These should be equipped for those hotels and have not been used. Included are various silk fabrics, bedding, etc. Multifunctional robot butler. There are a variety of cosmetics from internationally renowned brands. Isn't it impossible for billions to buy so many cosmetics? There are hundreds of thousands of bottles of extremely expensive famous wines. The value of these wines is even more astonishing. They are the kind that have a price but no market. Su Miao picked up a bottle and illuminated it with a flashlight. It says 2033, and it turns out to be red wine from 100 years ago. Although these were prepared before the end of the world, I couldn't have dug out the lair of some mysterious force. Right? Such an idea suddenly came to mind. And Su Miao immediately accelerated the pace of harvesting. In a short period of time, she emptied the huge warehouse. Because the other party kept these supplies very well. Out of respect, Su Miao didn't leave any behind this time. After leaving the warehouse, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu continued their search. Later they discovered several movie screening halls. It's just that this movie screening hall is different from ordinary movie theaters. Because what are placed in these movie screening halls are not chairs, but various large beds. The cabinets are filled with love action movies from all over the world. And condoms are available for self-service next to them. Su Miao retreated silently without putting these supplies into the magic space. She didn't need them. Leave it to future explorers. They might be able to get a lot of supplies in exchange for this. In addition to the cinema, Su Miao also discovered a library containing various photos of beauties and various novels and comics. Su Miao did not filter them. For the sake of these novels and comics, she emptied the entire library. Subsequently, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu searched many rooms, but there was not much gained.
Come on! Let's go out!
Su Miao said. So many rooms have basically been explored. All the materials that should be collected have been collected. Even if there are any omissions, it doesn't matter. Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu returned to the ground. But they didn't expect that it was completely dark. As night falls, the mutated animals hidden in the ruins of the city began to move. From time to time, the sound of thin ropes can be heard nearby.
Let's go over there,
Su Miao said. This is a park they passed by on the way here. The terrain in the park is flat and relatively open, making it suitable for temporary campsites. After releasing the magic enchantment of the orange tree, Su Miao took out baked pancakes, grilled steak, fried vegetables, water, iced melon, and iced watermelon. Lin Jiujiu, who had been hungry for a long time, immediately became energetic when he looked at the food on the table. Too delicious. After dinner, Su Miao read the newly acquired ancient magic book for a while. After reading it for a while, her eyelids twitched and fell asleep. Seeing the sleeping sister Su Miao, Lin Jiujiu took out a thin blanket from his dimensional backpack and covered Su Miao. Mina stood on the branch of the orange tree and took a nap. Suddenly, something in the distance wanted to come quietly. Before it could get closer, the Mina opened its eyes and flew out with a whoosh. When it returned to the orange tree, there was no sound nearby. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu woke up, had some breakfast, and continued to set off. They walked for more than an hour to the road. Su Miao took out the car that could enter water from above and be driven in high-temperature environments. Lin stood on the roadside for a long time, looking at this beautiful car expectantly. Is it really okay in such high temperatures? In fact, Su Miao had no idea. Along the way, she saw too many cars with their tires melted in the hot weather. However, considering that there are so many black technology products in this underground treasure, maybe this car is really good? What's more, these tires are not made of rubber, but a special metal material similar to rubber. Su Miao didn't understand the specific principle. At worst, the car broke down and one car was lost. She and Lin Jiujiu continued walking.
Boarding!
Su Miao opened the car, adjusted the chair, sat in the driver's seat, fastened the seat belt, started the car, and turned on the air conditioner. Lin Jiujiu and Bago got into the car and put on their seat belts. Feeling a little nervous, the temperature inside the car dropped quickly, making people feel very comfortable. The car drove smoothly and seemed to have no problems. Su Miao slowly increased the speed, raising the car's speed to 50 kilometers per hour. She did not dare to drive faster. Not to mention that there were many obstacles on these roads. And if there was a problem with the tires, she could stop in time to avoid danger. The car drove for more than an hour, which was enough for her and Lin Jiujiu to walk for more than half a day in the hot weather. Sure enough, it's still fun to drive. Su Miao felt relieved and started to speed up. But this increase in speed was nothing. After increasing the speed to 60 kilometers per hour, after 8 hours of driving, the car broke down. First of all, the air conditioner in the car is broken, and the cooling effect is getting worse and worse. This was nothing to Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu, who were wearing special clothes.
Sister Su Miao, the car seems to be starting to smoke.
Su Miao immediately slowed down the car. Her expression changed slightly. The temperature inside the car was getting higher and higher, almost turning into an oven. Even the car engine started to smoke. Seeing this situation, Su Miao immediately stopped the car and took Lin Jiujiu out of the car. When I opened the front cover, there was a sudden burst of flames.
Sister Su Miao, it's on fire!
Lin Jiujiu was frightened. The moment she saw the car on fire, her first reaction was that the car was going to explode.
Fine.
Su Miao tightened her cold expression and subconsciously threw a large ball of ice and snow to cover the front hood of the car and extinguish the flames. When the ice and snow were melted by the hot sun, Su Miao checked the condition of the car's engine and realized that this could have saved the car. But the car was completely dead. Is this a car worth 300 million? Can it go up to the sky and into water? Can withstand extreme cold and high temperatures? And can it even be used in the universe? Fraud. Su Miao put the car into the magic space. When you get to the market town, recycle it wherever you need it. However, this car helped Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu save nearly 500 kilometers, which is considered a great achievement for their hard work. Not far ahead is Taoyuan town, very close to Taoyuan shelter. It was now afternoon. Time to grab a bite to eat and rest. Su Miao skillfully took out the orange tree magic enchantment and various camping equipment, took a breath of fresh air, and took a bite of iced melon. It was a pleasure. In a desolate city rarely visited by scavengers, many people came today in front of the tunnel blasted by Su Miao. In order to protect themselves from the sun, everyone wore a white reflective cloak, making it impossible to see clearly what they looked like under the cloak. They gathered in front of the tunnel leading underground, and the atmosphere was very heavy.
Who swore that the materials inside would be very safe?
Lan Zhong asked. No one at the scene dared to answer.
Okay. No one is talking. Are you all mute? Let me change the question. Who leaked the secret of the supplies stored here?
As soon as this question came up, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more solemn. Normally, they would immediately ask for a place to take shelter after standing in the hot weather for a long time. But at this moment no one dared to speak. Someone's body was shaking for a while. I don't know if it was due to heat stroke, a guilty conscience, or something else. Lan Zhong stretched out his hand. 15 steps away, the man flew over without resistance and was grabbed by the neck.
Did you leak the secret?
The person who was grabbed by the neck breathed in the hot air. His expression was extremely frightened, and he said breathlessly, I. Snort. Lan Zhong exerted a little force, and the powerful ability user grabbed his neck exploded into pieces, turning into a ball of blood mist and spreading all over the ground.
Is it you? Or you? The people who are here knowing the supplies are here. There won't be more. Don't forget, the entire underground palace is protected by a special alloy. It is impossible to enter without the quantum pass key. However, a hole was blown out of the underground palace. Who can explain it?
Chapter 215, The Mage's Hand Exploded.
Lan Dong, don't be anxious yet.
Liao Sanwei, who was standing in the tunnel opposite Lan Zhong, said,
Look at this tunnel that was blasted out. What's special about it?
Lan Zhong looked down and saw that he had killed one person. He was much calmer and immediately discovered the problem. Liao Sanwei said,
Lan Dong, you should have discovered that the tunnel is 10 meters deep, judging from the traces on the left and right. It was blown out. The tunnel is very steep. The sand and gravel on it are very hot. There are no footprints on the left and right, and there is no machinery around it. There are auxiliary traces, but there are footprints at the bottom of the pit, which shows that the person who came here is an expert and the person went down directly. After the man went down, his footprints were very shallow and small, which means he was a girl, no older than 15 or 16 years old. Besides, there are only footprints going down, not coming up. If nothing else, People are still inside,
Lan Zhong said.
What if the person is not inside?
Liao Sanwei squinted his eyes and said.
If he's not inside, he must have escaped,
Lan Zhong said.
Okay, she'd better be down there.
A group of people entered the underground palace from the tunnel.
Get out of the way. Don't destroy this footprint.
Liao Sanwei asked the people behind him to get out of the way. He measured the footprints left on the sand with his palms and muttered, as if he was calculating something.
Height 162 centimeters. Weight about 50 kilograms.
Liao Sanwei said.
She is a very beautiful girl. Let me profile her.
A few minutes later, a pencil drawing of Lin Jiuzhou's appearance was profiled by Liao Sanwei. Seeing the beautiful girl drawn by Liao Sanwei, the group's eyes couldn't help but stare. In such extremely harsh conditions at the end of the world, can there be such a beautiful and lovely girl? Liao Sanwei said.
She is very strong, but I don't know her specific abilities.
Lan Zhong took a look and said.
Okay.
He strode forward. Arriving at the shopping area, Lan Zhong's face darkened when he saw that the shops had been swept away, leaving only a few spoiled food.
My car and clothes were taken away. How is this possible? Is this a space system user? No one with this kind of ability has been found so far. I heard that scientists at the Nanhu shelter already have dimensional backpack technology for storing things. But this technology is not yet mature and can only hold a small amount of things. It cannot fit such a large car at all.
Several ability users stood here discussing in low voices. But compared to this analysis, they were more shocked that there was only the footprints of a girl here from beginning to end, which was incomprehensible and unimaginable. Lan Zhong didn't say anything. He quickly came to the underground palace warehouse. When he saw the open door of the warehouse, his heart dropped. He walked in and looked at the empty warehouse. Lan Zhong felt his blood pressure soar and wanted to squeeze a few more people to death. He turned and left the warehouse. Liao Sanwei entered the warehouse and took a look, feeling that his heart was about to lose control. By checking the footprints on the ground, he discovered an even more horrifying situation. The girl's footprints were only a little in the warehouse, but everything further away in the warehouse had been taken away. How on earth was this done? Looking at it this way, the dimensional backpack technology can be ruled out. This must be ability. The abilities this girl possesses are very terrifying, and Lan Zhong must be reminded. Lan Zhong came to the auction house's warehouse. Sure enough, everything in the auction house's warehouse was gone. He clenched his fists, his anger almost uncontrollable. The things in the shop were valuable, and he could bear them being taken away. He could bear it if the food and supplies stored in the large warehouse were lost. However, there is one item in the auction warehouse that is very important to them, and this item must not be lost.
Search! You want to see people when you are alive! You want to see corpses when you die?
Lan Zhong ordered. The ability user following him immediately took action, searching every part of the underground palace, trying to find the girl. Just searched for nearly 2 hours and found nothing. The girl profiled by Liao Sanwei seemed to disappear out of thin air.
Where are the people?
Lan Zhong looked at Liao Sanwei, who was following quickly. Liao Sanwei said,
I forgot one thing. She can enter the underground palace without leaving any footprints on the tunnel. And she can also return to the ground in the same way. This is my oversight. Since she can't be found in the underground palace, she must have left.
Lan Zhong said.
Now, I don't care how she enters or leaves. Find her for me.
Liao Sanwei said.
I have already made arrangements.
He thought for a moment and said.
In addition, when I checked the footprints of the large warehouse, I found that she collected all the supplies without approaching the supply rack in the distance. This is simply incredible.
Lan Zhong said.
You want to say that she is very strong?
Liao Sanwei said.
Yes.
Lan Zhong smiled.
Being strong is a good thing. What I like to kill the most is the strong.
Liao Sanwei said.
One more thing. I don't know if it's my misunderstanding. When I profiled this girl just now, I felt that there was a woman beside her. But I checked the footprints on the ground many times and found none. The second person's.
If Su Miao were here, she would definitely throw a purple fireball and annihilate this person as soon as possible. After entering the underground palace, she was afraid that there would be traps and accidents on the ground. She never really landed on the ground, so there was only Lin Jiuzhou's footprints on the ground. However, this Liao Sanwei was able to sense Lin Jiuzhou's existence by profiling her appearance, which was very scary. Lan Zhong said.
I'll leave it to you to find someone.
Liao Sanwei said.
Okay.
Lan Zhong glanced at the underground palace again.
Let them move all the usable things in the underground palace. I will go see an old friend and kill him.
Liao Sanwei wanted to persuade him, but after noticing the look in Lan Zhong's eyes, he said nothing more and allowed Lan Zhong to leave alone. Who would have thought that the rich young man in the past would experience so many tragic changes overnight? The coming of the end has changed too many people and too many things. If his friend Lan Zhong was not here, he would have died at the mouth of those cannibals. Liao Sanwei immediately arranged work for his ability users.
Inform them to come move their things and act quickly. Also, send this portrait to Nanhu Town and Taoyuan Town. It is impossible for such a powerful ability user to appear out of thin air.
The thin Esper said.
Yes.
Ahead is Taoyuan Town. I thought I would arrive soon after repairing it overnight, but I didn't expect to arrive even after a day's departure. Su Miao understood that she had driven too far yesterday and had misjudged the time. But it's really fun to drive. However, even if the car is not broken down, the roads here are not very suitable for driving. Affected by major earthquakes, there are either huge cracks, faults, or landslides on the road. By the time Su Miao and Lin Jiujio saw the outline of Taoyuan Town in the distance, they probably still had to climb 3 hills to reach it.
Let's rest for the night, and then enter Taoyuan Town tomorrow.
Su Miao released the orange tree magic barrier and said, Lin Jiujio nodded obediently. Lin Jiujio is looking forward to eating iced watermelon and iced melon every time he takes a break. If Sister Su Miao doesn't leave anytime soon, just choose a remote place to live. She will be happier. After dinner, Su Miao began to study the Mage's Hand in the ancient magic book. After reading the instructions and usage methods in the book, Su Miao tried it step by step and successfully condensed a Mage's Hand. It feels like the Mage's Hand is condensed with magic power, but it is also somewhat similar to soul mimicry, an extension of his own hand, or an extra hand. But when using it, Su Miao felt that the Mage's Hand would be a little slow, and the power of the Mage's Hand was very weak. If the object weighs more than 20 kilograms, it cannot be lifted. This is too useless. If she adds more magic power, the Mage's Hand will become larger. A little more magic, and the Mage's Hand collapsed. Su Miao recorded these situations in her notebook, and after trying a few more times, she decided to change and adjust the magic formula, magic circuits, and magic runes of the Mage's Hand. First, the Mage's Hand needs to be a little more powerful. The amount of magic that can be endured should be increased a little. Also add some space runes. Like this, like this, like this again. A few minutes later, Su Miao looked at the newly designed Mage's Hand on the notebook and decided to give it a try. Very good. The Mage's Hand is condensed, which shows that the adjustment idea is correct. Su Miao focused on the newly condensed Mage's Hand, completely unaware that the Mina, who was taking a nap under the orange tree, was getting hairy. Beige looked at His Highness Su Miao in horror. He wanted to remind him loudly, but he didn't dare to make a sound for fear of interrupting His Highness Su Miao's thoughts and causing an explosion. Lin Jiujio, who was doing one lesson and one practice, stopped doing the exercises. She looked at Su Miao with a confused expression. Scared. Su Miao is taking the next step. Continue to inject magic power, and there will be no problem for the time being. Very good. Now it's time to stimulate the effects of the newly added space runes. With the injection of more magic power, the Mage's Hand condensed by Su Miao began to expand uncontrollably, twisting, and violently. Su Miao fully deployed the magic space array. Boom! The Mage's Hand exploded. The Mage's Hand that exploded was more than 1 meter high from the ground, but the crater created was more than 3 meters deep and about 10 meters in diameter. Su Miao couldn't help but tremble. She just added a space rune. Would it explode like this? Looking at the deep crater blown out in front of her, Su Miao fell silent. Fortunately, she was gradually testing the Mage's Hand. If it were fully injected with magic power, it would explode directly. As a last resort, she could only delete the space rune on the newly designed Mage's Hand, add a regular magic rune, and continue experimenting. This time the Mage's Hand did not explode again, but problems of this kind still occurred. Su Miao was very dissatisfied. Unconsciously, night fell. Su Miao looked at the time and decided to go to bed first. If there were any questions, she would talk about it tomorrow. Maybe it was a big earthquake, or maybe it was because it was close to a human gathering area. There were a lot of mutant animals nearby. When Su Miao was getting ready to sleep, 5 mutant wild dogs came outside. There was a faint green light in their eyes, and they approached the orange tree magic barrier slowly and quickly. Su Miao was very unhappy, as the Master's Hand failed to complete the research. Raising his hand, he pressed the void. A huge mage's hand appeared in the sky above the 5 mutated wild dogs. It came down with a crash and pressed the 5 mutated wild dogs to the ground. With a snap, blood spattered. The bones of the mutated wild dogs were smashed to pieces. They howled miserably and struggled to stand up again. But their spines were broken, and they could not stand up. It's too awful. Su Miao waved her hand and sent out a ball of purple flame, making them no longer suffer.
Did I succeed?
After coming back to her senses, Su Miao immediately took out her magic notebook and recorded the feeling of using the mage's hand just now. It should have been like this. Like this. Like this. After trying several times in succession, Su Miao looked at the newly designed mage's hand on the magic notebook and smiled happily. Thanks to the mutated wild dogs that came to test it for her. Without them, it might take several days for the mage to complete the modification. The new mage's hand can withstand more magic, is more stable, and has a power of about 300 kg 600 kg. As for whether it can reach higher values in the future, it needs to continue to be studied and explored. But the power it currently has is almost enough for her. Used. Good night. Su Miao talked to Lin Jiujio in beige and fell asleep happily. Through the light, Lin Jiujio saw the remaining ashes outside the orange tree's magic barrier. There were 5 terrifying mutant wild dogs just now. Your Highness is getting more and more powerful. Starling stood on the top of the orange tree, looking into the distance and thinking in his heart. Just now, when His Highness Su Miao was not killing the mutant wild dogs, there were many mutant animals lurking around and approaching here. However, as the hand of the mage appeared, 5 mutated wild dogs were seriously injured at once. Those mutated animals that tried to sneak closer fled far away, and did not dare to get even half a step closer. At 4:11 in the morning, Su Miao woke up. Here again, I must praise the new witch's robe. This high-tech robe will not get dirty no matter how she wears it. She only needs to change her underwear regularly. Speaking of which, I have to find time to clean and dry the underwear in the magic space. She hasn't done laundry for a long time. If you continue, you won't have clean underwear to change into. Anyway, washing clothes is easy. You just need to take out the washing machine, throw a big water ball into it, put a laundry ball in it, connect it to the electricity, and spin it a few times. A few minutes later, Lin Jiujio woke up, and the two continued to set off after breakfast. It took them nearly 2 hours to climb over 3 mountains and see Taoyuan town, 1,000 meters away. At this time, it was already dawn, and the outdoor temperature was 81 degrees Celsius. The ability users who were hunting outside walked into the town in small groups with the harvested mutant animals. From these mutated animals, the fur, bones, teeth, claws, meat, etc. can be sold, or turned over to the cooperative run by the shelter to earn points, and then use the points to buy daily necessities such as starch, sugar, salt, medicine, etc. Viewed from a distance, Taoyuan town looks prosperous. But if you look closer, you will find that many buildings in Taoyuan town have been damaged. Where they stood, there were crater bombs, pitch black soil, and all kinds of bone fragments everywhere. This place had been visited by waves of mutant beasts and insect plagues. But Taoyuan town persisted and survived. Su Miao didn't stay too long. She walked forward holding a silver umbrella. Lin Jiujio, who was wearing a cloak, followed Su Miao with Bago standing on his shoulders and followed quickly. When they arrived at the entrance of the town, they were stopped. The dark-skinned gatekeeper said, "No passes? Foreigners? Take off your hats and hoods and register." Chapter 216 Jiujio. Don't panic yet. Check in. Check in. This request is very reasonable. They had met him in Yangshanji and Nanhu town. In the apocalyptic world, no one knows what dangerous person will enter the market town. If something happens, these records can be used as important clues for investigation. However, there is a problem with the person requesting registration. There was malice in him. Therefore, without waiting for the dark-skinned ability user to approach, Su Miao raised her hand and accurately pierced the opponent's chest with an ice arrow. Lin Jiujio was originally going to take off his hood obediently, but who knew that Sister Su Miao killed someone first? The ability user guarding the gate widened his eyes. What happened? He felt a cold feeling in his heart. An extreme panic spread. Then he fell to the hot ground and died from the burns on the ground. Mina flew over and found a piece of paper from the gatekeeper's hut. On the paper was a printed portrait of Lin Jiujio. The moment she saw the portrait, Su Miao understood that this was Lin Jiujio who was wanted. Last time, Pei Xiaomu was misunderstood as a murderer. Change to Lin Jiujiu this time? Is there someone in the Yangshan refuge who is unwilling to give up and is wanted secretly? Because of the Dream World concert incident, more than 120,000 people died in Yangshan shelter. Although the culprit Si Tian Ganpu died, Lin Jiujiu, Ganpu's tool man, was still alive, and they were very unwilling to do so. But how much price did they pay to reach out to Taoyuan town? Wrong. Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujiu's portrait and rejected the previous idea. For people in Yangshan shelter, Lin Jiujiu's information is that he is 9 years old, and most of his impressions are that he is also 9 years old. The few who know will keep it a secret as much as possible. In addition, Lin Jiujiu in the portrait has a look that evolved after Xingshu Mountain. The time doesn't match. So, why did this portrait appear? And why was Lin Jiujiu wanted? Su Miao didn't understand. You should ask this person. Su Miao looked at the body lying on the ground. The person had been killed. Never mind. A ball of purple flame fell, and the body turned into ashes. If they were still conscious and able to speak, those with gatekeeping abilities would want to cry. He got this gatekeeping job by squeezing out a gatekeeper by relying on his brother-in-law's power as the patrol captain. He had only been working for about a week. But unexpectedly a business came in. A big boss asked him to pay attention to the people coming in and out of Taoyuan town. If he found a suspicious girl in the suspected portrait, he must notify them. As long as he provides information, he can get a large amount of resources, and even a small piece of energy ore. This is really exciting. Who would have thought that after just one day of squatting, he would notice Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu coming from a distance. They were well maintained, and the clothes they wore were very clean. Even if he couldn't see their faces clearly, he could be sure that Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu were very beautiful. His intuition told him that business was coming. Of course, the person with the goalkeeping ability is not a fool. He keeps in mind the reminder of the big boss when placing orders. The person they're looking for is very strong, so don't mess with him. Therefore, he only planned to go through the normal process. Check and register, and then issue passes to allow people to enter Taoyuan town. When the person leaves, immediately contact the big boss who placed the order and pass the message on. A large amount of resources and energy ores have arrived. Who would have known that Su Miao would kill someone directly? Don't you know this is a market town specially set up by Taoyuan Refuge? How dare you do this? Su Miao only stopped for a short time, and a fire broke out, burning Lin Jiujiu's portrait to ashes. Jiujiu, let's go! Lin Jiujiu glanced at the little ashes left on the ground and quickly followed. A hot wind blew, and now there were no ashes on the ground. Su Miao took Lin Jiujiu into Taoyuan town. It was almost 7 a.m. when they arrived. The outdoor temperature was as high as 81 degrees Celsius, much higher than usual. There was almost no one on the surface, and no one saw her kill the gatekeeper. There are no witnesses, which is nice and saves a lot of trouble. It wasn't until they entered Taoyuan town for more than 20 minutes that Su Miao noticed some eyes from the buildings on the left and right sides of the street. Su Miao didn't care. They just needed to get out of Taoyuan town as soon as possible, enter the Taoyuan shelter, and leave immediately after visiting the library. The fact was as Su Miao expected. Under the influence of the scorching sun and high temperature, they walked out of Taoyuan town safely. Even if there are eyes on them, those eyes will be moved away immediately. I'm afraid that if I stare for too long, I might get misunderstood. The process of entering Taoyuan shelter was similar to that of entering Nanhu shelter. Su Miao came to the library of Taoyuan shelter. Unfortunately, after searching for 2 days, she found no magic book. So, Su Miao said goodbye to the Taoyuan shelter. It is worth mentioning that Taoyuan shelter did not ask Su Miao to plant a magic tree outside and just sent them away. The other party didn't say anything. So Su Miao didn't plant trees. And she didn't have many concentrated growth potions in reserve. Use 1 drop. 1 drop less. Another thing. I don't know if it was Su Miao's misunderstanding. The Taoyuan shelter didn't seem to welcome her very much. But it didn't have any difficulties with her request to visit the library. Because of this situation, Su Miao was considering whether to enter the Xixia shelter next time. At least judging from the current situation, there may not necessarily be a magic book in the shelter. On the contrary, those private bases have a chance to be refreshed. Don't move! Suddenly, someone from the front shouted loudly through a loudspeaker. Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu stopped. The time now is 3:45 in the morning. It is normal to encounter people when walking at night in hot weather. But these people have obviously been lying in wait here for a long time. Very strong malice. There are many powerful ability users. So be afraid. The sycamore with staff appeared in his hand. Su Miao waved the staff. More than 30 ice arrow magic arrays unfolded. And hundreds of ice arrows were fired at the same time.
Why did you kill my brother-in-law? Do you know how long my wife and mother-in-law cried? How long they fought? And how many times they slapped me over this matter?
Liang Bo, who was holding a loudspeaker, asked loudly.
I know he is a fool, but he never offends the strong. I don't know.
The questioning was not over, and the ice arrows was down. Then, there were screams. In the blink of an eye, many people were killed and many were seriously injured. Liang Bo was shocked and angry. He hadn't listed the other party's crimes in detail, and hadn't given the order to take action. But the other party dared to take action first.
Kill them!
Gunfire sounded and multiple rockets were launched. Liang Bo wanted to kill Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu immediately. It has something to do with the Taoyuan shelter. So what if you come out of the Taoyuan shelter? I came out only 2 days after going in. This shows that the relationship between these two people and the Taoyuan sanctuary is not deep. And it would be okay to kill them. But he still didn't know the reason why they killed his brother-in-law. Liang Bo wanted to capture him alive and take him back alive. But the current situation was a bit beyond his imagination. On the highway, facing heavy firepower attacks from many ability users, Su Miao fully deployed the magic space array and collected all the rockets and artillery LS in front of her into the magic space. Further away, if it explodes, it will explode. The shock wave can be blocked by the magic space array like the heat wave. As for the gravel and soil, it was impossible to break through her magic barrier. This scene was different in Liang Bo's eyes. Why do so many artillery LS and rockets fail to explode when launched? Did those arms sellers trick him? Impossible. He sells arms in Taoyuan town. No one knows better than him whether the quality of this batch of arms is good or not. But what is going on? What ability does the other party have? Liang Bo suddenly woke up. It seems that he led people to ambush here without confirming the opponent's ability. There was no problem with ambush. But he was very confident. He wanted to count the opponent's evidence before launching an attack, and gave Su Miao a good first move. When powerful ability users fight, time is life. Su Miao waved her staff and set all the recovered rockets and artillery LS back. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued on both sides of the road ahead, and each of the ability users who participated in the ambush were killed and disabled before they had time to react. The bleeding doesn't stop. In an instant, the screams on the battlefield became more and more shrill. The blood of any ability user who was injured in the battlefield burst out uncontrollably. At this moment, even if there are still people who want to continue attacking, their fear is greatly amplified by the tragic situation of their companions around them. How terrifying would it be to know that some of them are wearing night vision goggles to see the front of the ball? But there are only 2 of them on the other side. And they can confirm their positions in the dark without wearing anything? Magic drain. This is area magic. The blood of the injured ability user flows rapidly. And under the influence of the magic circle, this blood is transformed into huge magic power. Immediately afterwards, this huge magic power was used by Su Miao to condense the mage's hand. The mage's hand, which is about 10 meters long and 6 meters wide, appears from the sky. Although the ability users below could not see anything, they could feel the pressure from the mage's hand, as if some great terror was about to fall in the darkness. Liang Bo was the first to bear the brunt. He felt that this inexplicable and terrifying pressure was directed at him. He was right. Su Miao took the staff and pointed at the point with the strongest malice. The mage's hand struck Liang Bo with thunderous force. Liang Bo felt the terrifying pressure. He did not sit still and waited for death. He opened his arms, and his body was instantly petrified. He actually resisted the slap of the mage's hand. Boom! The ground sank 10 centimeters. And Liang Bo was still frightened. He was almost beaten to death. However, he resisted. At the same time, he learned a little bit about the opponent's strength through this blow. This was not a powerful person he could provoke. Must escape. But before his body fully recovered, the invisible mage's hand grabbed Liang Bo's entire body and grabbed him back towards Su Miao. Liang Bo kept struggling, but he couldn't break free from the shackles of the mage's hands. It's over. Liang Bo felt very sad. If it weren't for the death of his brother-in-law and his wife and mother-in-law's quarrels day and night, which made the family restless, he wouldn't have organized a hasty ambush after getting the news. Besides, his brother-in-law, in order for him to get a stable and lucrative job, specially arranged for him to guard the gate of Taoyuan town. To be on the safe side, he specially asked his brother-in-law to form a team with a person with abilities, who knew how to sense words and emotions, who knew that this idiot would squeeze the person away without telling him long after he did it. He hates it. Now, he can't go home without avenging his brother-in-law. As for why, he wouldn't give up on such a cheating wife and mother-in-law. It's just because this family saved him after the apocalypse, and took care of his dying mother, in order to honor his mother's instructions to repay her kindness before she died. Liang Bo persisted until today. Soon, Liang Bo saw Su Miao and Lin Jiujio standing in the dark night. He wanted to say a last word. However, Su Miao didn't give him any chance. A ball of purple flame appeared out of thin air, wrapped Liang Bo, and burned to ashes in the blink of an eye.
Mina, kill all those who escape,
Su Miao said.
Yes, Your Highness.
Bagel flew up from Lin Jiujio's shoulders and escaped into the darkness. In the darkness, the surviving ability users were panting and running, and their heads suddenly fell off. In less than 3 minutes, all 11 ability users who escaped were killed by Mina. As for those left on the battlefield, all died of blood loss and serious injuries. The ill will is gone, and there is no need to be afraid. However, the battle broke out so suddenly that Lin Jiujio seemed to be frightened. Throwing out a starlight bloom, Su Miao took Lin Jiujio's hand and left the scene quickly. In a high-temperature and natural disaster environment, darkness is the time for ability users to take action. So many explosions here will definitely attract some people's attention. As for the remaining bodies, let them remain in the wilderness. There will be foraging mutant animals to deal with. Half an hour later, a person with abilities wearing a black cloak arrived at the scene. It was 4:30 in the morning. It was dark, and the condition of the bodies on the ground could be seen clearly.
The head was cut off with a sharp weapon. It looks like it was attacked by a mutated raptor. But why wasn't the body taken away? Is it a domesticated mutated raptor? They all died from rapid blood loss. This way of death is a bit familiar. These people were killed by thermal weapons.
After examining the bodies, he quickly left. Not long after, another group of scavengers arrived, and they took away the rocket launchers, firearms, bullets and other materials brought by Liang Bo and others. Someone seemed to have discovered something good during the process, which directly triggered a bloody battle among the scavengers. After several scavengers died, the ability users quickly dispersed. Later, some mutant bugs and animals crawled out and took away the corpses left on the ground. These corpses were enough for them to eat for a while. The basement of a villa and mansion. Lan Dong, who was stained with blood, strode towards an office, opened the door and asked,
"Is there any news?"
Liao Sanwei, who was sorting out the information, turned around and said,
"There is news."
Lan Zhong pulled up a chair and sat down.
"Tell me,"
Liao Sanwei said.
"Taoyuan town discovered the whereabouts of the girl. Her name is Lin Jiujio. She entered the Taoyuan shelter. She is suspected to be related to the shelter, but she only stayed in the shelter for 2 days before coming out. Along with Lin Jiujio was a pink girl with twin ponytails. She was wearing a witch's robe. I didn't find out her name. When they entered Taoyuan town, they were discovered by the informant we commissioned, and the informant was beaten to ashes. The informant's brother-in-law is Liang Bo, the patrol captain of Taoyuan town. I arranged for someone to give the information to Liang Bo. Liang Bo organized a group of people to intercept and kill Lin Jiujio and the girl with pink twin tails. In less than 3 minutes of fighting, Liang Bo everyone was killed."
Lan Zhong nodded, very satisfied with the news. Liao Sanwei continued,
"In addition, our people did not find Liang Bo's body on the battlefield. As expected, he was also crushed to ashes. The opponent should have the ability to master high-temperature flames. In addition, many corpses at the scene have traces of blood bursting out. This should be a type of blood control ability, which is very difficult."
Lan Zhong said.
"Do you want to talk about King Dashi and Blood Witch?"
Liao Sanwei shook his head.
"King Dashi is dead a long time ago. The Blood Witch has gone south and will not come here. But no matter what, those with the ability to control blood are not weak. You must be careful when you confront her."
Lan Zhong smiled.
"I'm just afraid that they are too weak,"
Liao Sanwei said.
"Lan Dong, maybe we can try negotiation. If negotiation doesn't work, we can then use force. First get the things to complete the transaction and solve our immediate tasks. It won't be too late for you to kill them later,"
Lan Zhong said.
"Okay, you can arrange this, but you don't have to do it yourself,"
Liao Sanwei said.
Don't worry. I am very afraid of death and not so confident. According to the current intelligence, they will pass by Yulin's utopia, and I will entrust him to assist in negotiations.
Lan Zhong stood up.
Well, I'm going to take a shower.
Liao Sanwei stood up and asked.
Lan Dong, is there blood on your body?
Lan Zhong said.
They are all the old friends who are picking things apart. Without me as an old friend, they will be in chaos for a while.
Liao Sanwei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Lan Zhong was fine. He sat down and continued working. After walking for more than 6 hours, Su Miao stopped and took Lin Jiujiu off the road to find a relatively flat highland, took out the orange tree magic enchantment, and established a temporary camp. The battle broke out so suddenly that Lin Jiujiu was a little frightened, so he wanted to take a rest first. I believe that after walking such a long way, there should be no problem.
Sister Su Miao, I'm fine.
Lin Jiujiu's face looked a little pale. Su Miao said,
Well, I'm worried that there will be an ambush in front of me, so I'll stop to have a rest and eat some iced watermelon first.
This was a lie, which made Lin Jiujiu feel at ease. After all, if the condition is not good, it will be really difficult to walk in such hot weather. However, Su Miao realized that she had really misunderstood. Lin Jiujiu took a bite of the iced watermelon before covering his stomach, showing an expression of extreme pain.
Ah! Sister Su Miao, my stomach hurts. Sister Su Miao.
I'm bleeding. What should I do?
Lin Jiujiu was very panicked when he saw the blood on the stool. His face turned pale, and he was so frightened that the mina flew up. Blood was flowing down Lin Jiujiu's white thighs. The situation looked serious. Su Miao blinked when she saw Lin Jiujiu's condition. Is this a condition that only happens to a 9-year-old and a 15-year-old body?
Jiujiu, don't panic yet. Don't be afraid.
Su Miao held Lin Jiujiu's shoulders and said softly,
This bleeding is normal. You have entered the monthly magic period. You will be fine in 2 days.
With that said, Su Miao took out a pack of high-end sanitary napkins from the magic space.
Just use this.
Chapter 217 Utopia. Lin Jiujiu is really amazing. He can keep silent after entering the magic period and follow her for 6 hours in hot weather. This was her negligence, thinking that Lin Jiujiu was frightened by the sudden outbreak of fighting.
Sister Su Miao, am I really okay? I won't die, right?
Seeing the continuous bleeding, Lin Jiujiu panicked and couldn't believe it, because during several battles, she saw Su Miao using strange magic on injured people. The people who were targeted were bleeding from all over their bodies, which was extremely terrifying. People will die.
It'll be okay. Don't worry.
Su Miao took out a tent, gave Lin Jiujiu a wash basin, a towel, and a pack of sanitary napkins, and asked Lin Jiujiu to go into the tent to solve the problem. Lin Jiujiu looked into Sister Su Miao's eyes and chose to believe it. Half an hour later, she walked out of the tent. It's just that what happened just now made Lin Jiujiu feel weird, and he didn't dare to go see Sister Su Miao. Although the situation is temporarily under control, Lin Jiujiu still feels. Lin Jiujiu wanted to pull his hair, but he didn't dare to continue feeling it.
Drink a glass of hot water first.
Su Miao took out a paper cup, threw a heated water ball into it, and added some brown sugar. She didn't know whether this kind of magic that kept losing blood had any specific healing effect. She would just have to try it. Lin Jiujiu took the paper cup and took a careful sip, feeling much better. Although the pain is still there, it has reduced a lot, and I am not as panicked as before.
Found it.
Su Miao searched the magic space for a long time and found a popular science book on puberty and development.
You don't have to do the questions these days. Just read this book. After reading it, you will understand what the magic period is.
Lin Jiujiu curiously took the book, hesitated for a moment, and asked,
Sister Su Miao, do girls in the magic period have the qualifications to become magical girls?
This. Su Miao was silent for a second when asked.
Yes. Girls in the magic period have the qualifications to become magical girls. Although the magical girl
she has seen so far is Xu Xiangxiang, who relied on the dream world and fantasy to transform into a magical girl in Yanshan's sanctuary. Although in essence Xu Xiangxiang is still a person with abilities. Now, just let Lin Jiujiu feel at ease and not be afraid. But in this case, it became unrealistic for them to continue on their way. Su Miao looked at the surrounding environment and decided to stay for the time being. The people who ambushed them have all been killed, so no one should find them here. After Lin Jiujiu settled down, The newly brought iced watermelon and iced melon on the table could only be shared by her and Mina. Mina was very happy to eat. Lin Jojo is pitiful. She also wants to eat. But she can't eat now.
Let's have a small cake first.
Su Miao took out a small cake from the magic space and placed it in front of Lin Jojo. Lin Jojo said,
"Thank you, Sister Su Miao."
After taking a break, Su Miao took out the ancient magic book and started studying. Su Miao reviewed the mage's hand first. It was very smooth to use, and there was nothing that needed to be modified for the time being. The next thing to learn is magic tentacles and magic phantoms. The principle of magic tentacles is similar to that of mage hands. Su Miao only used it after a little trial. It's just that the magic tentacles used according to the descriptions in the old magic books are too weak and may not be able to adapt to the dangers encountered, but may easily become useless. Therefore, it must be enhanced. Su Miao took out some A4 printing paper, scribbled on the paper,
and modified the formulas, circuits, and runes of the magic tentacles.
A brand new rune. Is this a magic rune related to bondage?
Looking at the magic runes in the old magic book, Su Miao was a little curious. There are only some magic runes taught in potion science, and those that exist are mainly related to the magic circle for refining potions. Therefore, there are many magic runes that are not included in it, similar to the magic space array and starlight bloom. Many of the magic runes involved are not included in potion science. First, add a little more binding magic runes and try it out. A magic tentacle appeared, easily grabbing the hard soil in front of it.
It doesn't feel as good as the hands of a mage.
Su Miao blinked, not satisfied with the summoned magic tentacles. However, unlike the mage's hand, the magic tentacle consumes very little magic power, can be maintained for a short time, and can summon many at the same time. Su Miao raised her hand, and dark, smoking magic tentacles sprouted from the ground like weeds. It made people's hair stand on end and goosebumps spread all over their bodies. The visual effect was a bit too bad. Continue to modify. I originally thought that with the foundation of the mage's hand, it would be very smooth to modify the magic tentacles. Unexpectedly, Su Miao had to modify it for 3 days before he succeeded. Looking at the brand new magic tentacles recorded in the magic notes, Su Miao smiled slightly. It's finally done. Su Miao raised her hand, and several very thick magic tentacles emerged from the ground. These magic tentacles include black smoking ones, green smoking ones, and pink smoking ones. The visual effect is very good. As the magic input unfolds, the summoned magic tentacles grow rapidly, reaching a length of more than 30 meters, and will become very efficient in capturing and binding targets, especially the pink smoking tentacles. Su Miao also specially added some special effects. When the tentacles are not completely exposed, they will be regarded as a group of pink flowers. With another wave of his hand, thousands of magic tentacles, large and small, appeared in front, swaying in the wind, creating a spectacular scene. Inside the magic barrier of the orange tree, the Mina was shivering. Lin Jojo closed his eyes. She remembered something bad. In the anime I have seen before, tentacles are the lifelong enemies of magical girls. Especially in some anime, villains like to use tentacles to control magical girls and commit unimaginable crimes. Speaking of which, Lin Jojo asked Sister Su Miao 3 days ago if she had the qualifications to become a magical girl. If she really became a magical girl and was restrained by Sister Su Miao with such tentacles. Ah, what on earth am I thinking about? Lin Jojo's face turned crimson. It's all the magic period's fault.
Huh?
Lin Jojo stood up. She touched her stomach and felt that the pain was gone. Was the magic period over?
All right.
Su Miao confirmed Lin Jojo's condition and took out a piece of iced watermelon to Lin Jojo. Lin Jojo smiled happily after eating the iced watermelon he hadn't seen for a long time. It seems to be really good. After a simple meal, Su Miao, Lin Jojo and Bago continued to set off. Returning to the road, Su Miao glanced at the road behind her and the traces left on the road to confirm that no one would be chasing her in Taoyuan town. She had killed her very cleanly last time. However, someone wanted Lin Jojo, and this trouble needed to be solved. She didn't want to be in trouble along the way. In hot weather and natural disasters, it would be very dangerous to just rely on her feet to travel. In the underground palace of the luxurious villa, Lan Zhong asked,
"It's been 3 days, and there's no news?"
Liao Sanwei shook his head.
"No, there is no news of their appearance from Utopia."
Lan Zhong stood up and said,
"Let's go to Utopia,"
Liao Sanwei said.
"This Will Dylan agree?
Lan Zhong said.
Don't worry. We are not going to attack Utopia. Dylan will agree. Doesn't he want to build Utopia into a real Utopia in this Doomsday? Even if we are not willing to accept it. What else can we build? Utopia? Oh, by the way, I heard that he is getting married to his daughter. Prepare a gift, and let's go have a wedding banquet.
Liao Sanwei shook his head.
I'm going to make preparations.
Lan Zhong said.
Okay.
Liao Sanwei hesitated to speak. Lan Dong, who was about to leave, stopped and said,
Is there anything else you want to say?
Liao Sanwei said.
I'm thinking, what if they don't go to Utopia?
Lan Zhong said.
You mean they will brave the scorching sun and heat to cross mountains and ridges? Look at the map on the wall. They will definitely reach the ideal town in the future. And they will definitely return to Taoyuan Town in the future. But Taoyuan Town has always been there is no news about them.
Liao Sanwei said.
That is indeed the case. Then there is only one possibility. They were delayed by something.
His expression changed.
Could he have encountered those mutant beasts?
Lan Zhong knocked on the table.
It's possible. Let's get ready. Let's go to Utopia.
Liao Sanwei said.
Okay. Do you want to bring everyone?
Lan Zhong paused.
Bring them all.
This transaction is very important and cannot be missed. 2 days later, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu stopped in a wilderness to repair temporarily. There are pits everywhere in the nearby mountains and forests. It seems that the roots of the trees buried in the ground have been dug out. It is not known whether they are taken back to eat or used as firewood. There should be many people living around here. Otherwise the ground would not be dug so clean. Bago went out to patrol for a while and then returned.
Your Highness, there is a small town ahead. It looks like there are many people living in the town.
Su Miao looked at the time. It was now 7 a.m. When entering the town, it should be the time when people were sleeping underground, so they could pass smoothly.
Well, is there a shelter nearby? Your Highness, no shelter has been found.
Mina said while eating ice-cold watermelon. Su Miao showed a solemn look. There was no official shelter, but there were people living in it. This was basically no different from the private bases encountered on the road. It was very dangerous. Maybe there will be a wanted order for Lin Jiujiu here. She looked at the magic space. The purple fireball in the magic space was more than 3 meters in diameter, which was barely enough. I don't know what happened to the magic space recently. The speed of devouring magic power has become very fast. The magic fireballs stored in it have almost become nutrients for the magic space to continue to grow. Therefore, even if Su Miao throws small purple fireballs into it every day, the reserve is only so small. After a short rest, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu continued to set off and arrived at Ideal Township at noon. The roads here look clean, and there is no trash on the ground. Those who don't know will think that they are back before the end of time. There is a stone pillar standing in front of the gate. On the stone pillar is written, "Welcome to Utopia." There is a large stone next to the stone pillar. There are many words engraved on the large stone.
No matter where you come from, what kind of past you have, or whether you have abilities, as long as you join Utopia, you are our relatives. May we help each other and survive the end of the world together.
Signed, Dylan. This, after reading the above content, Su Miao couldn't comment. She has met several people with similar ideas. And without exception, they are either paranoid or crazy. Not even an official shelter can do this, let alone a small town surviving in the apocalyptic wilderness. However, whether this is the case here has nothing to do with Su Miao. She was just passing through. Su Miao glanced at the stone house not far away. Different from Taoyuan Town. The person guarding the door of the stone house was an old man with gray hair. He looked trembling and might collapse at any time. After carefully sensing it, Su Miao blinked and determined that the old man was a very powerful person with no malicious intent. But if anyone dares to underestimate this old man, he may die on the spot. Seeing that the other party had no intention of blocking the road for inspection, Su Miao led Lin Jiujiu towards Utopia. The old man opened his cloudy eyes, picked up a marble, and flicked it into a water pipe. The marble quickly rolled down in the water pipe and appeared in a sandbox in the dungeon a minute later. The young man who was dozing off with one hand on his neck woke up instantly, saw the marbles in the sandbox, and hurriedly reported the situation.
People are here.
Someone walked through the guarded passages and came to a room and said, "The middle-aged man in the room is blowing up balloons. His daughter is getting married. As a father, he must fully support her even at the end of the world."
Is this the person Lan Zhong is looking for?
Dylan stood up and asked.
Yes. Her name is Lin Jiujiu. There is a girl with pink twin tails next to her. The name cannot be found.
The intelligence officer said. Duyulin nodded.
I have entered Nanhu shelter and Taoyuan shelter, and my name cannot be found. He should be a senior person in the shelter. Make arrangements and I will go see them.
The middle-aged man wearing a security uniform and helping to blow up the balloon said.
Okay.
Duyulin added.
By the way, let them all be friendly. Anyone who enters the Utopia is a friend, not an enemy. Do you understand? Don't worry, boss.
The middle-aged security guard said. Duyulin shook his head.
I have told you many times. Don't call me boss. Just call me by my name. Okay, boss.
The middle-aged security guard went out. The name of this middle-aged security guard is Hua Hungtu, who used to be a service staff in Ideal Township. After the Doomsday flood came, he took the initiative to share the food stored at home with everyone to help those around him survive the disaster. Hua Hungtu's behavior infected the people around him, causing more and more people in the town to join them, even some who had hidden a lot of food. People in ideal towns help each other, and will never give up unless absolutely necessary. Duyulin, who accidentally brought his daughter here for a trip, survived and awakened his abilities only with the help of Hua Hungtu, seeing such an ideal town. In order to repay them, Duyulin used his resources as much as possible to send them to Ideal Town, making it a fortress against the Doomsday. This is evidenced by their success in withstanding heavy rains, floods, snowstorms, extreme cold, and high temperatures. Chapter 218 The Hospitable Utopia. Su Miao and Lin Jiujio were walking in this clean town, and were very surprised to see the decorations in the town. The town was decorated with lights and colorful lights, and looked very lively. Buildings without red cloth strips will be tied with some high-temperature resistant red plastic bags. Is there any wedding going on in this apocalyptic town? Su Miao was very curious. Just as I was thinking this, a middle-aged security guard appeared at the intersection ahead. He held an umbrella and said,
Welcome to Utopia.
Su Miao stopped while holding her silver umbrella and frowned slightly. It's a stranger. There was no malice on the other side. But he really came out to welcome them while standing on their only path. Or will he bury his malice deep in his heart like Shinming?
Our boss Duyulin's daughter is about to get married, and I would like to treat every friend who passes by Utopia to a sip of wedding wine.
Hua Hongtu glanced at Lin Jiujio and said sincerely,
In addition, due to some misunderstandings, this girl named Lin Jiujio seems to be wanted. If you are willing to stay, we can help deal with these troubles.
This man actually knew Lin Jiujio's name. How much does the other party know? Su Miao is not very good at talking to strangers. If necessary, Bago can do it for him. However, this time the matter involves Lin Jiujio. If it knows, understands, and is certain, Starling can take the initiative to speak. But if it is unsure or does not know, it will not dare to help His Highness Su Miao make a decision. Therefore, Bago stood on Lin Jiujio's shoulders, responsible for monitoring the nearby environment in case there was an ambush. Su Miao tried hard to maintain a cold expression and asked,
Do you know who is wanted for Lin Jiujio?
Hua Hongtu said.
I don't know, but our boss knows.
Su Miao said.
Then you still dare to make such a promise?
Hua Hongtu said.
This is the promise of our boss.
Dare to make such a promise. Which only explains one problem. The person who issued the wanted order for Lin Jiujio will come to this ideal land to confirm who issued the wanted order. Then the relevant personnel should be eliminated, and the future troubles should be solved. It's just that there's a wedding going on in this town, and there will definitely be a lot of strangers there. And she's afraid. Even if she lived in a shelter before. Even if she had to pass through a crowded area. Su Miao would leave as quickly as possible. How can I do? Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujio beside her, thinking about whether to believe it or not. What if Hua Hongtu has no ill intentions? But Duyulin, the manager of Utopia, does? Just as he was thinking this, another person came out of the underground.
Boss!
Hua Hongtu shouted. Duyulin hesitated to speak. He looked at Su Miao and Lin Jiujio with a smile, and said politely,
Hello, I am Duyulin, and I reluctantly serve as the administrator of Utopia. My daughter is getting married. I hope you can stay and have a wedding drink. I will help you solve your troubles. This will be beneficial to you no matter whether you want to stay in Utopia or leave Utopia in the future.
There's no malice at all. Su Miao confirmed several times that there was no hidden malice. In the apocalyptic world, apart from official shelters, are there really such kind people in private-based towns? However, the achievements of Ideal Township have proven that Duyulin is a person Even the previous Lashu town may not be as good as this one. It's so outrageous. So abnormal. However, there is one thing Su Miao is sure of. Both Hua Hongtu and Du Yulin are very powerful ability users. As for how strong they are specifically, she doesn't know their abilities and has never seen them take action. So she doesn't know. This should be the confidence that Du Yulin and Hua Hongtu would say to help them solve their troubles. But was Du Yulin really just asking them to have a wedding drink when they were passing by? Su Miao didn't believe it. Good. After hesitating for a while, Su Miao agreed. This was a decision made by Su Miao after considering various possible situations. Although you will meet a lot of strangers then, it should be fine if you hide in a corner. The most important thing is that it can really solve the problem of Lin Jiujiu being wanted. Which is not bad.
Great! Please come this way!
Du Yulin was very happy. He led the way and introduced happily.
You too. After the wedding starts, we will prepare a lot of delicious food. Please don't worry, and you are welcome. There is not much in Utopia, and the food is enough.
Su Miao was confused. Is it true or false? Even the official refuge would not dare to say this with such confidence. Beige, standing on Lin Jiujiu's shoulder, asked,
Really?
When he found out that it was Ba Gu who was speaking, there was no contempt on Du Yulin's face. He smiled and said,
To tell you the truth, Ideal Township has several starch converters. As long as there is sufficient power, pure starch can be synthesized by absorbing moisture, carbon dioxide, oxygen, etc. from the air. It is precisely by relying on these starches that Ideal Township only in this way can all the people in the village live a prosperous life. In terms of electricity, the weather is hot every day. We use solar energy to generate electricity. There is enough electricity, and there is enough food.
There are such technologies in Old Tree Town and official shelters. But the output is not too high. There seem to be some technical barriers. But Du Yulin successfully solved them. Su Miao was a little curious. Mina said again,
Aren't you worried that this weather will only last for a few months?
Du Yulin said confidently.
Are you talking about heavy rains, floods, snowstorms, and extremely cold weather? We have already considered it and are fully prepared.
Mina said.
What kind of preparation?
Du Yulin smiled.
You will see it later. Except for core technologies, Utopia is willing to share any technology.
A few minutes later, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu followed Du Yulin into a corridor. The corridor is decorated with glass that is visible from the inside, but invisible to the outside. Through the glass, they saw many large mutant rats bound by chains in the room. They were running forward without stopping. Through their running, the large machines in the room rotated rapidly and transmitted energy upwards. If a mutated rat runs slowly, a person with abilities will come over nearby holding a special whip. Once the whip is applied, even if the mutated rat has rough skin and thick flesh, the flesh will be torn open and blood will flow. The mutated rat in pain does not dare to neglect and can only continue running. In addition to this special leather whip, there are also metal thorns like long-handled javelins, scalding hot water, etc. Some mutated rats couldn't hold on and fell down, no matter how hard they used whips or metal spikes. They couldn't stand up and continue working. At this time, specialized ability users will come over to end their lives completely. They will peel off the skin, claws, teeth, and cut the flesh of these mutated rats. They will then grind the meat into mincemeat and mix it with various messy things to feed them. The new mutated rats give them more power to carry on. People in Utopia don't eat the meat of mutated rats? Su Miao was even more surprised. However, she soon understood. She saw food other than the feet above. Those are all kinds of filth from Utopia. The capable people in Utopia use all kinds of filth to make special food for the mutated rats to eat. The mutated rats raised in this way contain a lot of poison in their meat, so they must not be eaten. A few steps away, Su Miao saw a glass room with many mutant mice. These mutant mice will become one of the future energy sources of Utopia. Su Miao looked around and didn't see the female mice that gave birth to these mutated rats, nor the related rooms. Hua Hongtu took the initiative to introduce.
Because the picture is not suitable, we did not set up the mutated mice mating room here. Under normal circumstances, we will select excellent mutant mice for mating, so that they can give birth to better mutant mice and raise them. The growth cycle of these mutant mice is very fast, and it only takes about 40 days to become as big as a pig. We will also use the female rat in question until it dies.
Du Yulin added quite proudly.
Thanks to the accumulation of these technologies, otherwise Utopia would not have been able to survive the last wave of mutated beasts and insect plagues.
Su Miao didn't know how to evaluate this anymore. She glanced at Lin Jiujiu. There was no fear on Lin Jiujiu's face, and she felt relieved. I remember before the end of the world, 2 roommates living in a university dormitory would be extremely frightened and yell when they saw cockroaches and rats. What was even more exaggerated was that one of them ran out of the dormitory without even wearing pants. Please help. Su Miao happened to be passing by and stepped on the cockroach that was showing off on the ground. The 2 roommates became very enthusiastic towards Su Miao, which frightened Su Miao. Unable to stand such roommates, Su Miao rented an apartment off campus to live alone in the second week. It's great that Lin hasn't been afraid for a long time. Mina asked.
Are you going to eat these mutated mice?
Doolin said.
Of course they are edible. But the meat of these mutated rats is somewhat poisonous. So we have optimized and improved the mutated rats. The edible ones have been raised in separate pens to ensure that they live in the ideal land.
Everyone can get enough protein. The quality of these meats is very good. They only need to be sprinkled with a little salt, and will be very delicious when grilled in the sun. If you are interested, you can have a taste later.
After passing through the glass corridor, they truly entered the underground city of Ideal Township. The underground city is very large. From a distance, the scale is no less than that of an official shelter. Not only that, there are many cement stone pillars in this underground city for load bearing, which are a bit more than those in official shelters, because it is daytime, except for those on duty and those who are helping Yulin's daughter prepare for her wedding. Most people are sleeping and wait until night to get up and work again. There are fewer people on the street. Some passers-by noticed the arrival of Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu. They smiled slightly as they passed by, as if they were accustomed to this situation. These pedestrians were in a hurry, but they had smiles on their faces and looked full of hope. Utopia. Su Miao thought of the name of the town and had an outrageous idea. Could it be that the entire town had undergone a change, and some inexplicable rules had been generated here? Just think about it.
That's the rest area over there. You can rest there later.
Yulin pointed to a street and introduced.
There will be a sign on the house in the space. You only need to turn over the sign to move in. No one will disturb you.
Su Miao looked at the brightly lit neighborhood, which was very quiet. From here, almost every dark corner is illuminated by light, which makes people feel very reassured.
This is the square. My daughter's wedding will be held here in the evening. Please be sure to come and watch the ceremony. Yulin pointed to the square in front and said, there are many tables in the square, and many women are busy setting them up. This is the most luxurious setting, with red carpets, red balloons, and double happiness stickers, and there is a festive atmosphere everywhere.
Excuse me, is there a library here?
Su Miao asked. Yulin glanced at Su Miao in surprise and said,
yes, the library is over there, next to the school.
When he was about to continue the introduction, a security guard ran over and said,
Administrator, the peacock is here again.
Yulin's expression changed slightly.
Okay, you go over first. I'll be back soon.
He bowed apologetically to Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu.
I'm very sorry. There's some trouble outside Utopia. I'm going to negotiate.
Su Miao shook her head.
It's okay,
Yulin said.
Hongtu, please take them to the library.
Hongtu said.
Okay.
Yulin apologized again and left quickly. Hongtu said.
I'm sorry. Our boss is temporarily busy. I will take you to the library.
Mina said.
What did that person say about the peacock just now?
Hongtu said.
This peacock is a mutated raptor. It comes from a zoo in Pingdingshan, and its name is Dabao. Speaking of that zoo, you may know that it was reported by the media for many days before the end, and it was called an old man's zoo. The old man was a well-known author of ancient novels. In his later years, he went to the zoo and saw that the animals were not well fed and housed well. So he used his royalties to buy the zoo and specially took in the older animals. He took care of 3 animals in one go. 10 years. It's just that the zoo was poorly run and was getting worse. It was hard to get publicity and sponsorship from the South media before the end. Who knew the end was coming? During heavy rains and floods, some thugs rushed into the zoo and slaughtered the animals for meat. The old man refused and was beaten to death by those thugs on the spot. It is said that when the old man was beaten to death, his blood splashed on the peacock. The peacock mutated and killed the thugs, but the old man was already dead. The peacocks were very sad and took other animals to bury the old man in the zoo. They changed his name to Kongyu and made the zoo their territory. Later, many forces attacked the zoo, and the peacock couldn't defeat it and had to abandon the zoo. It wandered all the way and recently came to the vicinity of Ideal Township. Due to some misunderstandings, Peacock and we had some conflicts. But don't worry. The boss will reason with Peacock.
Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu felt like they were hearing some fantasy. That's outrageous. But considering she also has an outrageous Mina, one more outrageous Peacock wouldn't be a big deal. While talking, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu arrived at the library in the Ideal Township dungeon. Su Miao raised her head and looked forward. This library is so big. Chapter 219 Transaction. The decoration and layout of the large library in the Ideal City dungeon are obviously better than those in other areas. It can be seen that Utopia attaches great importance to the protection of books. The left side of the large library is a dedicated reading area, and the right side is a bookshelf, which has a retro feel. There are no lightweight anti-gravity flying devices like those in the shelter, nor are there computers for retrieving books.
Mina, look for a book,
Su Miao said. Ba Gu immediately flew out and started looking for the magic book for Su Miao. Su Miao looked over from the first row, and Lin Jiujiu followed behind to assist. While walking, Su Miao found a martial arts secret book
for symbols and Bagua changes.
Because he had learned Tai Chi Flow, Su Miao was attracted by this book and simply took it out and read it. Opening the book, a brief summary was posted on the title page. Authentic Taoism. Superior martial arts. Requires step-by-step. Impatient suggestion to change to another book.
This is hard to evaluate.
Su Miao flipped through it a few times and put the book back on the shelf. She didn't need this book. Not long after, Su Miao found another martial arts secret book.
Yi Jin Jing.
Opening the book, a brief summary was posted on the title page.
Taoist Guidance Technique. Superior martial arts. After practice, it can strengthen the body and prevent diseases. Those who can successfully introduce Qi into the body can continue to learn the 72 unique skills of Shaolin. So weird.
Su Miao put the book back. Not long after, she saw some martial arts secrets. On the title page was, Special secrets require mastering XX martial arts before learning. Otherwise, they will go crazy and become mutated monsters. This brief is really down to earth. After looking at many bookshelves in succession, Su Miao discovered something. In a sense, the library in Utopia stores books according to certain rules. But regardless of the value or risk of the books, they are all put together and can be read and studied by anyone who comes to the big library. Even those advanced martial arts that require a certain foundation are placed everywhere, with just a summary posted on the title page to remind those who get the book what to learn first, and then study this book. Otherwise, there is the risk of becoming a mutated monster. What if there is anyone who is not afraid of becoming a mutated monster? Occasionally, when Su Miao saw other people looking for books in the library, they would signal to Su Miao very politely and actively give way to let Su Miao pass first. This kind of kindness made Su Miao feel a little relieved and not so scared.
Sister Su Miao, the people here are so polite,
Lin Jiujiu said softly. Su Miao nodded. It seems to be like this from the first person I meet. Even before the end of the world, it would be difficult for such a polite town to appear. Right? But in this utopia, everyone they met was polite and without the slightest malice. There wasn't even any dirt in their eyes, which was unreasonable.
Sister Su Miao, I always feel a little strange here,
Lin Jiujiu said. Su Miao thought for a moment.
Don't worry about this. As long as this town can continue to operate like this, it will be a good thing.
There are too many crises in the apocalypse, and she is happy to see so many human settlements with good intentions. What's more, it can also help solve the problem of Lin Jiujiu being wanted. Su Miao continued to look for books. Unfortunately, she walked in the library for 3 hours and could not find a magic book. On the contrary, she discovered many kinds of secret skills, such as a book called The Art of Sword Controlling. According to the above statement, after learning how to fly with a sword, it is very handsome, but it consumes a lot of internal energy. In addition, there is a special note above. This martial arts has not been verified yet. Those who want to learn it are asked to test it carefully. When testing it, do not jump off the cliff. Don't jump off the cliff. Don't jump off the cliff. Too dangerous. After thinking about it, Su Miao put the book down. She has practiced Tai Chi Flow, but her major is still magic, and this will not change. As for the flying problem, just find the flying magic and learn it. Although I don't know when I will find it.
Come on! Let's go to the rest area,
Su Miao said to Lin Jiujiu. When she walked out of the big library, She found Hua Hongtu wearing a security uniform waiting at the door.
Hello. You too?
Hua Hongtu said politely.
Our boss is back, and would like to ask you to come over and resolve the misunderstanding about Miss Lin Jiujiu being wanted. I wonder if you have time.
Good. Su Miao nodded. More than 10 minutes later, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu came to a clean and tidy reception room.
Thank you so much for coming.
Du Yulin, who had changed into clean new clothes but still had a little blood on his hands, asked politely. Water resources are very precious during high temperature and natural disasters. If a guest is worried that the water he pours is poisonous, and the guest refuses to drink the water after pouring it, it is very bad.
No, thank you,
Su Miao said with a cold expression. Now, Du Yulin and Hua Hongtu are two talking pumpkins in her eyes. Du Yulin poured himself a glass and drank the water in the glass, saying that there was no poison in the water.
What's with the blood on your hands?
Bugs asked. Du Yulin said.
I talked a little bit with the peacock, but when the peacock couldn't reason, I took action. I didn't pay attention for a moment and was slightly injured. For this reason, I had to persuade the peacock for a while before letting the peacock leave.
Is this persuasion a fight? It's just that this peacock is so powerful. It can make a person with abilities like Du Yulin break his defense and get injured. Su Miao blinked her eyes. She didn't know why. Seeing that Du Yulin was injured, she felt more at ease and spoke more naturally.
How to resolve this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Du Yulin said.
The thing is like this. Has Miss Lin Jiujiu entered an underground auction house?
He took out some documents from a document bag, which contained Lin Jiujiu's portrait, a list of items from the auction house, and some other things.
Please don't get me wrong. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to help resolve this misunderstanding. These are Lin Jiujiu's footprints.
Du Yulin pointed to a photo and said,
one of them has the ability to be a profiler. He can profile the person's appearance at that time based on the traces left by him. The accuracy is 100%.
Actually has such ability? Su Miao really wanted to know who this person was, and she had the urge to turn this ability user into ashes. Lin Jiujiu was a little surprised. She clearly remembered that she entered the underground palace with Sister Su Miao. Was it because there were no footprints of Sister Su Miao in the underground palace? Or was it because Sister Su Miao was too strong for the ability user to profile? It's definitely the latter. Du Yulin continued.
The owner of this underground auction house is called Lan Zhong, and he is one of the very powerful leaders of ability users in this nearby area. Lan Zhong entrusted us to help arrest you. But the principle of Utopia is to treat every visitor like a family member. After my persuasion, Lan Zhong provided their bottom line.
Du Yulin picked up the product auction book and turned to one of the pages.
This is the product. I only need you to return this product. Lan Zhong will cancel all wanted orders and is willing to provide some supplies to express his gratitude. As for you, they will not pursue other materials obtained at the underground auction. This is the condition I negotiated for you. I hope you can consider it.
Su Miao blinked. Is this Du Yulin too outrageous? After persuasion, Lan Dong, who issued a wanted order for Lin Jiujiu, provided a bottom-line plan and even expressed his gratitude to them if the bottom-line plan was achieved. What if they say they have never been to an underground auction house? Su Miao quickly rejected this idea. The witch robe she was wearing and the magical girl idol girl singing costume Lin Jiujiu was wearing proved everything.
After the misunderstanding is resolved, Utopia will supervise the subsequent implementation.
Du Yulin's expression became serious.
If Lan Zhong breaks the contract afterwards, Utopia will punish Lan Zhong.
Su Miao asked.
Who is stronger, you or Lan Zhong?
Du Yulin said.
I don't know. But please don't worry. I still have a little confidence in my own strength.
Su Miao suddenly noticed that the wound on Du Yulin's hand had healed and even disappeared completely. Another strong man with the ability to heal himself? Is this one of Du Yulin's confidence? Su Miao was thinking about Du Yulin's proposal, nodded, and took out a small box with his backhand. Inside the small box is a very beautiful luminous pearl. The night pearl is 5 centimeters in diameter and very large. This was a rare treasure in ancient times. But it was nothing before the end of the world. Just like the very valuable diamonds in ancient times, they could be made with technology. However, there may be other reasons why this luminous pearl can be put into the auction house and has a starting price of 10 million. It's not bad if you can avoid trouble by throwing it away. If it were anyone else, Su Miao wouldn't believe it. But in this utopia, you can give it a try. Because from another perspective, Su Miao got some important information from Du Yulin. The person wanted for Lin Jiujiu was Lan Zhong. And Lan Zhong had a person with special profiling abilities. Lan Zhong is very famous in this area, and you can find out where their lair is with just a little inquiry. This information is more valuable than the luminous pearl sent out. Of course, Su Miao is a very kind person. She will try her best to trust everyone who does not have any malicious intentions. And she only wants to avoid subsequent trouble by sending Yu Mingzhu. She just wanted to take Lin Jiujiu on the road quickly and get to Shelter 1 as soon as possible. She would not have the dangerous idea of casually destroying a huge private base. That would be terrible. Dylan was stunned for a moment when he saw the night pearl that Su Miao took out. Every ability user has his own pride. He originally thought that he would spend more time explaining the situation, including the exchange conditions offered by Lan Zhong. But who knew that Su Miao took it out directly?
Thank you so much for your understanding.
Dylan was very happy. He took out a list on the table.
These are the materials in exchange for this product. You can take a look. Because they are advanced by Utopia, you need to select some of the materials.
The pen was also handed over. Su Miao glanced at the list. There were guns and ammunition, rockets, powder to prevent mutated mosquitoes, powder to target the hidden scent of mutated plants, synthetic starch, synthetic protein meat, some powder-making formulas, etc. Full of sincerity.
Give me the formula for making medicinal powders and the finished products of these medicinal powders.
Su Miao selected the necessary trading materials. These formulas and medicinal powders have certain research value to her. Although she has better magic potions here, refining the potion requires a lot of materials each time. If it is replaced with powder, the consumption required will be much less, and it can be used by more people.
Okay, I'll make arrangements for you right away,
Dylan said. Su Miao stood up and was ready to leave.
Let's go back and rest first,
Dylan said.
In a few hours, my daughter's wedding will be held. This is a rare happy day in Utopia since the end of the world. Please be sure to enjoy it,
Su Miao said.
Okay.
She and Lin Jiujiu left the reception room, leaving Yu Mingzhu behind. Dylan held the luminous pearl in his hand, and wanted to ask Su Miao to put the luminous pearl away first. But he had already left first. Theoretically speaking, all transactions must be paid with one hand and delivered with the other hand. But Su Miao kept Yu Mingzhu like this, which shows Su Miao's trust in him. He picked up the night pearl and looked at it for a while, and his expression suddenly became solemn. He carefully put the luminous pearl back into the box and kept it properly. When Lan Zhong arrived, he would immediately return the luminous pearl to Lan Zhong. Hua Hongtu said,
Is there anything special about this luminous pearl? Is it worthy of being valued so much by you?
Dylan said.
Originally, I thought this was an ordinary luminous pearl. But this luminous pearl is different. It is what CE wants,
Hua Hongtu said.
CE?
Dylan explained.
Well, this is a very mysterious organization. Every member of the organization is very scary. CE is a member of this organization. I didn't expect that Lan Zhong's underground auction house would hide such treasures.
And I didn't expect that the person he wanted to trade was CE. So no wonder he entrusted us to help,
Hua Hongtu said.
What can you say?
Dylan said.
If the transaction is successful, Lan Zhong will get a lot of benefits. But if the transaction fails because of missing things, many people will die. Thankfully we are involved. Otherwise Utopia would also be involved,
Hua Hongtu said.
Boss, why do you know so much?
Dylan said earnestly.
Don't ask. The less you know about this mysterious organization, the better,
Hua Hongtu said.
Understood. Boss, I will help arrange the wedding of the eldest lady,
Dylan said.
I have said many times, don't call me boss.
Hua Hongtu smiled.
Okay, boss.
2 hours later, the tired Lan Zhong, Liao Sanwei and others arrived at Utopia, informed their names, and entered the underground city. Dylan received the news and came out to greet him with Hua Hongtu.
Welcome to Utopia, Lan Dong. So many people are here?
Dylan was a little surprised when he noticed the 63 people following Lan Zhong. Each of these 63 people is a very powerful ability user. Lan Zhong smiled.
What? You're not welcome? If you're not welcome, I'll leave immediately,
Dylan said.
How can you not welcome them? I said that everyone who comes to Utopia is a close friend. The more people come, the more welcome I am.
Lan Zhong turned around and said loudly to his brothers.
Ah. You see? What I said is right. Right? Boss Du will definitely welcome us. And it is worthy of the generous gifts we have prepared for Boss Du's daughter. Bring up the gift.
Chapter 220. Su Miao is very happy. The gifts Lan Zhong brought were very valuable. No wonder so many people were needed to escort them.
Especially when they came all the way here under such scorching sun and high temperatures. Inside is a box of chips. An important material that Utopia urgently needs. Yulin was very touched.
That's so polite. Thank you so much,
Lan Zhong said.
It's a happy event for old neighbors. As it should be,
Yulin said.
Stop standing here talking. Please, please.
10 minutes later, Yulin, Hua Hongtu, Lan Dong, and Liao Sanwei came to a reception room. Lan Zhong pulled out a chair and sat down. And Liao Sanwei sat down next to Lan Zhong. Yulin and Hua Hongtu sat down across the table politely.
Drink water? Drink. Boss do. You're welcome. I want 3 drinks.
Lan Zhong watched Yulin pour water, 1 cup after another, and drank 10 cups in a row before stopping. Walking such a long distance in the scorching heat is not something that most people can bear. This journey really made him thirsty. Liao Sanwei drank 4 drinks and asked,
Boss do. Is there any news about the matter we entrusted?
Yulin took out the treasure box containing the luminous pearl, placed it on the table, and opened it. Lan Zhong stood up suddenly and stared at Yi Mingju closely. Liao Sanwei understood and immediately picked up the luminous pearl and began to inspect it. I don't know what Liao Sanwei did with his operation. The light in the entire reception room suddenly disappeared. In the darkness, Yulin and Hua Hongtu felt that their 5 senses had completely disappeared for a moment. Especially Yulin. He felt awe-inspiring. It was indeed the treasure that Ce had set his sights on. It could actually make a person with abilities like him lose all senses in an instant and fall into complete darkness. If someone uses this luminous pearl to do something dangerous, the consequences are unimaginable. However, anyone who comes to Utopia can gain his trust. He believed that Lan Zhong and Liao Sanwei would not take advantage of this darkness to do anything extraordinary. After a moment, the light returned, and Liao Sanwei carefully put the luminous pearl back into the treasure box.
Lan Dong, it is the real thing,
Lan Zhong said with a smile.
As expected of Boss Do, he did not take any action in the face of this situation that can temporarily seal the 5 senses of the ability user.
Yulin said.
I haven't been able to thank you enough for bringing me such a great gift for my daughter's wedding.
Lan Zhong was very excited.
Okay. As expected of Boss Do, I owe you a favor.
Yulin smiled.
It would be nice if I could get my things back,
Liao Sanwei said.
Boss Do, excuse me. Since the treasure is here, it means that Lin Jojo has arrived in Utopia. Right,
Yulin said.
Yes, she just arrived this afternoon, and I personally welcomed her into the ideal land. After some persuasion on my part, they took out this treasure very simply, and the reward was only some medicinal powder and medicinal powder formula. They,
Liao Sanwei said.
Boss Do means that there is a girl beside Lin Jiujiu?
Yulin nodded.
Well, there is a girl with pink twin tails walking with Lin Jiujiu. Now that the transaction is completed, I hope you can lift the wanted order and resolve the misunderstanding,
Liao Sanwei said.
This is natural. I will send a telegram immediately.
He took out a telegraph machine from his suitcase, and under the watchful eyes of Yulin and Hua Hongtu, sent out the telegram that the wanted order was lifted, and informed the recipient of the telegram that Lin Jojo was in danger and should be treated kindly when he met. Telegrams are sent in bulk. Not long after it was sent out, Utopia received it. Hua Hongtu showed Yulin the newly arrived telegram.
Boss, there is no problem.
Yulin was very happy.
Okay, I will show the telegram to Lin Jojo and the others later and tell them that the misunderstanding has been resolved.
Liao Sanwei asked.
By the way, Boss Do, I wonder what the name of the girl walking with Lin Jojo is.
Yulin shook his head.
I'm very sorry. She didn't introduce herself, so we didn't ask.
Liao Sanwei nodded.
I see. Anyway, thank you very much. Boss Do, this time,
Lan Zhong said.
Boss Do, it's almost time for your daughter to get married. You go ahead and do your work. Let's go take a rest and come over for a banquet when the time comes.
Yulin said.
Okay, everyone, eat to your heart's content when the time comes. This time Utopia has specially prepared a lot of fine wine. There's wine!
Lan Zhong became more and more excited.
Loud Do, I'll drink you up when the time comes. So don't cry. Ha ha ha.
Yulin smiled and walked out of the reception room politely with Hua Hongtu.
Don't worry. You can drink as much as you want.
After the others left, The smile on Lan Zhong's face disappeared instantly. Liao Sanwei put away the treasure box containing the luminous pearl.
Lan Zhong, the thing is back. What are you going to do?
Lan Zhong said.
Don't worry. I always keep my word. If the other party can hand over things so simply, how can we be stingy and take advantage of them? Besides, the transaction date is approaching, and it is not my style to create extraneous matters. What do you think?
Liao Sanwei nodded.
Yes, I think so too. Powerful space ability users are very dangerous. I just bought a precious piece of space ability user combat information from Taoyuan Town, which is about Sihai base Lan Xiaokong and the cannibal leader Dashi Wang. The intelligence mentioned that Lan Xiaokong released the terrifying space blade many times before his death. He once tore King Dashi into 8 pieces, once chopped Dashi King's body into pieces many times, and the last time he almost killed him. King Dashi died because he gave up to save others.
Lan Zhong patted Liao Sanwei on the shoulder, understanding that this old friend was preparing him for the possibility of facing someone with space system abilities in the future. He smiled and said,
Ah, no matter what, they are all dead. It would be really scary if these 2 people survived until now.
Liao Sanwei nodded.
Yes,
Lan Zhong said.
Let's go back and rest. Let's go have a drink later and get the brothers excited. By the way, tell them that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Eat and drink to your heart's content in Utopia tonight. And make me cry. Boss do.
A smile appeared on Liao Sanwei's face.
Okay, I'll go talk to the brothers.
Rest area. Su Miao, Lin Jiujio, and Bago finished eating watermelon, scones, drank some water, and were sitting and reading. This time is purely daytime for them, not daytime for sleeping.
Your Highness, someone is coming outside,
said Mina, who was standing on the table. Su Miao closed the ancient magic book and put the book into the magic space. The same goes for the homework Lin Jiujio is doing.
Hello, I'm Duyulin, and I'm here to tell you that the misunderstanding has been resolved.
Duyulin knocked on the door. Lin Jiujio took the initiative to go over and open the door, and immediately backed away after opening the door. Duyulin stood outside the door and handed over the newly printed telegram.
This is the telegram sent by Lan Zhong and the others. All wanted orders regarding Lin Jiujio have been lifted.
Lin Jiujio took the telegram and took a look to confirm that the misunderstanding was indeed resolved. But why does it say she is particularly dangerous? She just wants to sing and bring happiness to everyone. Su Miao took the telegram and glanced at it.
Well, thank you very much.
Duyulin opened the door, pointed to the supplies piled outside the door and said,
These are rewards. They have been placed at the door. Inside are various medicinal powders prepared by the pharmacist in Utopia. Instructions for use, precautions, and these formulas.
Su Miao just wanted some medicinal powder. But looking at Duyulin's appearance, he just gave him 2 big boxes? On top of the carton was the recipe stapled with a stapler. It looks like the paper has just been printed.
In 2 hours, my daughter's wedding will begin. Please be sure to enjoy it.
Duyulin bowed and left. He was going to get busy with his daughter's wedding. At this time, more and more town residents spontaneously came to the square to help. Very lively. They spontaneously came to help and bless the newlyweds. Duyulin's daughter is called Du Wenxian. She is very cute. She has a pair of beautiful big eyes. Very charming. And her smile is addictive. Her voice is soft and sweet. Heartwarming. And you feel healed just by hearing her voice. She almost completely inherited her father's advantages. She was kind and sincere, and willing to help others. Almost all residents living in Utopia did not like Du Wenxian. Her fiancé is Wang Yucheng, who graduated in applied physics and is passionate about research. They fell in love at first sight at work and naturally fell in love with each other. Duyulin was happy to see the love between his daughter and Wang Yucheng come to fruition. After waiting for several months, today finally came.
Even in the end, I will give my daughter a grand wedding.
This has almost become Duyulin's obsession. Today, it is finally achieved. There is only one regret. That is, he used all his connections and failed to find a beautiful wedding dress for his daughter. According to the agreement, Su Miao and Lin Jiujio, who had Mina standing on his shoulders, came to the underground city square of Ideal Township. They arrived neither too early nor too late. But the square was already crowded with people. Seeing so many strangers, Su Miao instinctively became nervous. Scared. However, seeing the sincere smiles on the faces of all the residents of Ideal Township who came to the wedding, Su Miao relaxed a lot after being infected by these smiles. Like the residents they met when they entered the ideal town. None of them had any malice in them. There are so many polite and kind people here. However, talking to strangers was still very stressful for Su Miao. So she took Lin Jiujio to find a corner to sit down. In order not to waste food, the entire wedding venue adopted a self-service mode. All the food provided is cooked and hot food. And you can take as much as you want. If you want to have a table and share, you can also bring your own dishes. Therefore, there is no problem for Su Miao and Lin to sit here for a long time.
Wow! So beautiful!
Suddenly, a very beautifully dressed girl came in front of them and almost shocked Su Miao. You must know that even when eating this banquet, Su Miao is still wearing a witch hat and Lin Jiujio is wearing a gray cloak. As the girl said, they are really beautiful.
Hello! My name is Du Wenqian, and I am the heroine of today's wedding. I am very happy to have a beautiful girl like you attend my wedding.
Du Wenqian smiled slightly. Seeing such a healing smile, Su Miao instantly felt relieved. Lin Jiujio is the same.
Can I ask you to be my bridesmaids?
Du Wenqian suddenly said.
Ah, I'm sorry. I was too presumptuous. You are guests and should enjoy this wedding happily. Moreover, if you become the bridesmaid, the light of the entire wedding will be attracted to you.
Become a bridesmaid? In the spotlight? This is simply impossible. Even if this Du Wenqian smile is cured again. Fortunately, Du Wenqian quickly rejected this idea. Su Miao suddenly noticed that the clothes Du Wenqian was wearing looked very clean. But it was not a wedding dress. The wedding is about to start. Don't you want to wear a wedding dress? Su Miao suddenly remembered that they came to the square where the wedding was held and saw many photos. But none of them were of Du Wenqian in a wedding dress. Is it because of the apocalypse that the wedding dress was not found? Seeing that Du Wenqian's father, Du Yulan, helped solve Lin Jiujio's troubles, Su Miao decided to give Du Wenqian a gift, which could be regarded as a gift for attending the wedding banquet.
This is for you.
Su Miao took out a wrapped wedding gift box from the magic space. This is a wedding dress I picked up on the road before, with a price tag of more than 1 million. It is very beautiful. The size of this wedding dress is just right for Du Wenqian.
This is?
Is this some kind of magic trick? Du Wenqian subconsciously took the beautiful gift box, her eyes full of surprise.
Wedding dress,
Su Miao whispered.
As a congratulatory gift.
Du Wenqian's eyes lit up, and tears of excitement appeared in her eyes. For this wedding, her father Du Yulan had made various entrustments, hoping to help his daughter find a suitable wedding dress. But in the apocalyptic world, who would care about a wedding dress that is inedible, incapable of keeping warm, and incapable of resisting heat? Therefore, I used many connections and searched for a long time, but could not find a wedding dress. As for finding a professional tailor to make it, after finally finding one, I found that the tailor had long since lost his hands in the struggle to survive in the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, Du Wenqian unexpectedly got the wedding dress she had dreamed of when these two beautiful girls came over to say hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Du Wenqian had tears in her eyes and thanked her repeatedly. She hugged the wedding gift box and said,
I'll tell my dad and my husband.
Seeing Du Wenqian leaving happily, Su Miao also had a smile on her face. Lin Jiujio looked at the smile on Sister Su Miao's face and was stunned. She saw Sister Su Miao smiling. At this time, in the wedding preparation room, Du Yulan was extremely anxious. The wedding is about to take place. Why did my daughter suddenly disappear? This shouldn't scare him to death. At this time, even if his daughter disappears in front of his eyes for a second, it will be torture. He was already close to losing his daughter. The daughter is about to fall into the arms of another man. Du Yulan was happy that his daughter could be happy. But he was also sad that he was about to lose her daughter, and could not sleep day and night.
If this brat dares to bully my daughter in the future, he will be beaten until he can no longer take care of himself.
Hua Hongtu stood aside, and dubbed Du Yulan's psychology. Du Yulan almost jumped.
Don't talk nonsense. That is my daughter's husband. My son-in-law. If you dare to beat my son-in-law, my daughter must not fight with me.
Hua Hongtu said.
Boss, don't worry. You see, the eldest lady is not coming back.
Du Yulan was happy. However, when he saw the tears on his daughter's face, he was confused again.
Daughter, who bullied you? Tell Daddy, and Daddy will go find them right away.
Du Wenqian shook her head and wiped away the tears on her face.
Dad? No, I'm just happy.
Happy? Can you cry with such joy? Du Yulan was very worried about her daughter becoming like this. Hua Hongtu said.
Boss, first take a look at what the big gift box in the eldest lady's hand is.
Yulin's gaze was diverted, and he looked at the big gift box held by Du Wenqian without knowing why. Du Wenqian said,
Dad, this is a wedding dress. The two beautiful girl guests gave me the wedding dress. I will wear it first for you to see.
She couldn't wait to enter the changing room. Yulin stood outside expecting and wondering.
Two beautiful girl guests,
Hua Hongtu said.
Boss, don't be anxious. It's not too late to thank you after the eldest lady's wedding is over,
Du Yulin said.
Well, I will thank you as soon as the ceremony is completed.
Wedding dress? This is my daughter's dream. Before the end, all he needed was a scattering of money, and his daughter could have whatever wedding dress she wanted. But in the apocalypse, wedding dresses are simply hard to come by. There is no money or supplies to buy. There are some in official shelters. But even in shelters, what they are really willing to take out are old wedding dresses. And the one my daughter received is obviously new. 10 minutes later, Du Wenqian, who had put on her makeup and wedding dress, opened the door and walked out.
Dad, do I look good?
Du Wenqian gently lifted her wedding dress and asked softly. Du Yulin, Hua Hongtu, and all the staff in the dressing room were stunned.
Beautiful. So beautiful. Today, my daughter is the most beautiful and happiest person in the world.
Du Yulin shouted loudly. Song of Star Wish is the name of this wedding dress. Du Yulin once saw the introduction of this wedding dress at a celebrity exchange meeting. When wearing this wedding dress, different lights will shine on the wedding dress. The gems embellished on the wedding dress and the original material will flash out different beautiful stars. This will make the person wearing the wedding dress more beautiful and become the focus of the audience. This wedding dress would have been impossible to buy without more than 1 million before the end of the world. But now, it is worth a fortune. Whoever is so generous as to give such a wedding dress must be thanked immediately.
Who gave this as a gift?
Du Yulin, who had always been calm, asked excitedly. Du Wenqian said.
A beautiful girl with a pink shawl and twin tails wearing a witch's robe. Next to her is a cute girl wearing a gray cloak and a mina. Dad, you must help me thank them.
Du Yulin looked at the time and said,
Well, I must thank you. The wedding is about to begin. My daughter, you enter first. And I will go and say thank you first.
Hua Hongtu said.
The master of ceremonies is in place. The lighting engineer is in place. The music starts.
Taking advantage of the starting time, Du Yulin immediately followed his daughter's instructions and found Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu, who were hiding in the corner eating grilled chicken wings. Originally, Su Miao didn't dare to eat the chicken wings, but after Starling reminded them, they realized that they were made from mutated chickens raised in Ideal Township and were very delicious. Su Miao tasted it, and it was really delicious. After only eating a few portions, Du Yulin came over panting. Su Miao chewed the chicken wings, tilted her head and blinked a few times, wondering what Du Yulin, the old father of a daughter who was about to get married, was doing here at this time. Also, this situation is so embarrassing. She's a little scared. Du Yulin stood 5 steps away and saluted Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu.
Thank you very much for sending my daughter a wedding dress. It has always been my daughter's dream to hold a wedding in a wedding dress. But I, as a father, do not fulfill my responsibilities and want to help her find a wedding dress.
I have never been able to make a wedding dress. Thank you. Thank you so much.
He kept thanking her with tears in his eyes.
You're welcome.
Su Miao pointed to the midfield.
The wedding has started. Why don't you go over?
Du Yulin wiped away his tears.
I'm sorry. I was rude. When the wedding is over, I will thank you too again.
Seeing Du Yulin leave in a hurry, Su Miao smiled slightly. She is very happy.
Chapter 221 Bloody Wedding. The wedding started. The noise in the square quickly disappeared. Music full of happiness sounded in the square, and everyone's face was filled with smiles, blessing the newlyweds who were about to be together. This new couple brings hope to them who are fighting in the apocalypse. They seem to have seen a bright future, affected by such an atmosphere. The mina couldn't help but fly to a higher place to watch. Lin Jiujiu asked in a low voice.
Sister Su Miao, should I go up and sing a blessing song to her later?
She saw Sister Su Miao smiling and wanted to see more of Sister Su Miao's smiles. Su Miao blinked. It's a good thing that Lin Jiujiu went up to sing and perform. However, your singing will expand your realm. And if you don't control it well enough and you are dragged to the dream world to watch a concert, Utopia will be destroyed because of your cuteness.
No, they are the protagonists today. Jiujiu is so cute. If they sing, they will steal their spotlight.
Su Miao said seriously. Lin Jiujiu's face turned slightly red, and he put out this idea.
Let's welcome the bride in.
The MC stood on the stage and said. In an instant, all the lights hit the red carpet entrance area. Du Wenqian, wearing a Song of Star Wishes wedding dress, walked towards the wedding stage step by step under the lights. Every time the lights change, the stars on the wedding dress change, shining like stars, sending blessings to Du Wenqian as the bride. Everyone held their breath and stared intently. The bride was so beautiful.
Lao Liao. Lao Du's daughter is so beautiful.
Lan Zhong sat at the table and watched Du Wenqian appear, dumbfounded. A few seconds later, he drank the wine in the glass, patted his brother on the shoulder and sighed.
Yes,
Liao Sanwei said.
she is a happy girl. It's great to be young.
Lan Zhong raised his glass again and drank it down in one gulp.
Well, I wish Lao Du's daughter a happy wedding. Happiness forever.
A tear fell from the corner of his eye, but it was quickly wiped away by Lan Zhong. It's rare to have such a good day, and I don't want to think about the sad things in the past. But I have to say that every time I come to Utopia, I feel very relaxed. I don't have to worry about any intrigues. On the stage, as the groom, Wang Yucheng looked at his newlywed wife walking towards him, and was overwhelmed with excitement. He knew his wife was beautiful, but he never thought she could be so beautiful. He felt like he couldn't breathe.
Stand up straight.
Du Yulin coughed lightly and reminded in a low voice. He looked at his daughter walking towards him, feeling extremely proud at this moment. He wanted to announce to the world.
Did you see it? This is my daughter. The most beautiful and happiest girl in the world.
Du Yulin was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but hold his hand. Later he would hold his daughter's hand and hand it over to Wang Yucheng. This is his heart. Everyone in the audience was blessing. Du Wenqian walked to the wedding stage, and under the auspices of the MC, holding the hand of her old father Du Yulin with tears in his eyes, she put her hand into the hand of her future husband Wang Yucheng. The master of ceremonies said,
Mr. Wang Yucheng, when you hold your wife's hand, from this moment on, no matter poverty or wealth, health or disease, danger or disaster, you will care about her, understand her, care for her, cherish her, and respect her, protect her and accompany her for life, forever. Are you willing?
Wang Yucheng said.
I do.
Thunderous applause. The MC said,
Ms. Du Wenqian, when you hold your husband's hand, from this moment on, no matter poverty or wealth, health or disease, danger or disaster, you will care about him, understand him, support him, cherish him, and respect him, help him and accompany him for life, forever. Are you willing?
Du Wenqian said.
I do.
Thunderous applause. The master of ceremonies said,
Okay. A vow promises to be with you for a lifetime, and a moment of touching is enough to accompany you through the ups and downs of life. Mr. Wang Yucheng, please look at your beloved wife sincerely and remember that she is your regretless choice in life. Please put the ring on the ring finger of the bride's left hand.
Wang Yucheng knelt down on one knee and put on the wedding ring for Du Wenqian.
Miss Du Wenqian, please look at your husband sincerely. He will be your life's happiness and support in the future. Now please put the ring on the ring finger of the groom's left hand.
Du Wenqian puts on a ring for Wang Yucheng. The two looked at each other lovingly.
A pair of rings is your eternal contract. Today, in the presence of all the guests, I wish you a happy wedding. You are the hope of all of us.
The officiant stepped aside and gave the wedding stage to the newlyweds. The two embraced each other. Kiss. The whole square was applauding the newlyweds. Su Miao was infected by such an atmosphere and couldn't help but want to give Du Wenqian a few starlight blooms to cheer up. But she held back. The master of ceremonies said,
Next, let's invite the bride and groom to bow to heaven and earth.
Wang Yucheng and Du Wenqian bowed to heaven and earth.
Two thanks to Gao Eng.
Wang Yucheng and Du Wenqian bowed to Du Yulin, who was sitting on top.
Couple greetings.
Wang Yucheng and Du Wenqian bowed to each other and treated each other as guests. The MC raised his right hand and shouted loudly,
The ceremony is completed. Let us bless the newlyweds.
The music started. Applause thundered. And the atmosphere in the entire square reached its climax. Wang Yucheng and Du Wenqian felt unprecedented happiness. Especially Du Wenqian. She couldn't wait to thank Su Miao. Today will be the best memory in her life. All thanks to the wedding dress Su Miao gave her. Du Yulin on the wedding stage could no longer hold back at this moment. He looked at his daughter and son-in-law getting married, and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. These are tears of joy. Suddenly, at a table near the wedding stage, There was a young person with abilities whose face was distorted, as if he was suffering from great pain. On days like this, he didn't want to do anything out of the ordinary, and he was trying to suppress the chaos in his brain. It's just that the more repressed it is, the more chaotic it becomes. He looked towards the wedding stage and saw the unimaginably breathtaking bride Du Wenxian. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and the young ability user exploded instantly and rushed straight towards Du Wenxian, who was talking to her husband.
Wait a minute. Come with me to thank those two beauties for giving me the wedding dress. They are our benefactors. Okay. Tell Dad and we'll go there.
Wang Yucheng held his wife's hand and said with a smile. His wife is so beautiful. He is so happy. Danger? Wang Yucheng's expression changed when he saw the young ability user rushing towards him. He immediately reversed his position with his wife and blocked Du Wenxian's front with his body. In an instant, he felt like his body had been hit hard and something was missing. Ah! Wang Yucheng only had time to take one last look at his wife before he fell into darkness.
Ah!
The blood stained the wedding dress red, and Du Wenxian screamed in horror. She held her husband's body and cried bitterly. And suddenly, she felt a pain in her body. Du Wenxian looked down and found that a dagger had been inserted into her stomach at some point, and blood was flowing out, staining her wedding dress red.
Daughter!
Du Yulan exclaimed. It was just a break to wipe away tears. And this tragic thing happened. An afterimage was left on the spot, and Du Yulan appeared next to his daughter. With a thunderous palm strike, the body of the young ability user, who suddenly attacked, flew into the air and was sent flying out. A table was smashed, and drinks and dishes were scattered all over the floor. Various cracking sounds can be vaguely heard. Under this blow, countless bones in the young ability user's body were shattered. The nearby ability users immediately took action to capture the young ability user, who knew that this young ability user could still react immediately even if he was seriously injured. With a single reversal, 6 of the surrounding ability users were killed on the spot, and each of them exploded to death, which was horrific. After killing these people, his expression changed drastically when he saw the corpses on the wedding stage. He couldn't help but hug his head. The figures in front of him seemed to have turned into a group of evil ghosts. But his remaining sense told him that these people were not. Faced with such changes, the expressions of the ability users and guests around Utopia changed, and they were ready to take action together. But before they could continue to take action, the young ability user flashed a few times and disappeared from the square. The speed is so fast that people can't react at all.
Daughter, don't let anything happen to you.
Du Yulan's body was trembling. He hugged his daughter, whose wedding dress was stained with blood, and the true energy in his body was continuously flowing into his daughter's body. According to those martial arts novels, it is not impossible to bring the dead back to life if the true energy is transferred to a certain level. But novels are still novels after all. Even if the true energy is transferred to Du Yulan and he vomits blood, Du Wenxian still has no reaction.
Boss, you can't continue. You will die.
Seeing Du Yulan vomiting blood, Hua Hengtu quickly dissuaded him. However, in order to save his daughter, how could Du Yulan dare to stop? If he stopped, there would be no hope.
Please, everyone. Can any of you save the eldest lady? Please.
Hua Hengtu couldn't persuade Du Yulan, so he knelt down on the wedding stage and kowtowed to the guests present for help. Lan Dong, Liao Sanwei, and others looked at the sudden change on the wedding stage and were confused. How could a good wedding end up like this?
Sister Su Miao.
Lin Jiujiu's eyes widened. When the wedding ceremony was over, she was going to continue sharing the delicious grilled chicken wings with Sister Su Miao. But she didn't expect that this would happen.
I gotta go see.
Su Miao walked forward. Mina flew up and shouted loudly.
Get out of the way, and let His Highness pass to see if we can save anyone.
The people nearby immediately moved out of the way, allowing Su Miao to walk to the wedding stage. Normally, Su Miao would never do such a thing. However, Utopia gave her a good feeling. Du Yulan was a nice person, and Du Wenxian was also nice. She just wanted to save people. But when Su Miao saw Du Wenxian's state, she shook her head. Du Wenxian is dead. The person who had just violently attacked had used his power to shatter the internal organs of Du Wenxian's body. Only her husband risked his life to block it, so he could survive for a few more seconds. If Du Wenxian hadn't screamed, cried, or been so excited just now, she might still have a chance. But now, there is no chance. Du Wenxian would not stand up unless she revived the undead. However, if the soul is really revived, will Du Wenxian still be Du Wenxian after waking up? What's more, magic like the resurrection of the dead is essentially a painful torture for the soul that should be resting in peace. When Dylan saw Su Miao appear, there was some hope in his eyes. But when he saw Su Miao shaking his head, he realized that it was too late. In fact, he himself knew his daughter's situation and just wanted to seek hope. They managed to survive the apocalypse. With this ideal hometown, they saw their daughter about to be happy. Why did it become like this? After continuing to deliver the true energy for a while, Dylan could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood, interrupting the delivery of true energy, and his daughter's body completely collapsed. Dylan held her daughter's body and cried bitterly. At the same time, Su Miao stood on the blood-stained waiting stage and wanted to retreat. But there were crowds of people everywhere, and she felt very scared with nowhere to retreat. Fortunately, there was no malicious intent in these people. Otherwise she would have been even more nervous. This way. When Hua Hongtu saw Su Miao's condition, he immediately wiped away his tears and walked over to clear the way for Su Miao, allowing Su Miao to leave successfully. He sent Lin Jiujio and Bago all the way back to the room in the rest area.
I'm sorry that this happened. When things are over here, the boss will come and thank you. Condolences.
Su Miao shook her head.
May I ask, who is the person who did it?
Although the wedding was held in a square this time, the people at the tables near the wedding stage were definitely very important guests. Hua Hongtu said.
His name is Ji Chen.
He hesitated to speak about the subsequent situation, but ultimately did not say it.
There will be a group of inspection people coming to the rest area later. If they knock on the door, just show them your token. I'm really sorry this time. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first.
Hua Hongtu left. Su Miao felt a little disappointed. What happened today was so sudden. She didn't expect that someone would suddenly lose control, because there was no malice against Su Miao. She didn't notice it at all. What's even more outrageous is that this young man named Ji Chen was able to recover and escape quickly after losing control. She has never seen anyone regain their senses after losing control. I remember Pei Xiaomu mentioned the matter of ability users losing control.
Scientists have been studying the recovery of ability users who have lost control and mutated. But so far they have not succeeded.
But succeeding in an ideal town? Outrageous.
Sister Su Miao, I feel like this place is getting weirder and weirder.
Lin Jiujio seemed to feel very uncomfortable. Su Miao said.
Jiujio, what's wrong with you?
Lin Jiujio shook his head.
I don't know. It just feels like it's getting weirder and weirder here.
Su Miao frowned.
Well, let's get out of here as soon as possible.
It's a pity what happened today. But Su Miao didn't intend to be involved. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw a cordon set up outside the rest area. Several Utopia users armed with firearms were guarding the checkpoint to stop guests who wanted to leave.
Sorry. Please stay here for a while, and we will apologize to you.
Ideal Township Defense Captain Han Yaoqing explained to everyone very politely.
Ideal Township will be responsible for all your food and accommodation. We will ensure that you have 3 meals a day, including starch and protein.
Chapter 222. She just started killing? Are tokens useful? Just as he was thinking this, Su Miao saw a guest taking out the token given by Hua Hongtu, but was still stopped by Han Yaoqing, the defense captain. Even if he had the token, he had to keep it.
What does Utopia mean? We have given all the gifts that should be given. No one wants to see something like this happen. We have helped everything we can. What's the point of not letting us go? The food you provided is indeed good, but we have very important things to do outside. If we go back late, our brothers will die. Will Utopia be responsible? Yes. The hospitality in Utopia is pretty good. I really have nothing to do. I am willing to live here for the rest of my life. But we all have urgent matters. I, Lan Dong, am leaving. Who among you dares to stop me? Lan Dong, please be patient and let me negotiate with Utopia first.
A group of people protested at the level, especially after Lan Zhong appeared. The entire level began to become tense. Han Yaoqing can sincerely persuade ordinary ability users, but this Lan Zhong is really too strong. He will be beaten to death. Han Yaoqing said sincerely.
Everyone, please understand. It's not that Utopia won't let you leave. It's that the murderer is still in Ideal Township dungeon, and we need to catch him. If the murderer sneaks in when you leave, it will also pose a threat to your lives. Utopia must never let this happen.
Afraid that Lan Zhong would kill directly, Liao Sanwei stepped forward and said,
Boss Du's daughter died. We are very sorry, but some things cannot be solved by blocking everyone here. Please inform Dylan that we must leave here today. Otherwise Utopia will cause big trouble.
Han Yaoqing immediately agreed politely. But after a while, he was soon entangled by other ability users. And he didn't know if he listened to them. Lan Zhong's face was dark. But he still stepped aside temporarily under Liao Sanwei's persuasion. His time is valuable. If things are delayed, even if Yulin's daughter dies, he will demolish Utopia. It wasn't his old friend who stopped him. He had already started killing. It's useless for anyone to come. Liao Sanwei knew that Lan Zhong was anxious. But a conflict with Utopia at this time would only become a knife in the hands of others. Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu stood not far away. It was impossible to leave. And it was impossible not to leave. There were too many strangers. And she was afraid. I can only go back first. However, a conversation not far away made Su Miao stop.
You said Du Wenqin will die. Is it because of the wedding dress? Is it exciting? Don't talk nonsense. How is this possible? This is not nonsense. I have news. Du Wenqin only got this beautiful wedding dress before the wedding. And I don't know who gave it to me. I see. Without this wedding dress, it would not be exciting. No, if it irritates someone, she won't die. Not to mention, if the wedding dress hadn't been so beautiful, everyone's attention wouldn't have been attracted to Du Wenqin. In this way,
some people would have noticed the murderer's anomaly. What you said makes sense. Boss Du treats us well. The murderer must be caught. And the person who caused this situation must also be controlled.
Yes,
you're right. Who among you knows who sent the wedding dress?
You actually said that? Su Miao heard what they said and sensed extremely obvious malice. What's even more dangerous is that the malice in these people is spreading to other people around them, making the malice here more intense.
Sister Su Miao.
Lin Jiujiu's expression changed and he shouted quickly. But it was too late. Su Miao raised her hand and fired several ice arrows, piercing through the malicious ability users. Except for two very powerful ability users who avoided it immediately. The others were either hit in the head or pierced through the heart. And they were too dead to die.
What are you doing?
The surviving ability users looked at Su Miao and came to kill him angrily. Su Miao was very scared. There were too many strangers here. And some strangers with malicious intentions yelled at her. She tried hard to maintain her cold expression, pressed down her hand, and the ice arrow she fired turned into ice spikes. The ability users who rushed towards them habitually tried to avoid the ice arrows, but they never expected that they would turn into ice spikes. The ice spikes easily penetrated his shoulder blades and pinned him to the wall. The extreme cold spread, freezing his heart to pieces. He struggled for a moment. His head dropped, and he died. The other ability user was extremely angry, and his movements were only half a beat slow. But when he saw the man nailed to the wall dripping with blood, he immediately stopped and turned around to escape. However, he saw Lin Jiujiu pointing at him, and he fell asleep. Su Miao cooperated very well and sent out a few more ice arrows, piercing the man's heart and head. Killing. Killing. A woman screamed in terror. She was a relative and friend of those who were killed. And the eyes she looked at Su Miao were full of fear and hatred. But she didn't notice that within a few seconds of looking at Su Miao, the surrounding ability users had dispersed and did not dare to gather nearby, for fear that Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu would attack them. Lan Dong, who was very close, looked at Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu in shock. Who is this? He was ready to give Yulin some face, and waited for a moment before starting to kill without saying anything. Unexpectedly, the witch with pink twin tails started to kill directly. Wait, the witch with pink twin tails? And this is Lin Jiujiu? Damn it! Lan Zhong grinned. Good kill. Just because of this, his warehouse was emptied out. Liao Sanwei recognized Lin Jiujiu. He knew that Lin Jiujiu was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The powerful ability user, just now, was knocked to the ground by Lin Jiujiu's finger and fell into a coma. What ability is this? So scary. What was even more terrifying was that the pink twin-tailed witch standing with Lin Jiujiu killed so many powerful ability users with just a raise of her hands. If these two people were to attack them, I am afraid that except Lan Zhong, everyone else would be killed in a very short period of time, including him. Liao Sanwei. Liao Sanwei became extremely nervous, fearing that Lan Zhong would take action after recognizing Lin Jiujiu. But what is Lan Zhong's admiration for? He couldn't figure it out. However, because of Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu's actions, things were about to become troublesome.
Lan Dong, let's retreat first,
Liao Sanwei said. Lan Zhong glanced at the quickly mobilized Utopia ability user defense team and the guests who were angry about the deceased, and said,
"No. We will just stand here."
"Stop!" Defense Captain Han Yaoqing shouted loudly. The battle broke out so suddenly that Han Yaoqing, who was entangled, had no time to react. When he did, the ground was already dead.
"Everyone stop it."
He looked at the murderer Su Miao, Lin Jiujio, and Bago standing on Lin Jiujio's shoulders, and took back what he had not said. Han Yaoqing asked politely,
"Why did you kill people?"
"This makes others even more angry."
"Didn't you see them killing people? Why didn't you just arrest them? Is your Utopia defense team looking at you like this? What if they kill someone again?" "Shut up. You're the only one talking too much."
"Don't want to die."
Su Miao was afraid and said nothing. She looked at the people who were muttering about arresting her. The person who shouted was immediately covered by the people around her and dragged away. They were afraid that if they walked too slowly, they would be gone. Lin stood there for a long time without daring to move. She didn't kill anyone.
"These people deserve to die."
Mida spread his wings, flew up and shouted loudly,
"Everyone your highness kills is a person who deserves to die."
Han Yaoqing looked at Su Miao and Lin Jiujio, then at the Mina flying in the sky, and said politely,
"But you kill people. You can't kill people here."
Su Miao and Lin Jiujio felt weird hearing this, and others felt even weirder. "Didn't you see so many corpses on the ground?" "But the Utopia Defense Force capable person responsible for the safety of the guests is here to discuss it," Liao Sanwei said.
"Lan Dong, this Utopia is not normal."
Lan Zhong sneered.
"When will Utopia be normal? I used to hunt down Luo Qingfeng's group. Those people never came out after entering Utopia. Everyone here said they had never seen these people. Luo Chengfeng is so strong that he will be gone after entering Utopia. Can you believe this kind of thing?"
Liao Sanwei was shocked.
"Did Luo Chengfeng and the others escape into Utopia?"
Lan Zhong said.
"Not only Luo Chengfeng. Do you still remember those people with the ability to transform into beasts during the extreme cold period, who killed people without blinking an eye and ate meat without spitting out bones?"
Liao Sanwei said.
"Could it be that they are too?"
Lan Zhong said.
"Yes. They all disappeared after entering Utopia. But you also saw that there is not a single person with the ability to transform into a beast in Utopia."
Liao Sanwei said.
"Then where did these people go? It would be too outrageous for such a powerful person to disappear just because they just said they would disappear."
The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Utopia, which they have cooperated with for so long, actually has such a big secret. As for why Lan Zhong didn't tell him this until now, Liao Sanwei didn't ask. The more you know about some things, the better, Lan Zhong said.
"Maybe we will know today."
They look to the field and make decisions based on the situation. Because of Han Yaoqing's behavior, the guests gathered here became more and more angry. But these people did not dare to be malicious towards Su Miao and Lin Jiujio, for fear that a look or an action would cause the witch to misunderstand. Here, Bagu is very strong.
"Okay. You said you can't kill here? Then let our highness go out quickly,"
Han Yaoqing said.
"Please restrain each other. Be considerate, and don't have any more conflicts. When the murderer is caught, we will let you leave immediately."
Originally, I only thought that Utopia's people were innocent and polite. But judging from Han Yaoqing's behavior, was he too polite? Killing so many people just to persuade them to show restraint to each other? That's all? Even the person involved, Su Miao, felt outrageous about the behavior of the defense team. Su Miao kept her cold expression. What was even more surprising was that she did not feel any malice from the Utopia defense team members. On the contrary, the capable person next to him looked at Su Miao resentfully, and Su Miao instantly sensed the source of the malice. He raised his hand and fired out several ice arrows, hitting the man within range of the hedgehog. She is really scared. Su Miao looked at the dome of the underground city in Ideal Township, thinking about whether to penetrate the ground directly and leave from here. I thought that killing these people would prevent the spread of malicious intent. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly,
"Why do you kill people randomly? Are you with the murderer? You want to create chaos for the murderer and give him a chance to escape. Right. What grudges do you have against our eldest lady?"
This shout made more and more eyes focus on Su Miao. And even the eyes of the residents of Utopia changed when they looked at Su Miao. However, no one who lived in Utopia did not like Du Wenqian. Now that Du Wenqian is dead, they are all very sad. They just want to catch the murderer. Therefore, even if Su Miao kills people randomly here, they will only give 1 or 2 words of advice, asking everyone to be more restrained and harmonious. and any misunderstandings will be resolved when the murderer is caught. But it would be unforgivable if Su Miao deliberately created chaos and tried to let the murderer escape. The eyes of the members of the Utopia defense team looking at Su Miao changed.
Please come with us.
Han Yaoqing looked serious and was still very polite. But his tone became unacceptable. The members of the Ideal Township Defense Force behind him all pointed their guns at Su Miao. The malice is too strong. It seemed as if the people standing in front of me just now were transformed into evil spirits from H.L. in an instant. Endless malice emerged from these Utopia's defense team ability users, seeming to devour Su Miao directly, no matter what her purpose was.
Sister Su Miao, my head hurts so much. They.
Lin Jiujiu held his head, as if he had received an extremely terrifying mental shock. The sycamore with staff appeared in Su Miao's hand. With a wave, a large number of dark magic tentacles grew on the ground. Some tentacles directly penetrate people with malicious intentions, and some tentacles directly bind and squeeze those with malicious abilities to death. Defense Captain Han Yaoqing was caught off guard, and his legs were bound by tentacles, making him unable to move. He was about to say something when he saw Su Miao releasing a large number of ice arrows without hesitation to quickly harvest the lives of those around him. In the blink of an eye, the rest area was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The only response the men could do was to fire a few shots. But the bullets were blocked by the magic barrier and could not hurt Su Miao at all. As for ability attacks, they had no time to protect themselves, let alone use them to attack Su Miao.
Don't kill me! I'm being used!
A young capable person among the guests shouted loudly. It was his words just now that earned Su Miao the hatred of a large number of Utopia residents, igniting endless malice in their hearts, and wanting to crush Su Miao to ashes and kill her directly. Su Miao didn't know who was using this person, and she didn't need to know, because there is too much malice around. Just kill them all, and you'll be fine. Su Miao's body trembled slightly, and her staff pointed forward. The dark magic tentacles penetrated his open mouth and penetrated his head, killing him on the spot.
Sister Su Miao, my head hurts so much. It hurts so much.
Lin Jiujiu held his head in agony. Su Miao waved her staff, and hundreds of ice arrows roared out, killing 50 or 60 ability users with malicious intentions.
Bago, take Jiujiu with you and let's go! Yes, Your Highness!
Bago immediately grew bigger and grabbed Lin Jiujiu, who was in great pain.
Wait!
At this time, Lan Zhong blocked Su Miao's way, pointed at Lin Jiujiu and said,
Look carefully. Her state is very similar to Ji Chen, who suddenly lost control and went crazy at the wedding.
Chapter 223 Sister Su Miao. You smell so good. Lin Jiujiu's state is very similar to that of Ji Chen, who is out of control. What the hell does this happen? Impossible. Su Miao remembered that after Lin Jiujiu's evolution was completed, Pei Xiaomiao had checked Lin Jiujiu many times and confirmed that there was no problem with Lin Jiujiu's physical condition. But why was there the danger of losing control in the ideal hometown? Unless there is something here that can cause Lin Jiujiu to undergo an out-of-control mutation. Lin Jiujiu said something was wrong here when he first entered Utopia. She must have felt it, but wasn't sure. We must leave Utopia as soon as possible.
Step aside,
Su Miao said. The worry about Lin Jiujiu exceeded the fear of strangers.
Mina, take Jiujiu away from Utopia. Yes, Your Highness.
Mina grew bigger and flew into the air with Lin Jiujiu. Su Miao waved her staff, and ice arrows whizzed out, killing those with malicious abilities and scaring away those who blocked the way. Some of the defense team members who arrived were unaware of the situation. So weren't they trying to catch the murderer? How did you become a witch? But when they saw others coming up, they followed and died.
Crazy criticism of witches. I like it.
Lan Zhong turned sideways and watched as most of the newly arrived Utopia Defense Force ability users were killed. He felt comfortable and said,
Follow me later, and get out of here.
Liao Sanwei and others immediately followed. Although the other ability users, who were afraid of the witch, didn't know the situation, they looked around and immediately followed her. Utopia was originally able to control the situation, but when the witch made trouble, everything went into chaos. People with a keen sense of smell feel that something big is about to happen. It is best to leave Utopia at this time.
Stop!
Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and the scene fell silent for an instant. A figure appeared on the street leaving the Utopia underground city. Under the pressure of the powerful aura, all the ability users present stopped their movements and looked solemn. The person who came was Hua Hongtu. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, at Su Miao, who was holding a sycamore with staff, and at Lin Jiujiu, who was being held by Bago. Lin Jiujiu's condition was obviously not right. His eyes stayed on Lin Jiujiu for a second longer, and he seemed to understand something. After a brief silence, Hua Hongtu said,
"Please stay. Don't force me to do anything."
Su Miao said.
"Get out of the way."
Hua Hongtu said.
"Boss and I are very grateful for the wedding dress you gave to the eldest lady. We don't need to hold you accountable for killing so many people. We can still treat you as a distinguished guest. But I hope you can respect Utopia."
Su Miao said.
"Others don't care. We must leave."
Hua Hongtu repeated it again.
"Ideal Township is very grateful to you. But I hope you can respect Ideal Township."
Su Miao glanced at Lin Jiujiu, who was becoming more and more painful, and then looked at Hua Hongtu. With a wave of his staff, a huge dark magic tentacle appeared on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The magic tentacles pierced directly through the ground, creating a large hole in the underground city of Utopia.
"You?"
Hua Hongtu was furious. He didn't expect that Su Miao could do such a thing. You must know that in order to stabilize the dungeon, Ideal Township has alloy iron plates on the top. The missiles can withstand 2 hits when launched. Unexpectedly, the strange tentacles summoned by Su Miao directly poked holes in the dungeon. In an instant, the ground shook and mountains shook. Countless gravel and soil fell down, and the terrifying high temperature impacted through the holes towards the Ideal Township underground city. Even so, Hua Hongtu rushed out like lightning while standing unsteadily. It was unclear how he did it. Such a thick magic tentacle was blown to pieces by Hua Hongtu on the spot. The violent energy impacted in all directions, and even part of Su Miao's magic barrier was blown to pieces.
"Benefactor, you have gone too far."
Hua Hongtu landed on the ground and looked at the hole that had been penetrated. His heart was filled with fear. This benefactor was too strong. Su Miao's expression changed, and she was frightened. Sensing more and more malice nearby, Su Miao wondered whether to throw the purple fireball in the magic space. But throwing the purple fireball would cause everyone here to die. The people in Utopia actually left a good impression on her. In the Doomsday world, this place deserves the name of an ideal hometown. However, the residents here can be full of malice towards her in a moment, which is terrifying.
"So strong!"
Liao Sanwei looked at the cave above Hua Hongtu with fear. What is the origin of this pink twin-tailed witch? He was almost hit in the head by an alloy steel plate falling from above. Seeing that the passage that was dug out was blocked, Lan Zhong said calmly,
"You don't know the reason why she lost control. Taking her out of here will only be more dangerous."
Su Miao frowned. She looked at Hua Hongtu and asked coldly,
"Do you know the reason why she became like this?"
Hua Hongtu said.
"I don't know."
Su Miao said.
"Then get out of the way,"
Hua Hongtu said politely.
"My benefactor, please don't force me to take action. Please go back to the rest area temporarily. When I catch the person, I will let you leave and give you an explanation. The eldest lady has just suffered a tragedy. My boss and I don't want any more tragedies to happen in Utopia. I will also help you publicly clarify the things you have been misunderstood,"
Su Miao said.
"I don't want to repeat it a second time.
Before he finished speaking, something happened again in the center of the battlefield.
"Sister Su Miao, you smell so good."
The unprovoked sentence made Su Miao's hair stand on end. This is Lin Jiujiu's voice. Su Miao turned around, only to hear a bang, and the big bird-like starling fell to the ground. Lin Jiujiu landed lightly, took off the gray cloak on his body, and gestured like a standard beautiful girl idol.
"Sister Su Miao, let me sing to you."
"Kira." Su Miao tightened her grip on the sycamore with staff in her hand and watched as Lin Jiujiu picked up the microphone. Her beautiful girl idol singing uniform shining infinitely. Just like that, at the center of an extremely absurd conflict, a beautiful girl idol appeared on the stage. Countless lights focused on Lin Jiujiu. The nearby ability users had no idea what was going on. They were in the auditorium of the beautiful girl's stage and on the green lawn. Some people even forgot what they were going to do when they came here and started making crazy calls involuntarily. A high-pitched and passionate song sounded, attracting everyone in an instant. The gorgeous figure, wonderful singing, and gorgeous lights attracted everyone present, making people intoxicated and addicted. Seeing Lin Jiujiu on the stage will make you forget all the pain, disaster, and troubles in the apocalypse. Joy and happiness fill the heart. Within the scope of the stage, many people with the ability to call turned into light and disappeared bit by bit. At the scene, there were only a handful of capable people who could really stay awake. Hua Hongtu's expression changed. Many of the espers, who turned into points of light, were residents of Utopia and espers of the defense force.
What happened?
He wanted to get some answers from Su Miao. But when he saw Su Miao's cold expression turn into fear, he realized that something was wrong.
Depend on.
Lan Zhong was furious. I originally thought that Su Miao would make the matter bigger. But I never expected that things would turn out like this. Things were really getting serious now. But just when Lin Jiujio started singing, 5 or 6 of his brothers turned into light spots and disappeared.
Crazy criticized the witch. What happened to her?
Lan Zhong looked at Su Miao, also wanting to know the answer. But this time Su Miao was really scared. She saw that the stage area where Lin Jiujio sang was expanding crazily, as if it was going to cover the entire Ideal Township underground city and include all the residents in the underground city. If this really happens, then the realm Lin Jiujio will expand into will be another terrifying dream world. Anyone who enters the dream realm will turn into a happy point of light and die in the crazy call. In this case, the only way to stop Lin Jiujio is to kill him. Apart from this, Su Miao didn't know the second way. Everyone in Utopia will die. So, she is very scared. Hua Hongta failed to get the answer he wanted, especially after noticing Su Miao's frightened look. He knew that the matter was serious. He sighed deeply, and the Buddhist lion's roar erupted. The sound was deafening, and explosions occurred everywhere in the field. The terrible sound waves impacted Lin Jiujio, who was singing in the center of the stage. However, this terrible sound wave could not get close to Lin Jiujio at all. Instead, it was blown away by Lin Jiujio's singing. Not only was it shattered during the impact, but it also sputtered in all directions, shattering several Utopia ability users who had just woken up in the distance. Blood spilled. Shocking. Hua Hongtu was startled. His sonic attack was completely ineffective.
Lan Dong! Stop her from singing!
Liao Sanwei covered his head and shouted. This energetic song was very captivating. After just listening to a few words, he felt excited and wanted to join the people calling immediately. However, his reason made him understand that he couldn't do this. If he followed the call, he would die. Lan Zhong said.
You hold on.
He strode forward and casually grabbed the crowd blocking the call in front. At this time, an even more terrifying scene happened. Some people clearly looked like they were alive. But as Lan Zhong stretched out his hand to grab them, the captured ability users dispersed instantly like tiny rays of light. As soon as the ability is slightly shaken, the nearby person with the ability to call will be in physical and mental agitation, as if they will turn into points of light and dissipate at any time. In other words, if he exerts a little force here, the aftermath of the battle will spread and his own brothers will be killed as well. Hateful. Lan Zhong had to restrain his abilities and rush straight towards the stage. But just halfway through, Su Miao stood in front of the stage. With a wave of his staff, Ice Spike shot down. Boom! Lan Zhong punched out and exploded the ice spike.
Crazy witch! What are you doing?
His roar was so loud that Su Miao was frightened. Su Miao was frightened and waved her staff, shooting more ice spikes down. Being able to catch the ice spike with one punch does not mean that he can catch the subsequent ice spikes. However, the first ice spike shocked Lan Zhong. If he could catch a few more ice spikes, even he would be dead. This crazy witch. Lan Zhong avoided the ice spike. The ice spikes blasted into the crowd, killing multiple ability users. Fortunately, these ability users are not innocent at all. They had deep malice towards Su Miao before entering the domain that Lin Jiujio developed.
I can't let you hurt me for a long time,
Su Miao said fearfully. Although she didn't know what to do, she decided to protect Lin Jiujio first. For a time, Lin Jiujio, Su Miao, Hua Hongtu, and Lan Zhong were facing each other, and the situation was extremely critical.
Ahem!
In the dim underground passage, Ji-Chen, who lost control at the wedding, was walking forward with difficulty. Every step forward, a few drops of blood would be left on the ground. He didn't know how much blood this body could shed, but he knew he had to move forward. Otherwise he would have no chance. In the wedding square, he lost control and killed the newlyweds Du Wenqian and Wang Yucheng, committing an unforgivable mistake. Why is this happening? Ji-Chen didn't understand. However, after he woke up, he remembered a mission. He should have forgotten everything. But after losing control this time, he remembered everything.
Ji-Chen, I will beat you seriously until you almost lose your memory, and then send you to Utopia. I want you to find the source of the anomaly in Utopia and destroy it. I believe you can do it. Don't you?
The man patted his face and said with a smile, just recalling this scene, Ji Chen felt nauseous and wanted to vomit out everything he had eaten in the past few days. He was scared and desperate.
You have to listen to Daddy. You know?
Snapped. With a slap. Ji Chen and his memory was knocked away and fell into the cold snow. I don't know how much time passed before he gained some consciousness. When he woke up again, he came to Utopia. The person who rescued him and took care of him was Du Wenqian. And Du Yulin, the administrator of Utopia. Everything around is warm. Then, it broke.
Ah!
Ji Chen howled in pain. Could it be that his loss of control was deliberately controlled by his father? Thinking of this, Ji Chen felt even more painful and desperate. He does not know.
Who?
After walking in the dark for a while, two powerful ability users in front noticed the movement here and shouted loudly. Ji Chen's figure flashed, and the two powerful ability users were each stabbed in the heart and fell down with two plops. This was indeed the most secretive place in Utopia. There were such powerful ability users on the outside, and he couldn't imagine how many powerful ability users there would be inside. But his intuition told him that if he wanted to complete the task assigned by his father, he had to come here. But what surprised Ji Chen was that after killing these two people, he didn't meet any ability users guarding the place. In fact, it was because most of the ability users responsible for guarding this place had received a temporary vacation and could go back to have a wedding banquet that they only met the two of them. Ji Chen strode forward and found the chip card key from the fallen ability user. Scan the chip card key and the door to the passage ahead opens. In an instant, Ji Chen saw a scene he would never forget. In front of him was a pitch-black river of blood, with countless corpses of people with beastly abilities floating in the blood river. In addition to the corpses of beast-turned ability users, there were also some normal-looking corpses of ability users in the blood river, even if they have been dead for a long time. The aura exuding from their bodies is still terrifying. Why did they die here? Ji Chen endured the severe pain and took out his flashlight to shine into the distance. He saw something further away, and the flashlight fell to the ground with a clatter. A look of extreme horror on his face. He saw an extremely huge mountain of corpses. The river of blood that could be seen without the help of a flashlight was formed by the blood flowing from this mountain of corpses. Chapter 224 Destroy Them All.
Hi 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 hi! Let us sing together! Sister Su Miao is the cutest in the world!
In the center of the battlefield, Lin Jojo became more and more excited as he sang, driving the audience watching the concert into excitement. Su Miao listened to the singing, and the hairs all over her body stood up. What was she most afraid of? Being watched by so many people with malicious intentions made her feel very scared. Now, Lin Jojo actually used her name in a song and sang it, and let so many viewers sing along. What kind of horrific public execution is this? Is it because she treats Lin Jojo badly? To make matters worse, in order to prevent Lin Jojo from singing, Lan Zhong and Hua Hongtu continued to attack Su Miao. Su Miao kept waving her staff and accurately deployed the magic barrier to block every wave of their attacks. These two are so strong. Facing one alone is a big headache, let alone two at the same time, especially in such a narrow space. The anger in Lan Zhong's heart became more intense. He had never taken Hua Hongtu into his eyes. Only when he actually fought against this crazy witch did he realize how powerful Hua Hongtu was. Hua Hongtu could break through the invisible barrier that appeared from time to time. But he couldn't. Of course, this does not mean that Lan Zhong is weaker than Hua Hongtu. If he fights Hua Hongtu, he is confident that he can kill Hua Hongtu in a very short time. It's just that this crazy criticism of the witch is too outrageous. In the face of the two men's strong attack, she still defended her airtight, and was even able to fight back against them. Seeing the brothers he brought turn into points of light, and disappear one after another, Lan Zhong became more and more angry. But anger doesn't help. He knew very well that Liao Sanwei could no longer hold on, and the crisis must be resolved as soon as possible.
Witch, you are seeking death!
Lan Zhong called on his ability, and struck forward with a fierce blow. Boom! 70% of the magical defense barrier was shattered. No, not only was the magic defense barrier broken, but the surrounding space collapsed under this blow. The ability users within the attack range, whether they are in call status or struggling, will have their bodies exploded along with the space. Hua Hongtu, who sensed the crisis, retreated urgently. Even so, the high material protective clothing on his body was still shattered by this invisible attack, and his skin and flesh were sore and almost burst. This was an extremely weird shock wave. With one blow, the space within the range collapsed, and countless ability users died. The moment the magic barrier shattered, Su Miao waved her staff to block the magic space array in front. Part of the shock wave was absorbed by the magic space array. Hiding behind the magic space circle, she was safe and sound.
Not good. Jiujiu.
Su Miao looked towards the stage. At this time, Lin Jiujiu on the stage was getting more and more excited as he sang, as if he didn't even notice the commotion, which was too bad. Lan Zhong looked at the worried Su Miao and sneered. So what if he is a powerful space user? At this time, we can only protect ourselves. The crazy witch is indeed very powerful and terrifying. Lan Zhong did not expect this blow to kill Su Miao. His real target was Lin Jiujiu. All he had to do was kill or seriously injure Lin Jiujiu and interrupt Lin Jiujiu's singing to save the brothers behind him. However, Su Miao kept blocking them, which was annoying. This time, it will definitely succeed. Lin Jiujiu. Die! He looked at Lin Jiujiu on the stage with a cold expression, as if he had seen the scene of the little idol singing and bursting into blood. Only, the next second, Lan Zhong felt inexplicably horrified. Shockwave successfully approached Lin Jiujiu's stage, but couldn't make any further progress. His attack was blocked just like Hua Hongtu's lion's roar, and the invisible field centered on the stage began to twist, completely absorbing the shock wave that came from the bombardment. The terrifying shock wave traveled and gathered like thunder, suddenly zoomed in, and sputtered out in reverse. Boom boom boom. Several ability users, who stayed awake and tried to attack the stage, were hit and shattered. Hua Hongtu's eyes widened. He had no intention of catching these shock waves. He retreated again and again to avoid the violent reverse shock waves. By the time things were calm here, there were only a few surviving Utopia Defense Force ability users around him.
Depend on!
Lan Zhong gathered his power again and formed shock nodes around his body, which could barely block the shock wave that was bombarded. In an instant, space exploded, and Lan Zhong was blown away on the spot. This was the first time he experienced how terrifying his concussive attack was. Lan Zhong, who was in the air, felt his internal organ shift, and the world was turned upside down. He wished that his body would explode on the spot. Only by breaking can you feel happy.
Lan Zhong!
Liao Sanwei was shocked. He covered his head with one hand and took a few steps forward to help Lan Zhong, when he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from beside him. When he glanced out of the corner of his eye, a shock wave struck him. Liao Sanwei immediately resisted. With a bang, Liao Sanwei was blown away. 3 of his limbs were missing, and his whole body was covered in blood. It was terrible to see.
3 fears.
Lan Zhong rushed over after landing and helped his fallen brother. Liao Sanwei's body was trembling constantly. He looked at his brother and tremblingly said with his last strength,
"Let's go! Get out of here!"
His head dropped. Liao San was afraid of death. Lan Zhong looked up to the sky and roared, furious to the extreme. This was his only friend, the only brother he could fully trust. And now he's gone. But no matter how angry he was, Lin Jiujiu continued to sing, and the brothers behind him continued to turn into points of light and disappear.
Come with me to attack. Break the space defense of the witch Su Miao, and capture the singing Lin Jiujiu.
Hua Hongtu turned back, looked at the furious Lan Zhong and said, "If you want to stop Lin Jiujiu, you must capture Su Miao." But it was difficult for him alone to break through Su Miao's defense. He had clearly seen the battle just now, which Su Miao was good at long-range attacks. As long as they could break through the defense, they would be able to defeat Su Miao in close combat.
Good!
Lan Zhong put down the body of his good friend, stood up and looked at Su Miao. Furious, the two of them moved to the left and right. Their abilities exploded, and they attacked Su Miao together. Su Miao had not recovered from the shock just now, and was extremely scared to face the joint attack of 2 powerful men. She waved her staff and instantly deployed 14 layers of magic barriers. Boom! As soon as these magic barriers were deployed, they were all shattered by Lan Zhong and Hua Hongtu. Su Miao's eyes widened as she looked at the 2 approaching people. Her heart and lungs stopped.
Witch, you continue to be rampant. My benefactor. I'm offended.
Lan Zhong grabbed Su Miao's neck with one hand. Hua Hongtu grabbed Su Miao's shoulder with one hand. They didn't think Su Miao had a chance to resist. It wouldn't be difficult to capture Su Miao and then deal with Lin Jiujiu on the stage. Suddenly, Lan Zhong and Hua Hongtu saw an incredible scene. Su Miao laterally let go of the sycamore with staff in his hand, looking as if he was frightened and wanted to give up resistance completely. But when he saw the sycamore with staff hanging in the air, Su Miao pulled out a thin sword from it. A cold light flashed. Lan Zhong couldn't help but widen his eyes. The outstretched palm vibrated and exploded. At this time, he couldn't care about anything. With a bang, The shock wave was shattered by Su Miao's sword. But Lan Zhong luckily escaped with the help of the explosion, and was not stabbed by the sword. Lan Zhong retreated 30 steps away, and subconsciously touched his throat. But it was not broken. This feeling of dying is too clear. Hua Hongtu is even more outrageous. His collar exploded, revealing the alloy collar around his neck. This was originally a personal hobby. But he never thought that such a personal hobby would save his life one day. The moment it landed, the alloy collar cracked and fell. Hua Hongtu was shocked. The alloy material used to make the collar was very precious, and had extremely high toughness. It was actually destroyed by a sword. He was almost killed. Su Miao also felt uncomfortable. She didn't expect Lan Zhong to be so terrifying, and use shock waves at close range. At the critical moment, she naturally used the unique skills in Tai Chi's heart flow, and combined with a little magic, she succeeded in absorbing and transforming the shock wave that hit her. The Tai Chi circulation can remove this terrible energy with great ease. In an instant, with Su Miao as the center, the surrounding ground collapsed and sank. It was difficult to withstand the damage caused to the ground by this unloaded shock wave. Su Miao stood in the center, looking at Lan Zhong and Hua Hongtu, thinking about what to do next. In fact, she also wanted to stop Lin Jiujiu. However, it was the people from Utopia who stopped her, causing Jiujiu to lose control. And the situation evolved into this. In addition, as a high-level executive in Utopia, Hua Hongtu obviously knew something. But he didn't say anything and only persuaded people to stay. What on earth does this mean? Therefore, even if Hua Hongtu showed no malice, Su Miao would never hold anything back in the battle. She is really scared. After this confrontation, Lan Zhong calmed down. Hua Hongtu calmed down. They originally thought that Witch Su Miao was simply good at long-range attacks. But looking at it now, she was not at all. They didn't know what the sword move that the Witch Su Miao had just used in close combat, and how to resolve the shock wave. They even almost died from Su Miao's blow. Too insidious. Too cunning. He still had to pretend to be very scared. Is this because they are worried that they will not take the initiative to die? Just by not continuing to fight. Are you giving up on all the brothers? Lan Zhong glanced behind him. In just a few seconds, several more brothers turned into points of light. He almost had no brothers left. Hua Hongtu was even more anxious. He saw more and more residents of Ideal Township gathering here on their own initiative, calling for Lin Jiujiu on the stage. Lin Jiujiu uses his energetic singing to heal everyone struggling in the apocalypse, filling their hearts with joy and happiness, and gradually becoming a part of it. They turned into beautiful light spots, and the light spots merged into Lin Jiujiu's domain, which continued to expand, covering a wider area. Only a few minutes later, except for the area radiated by the sea of blood from the underground corpse mountain in Ideal Country, all other areas were covered. My poor daughter. In the room, Du Yulin was looking sadly at his daughter's body. Nearby, a funeral director was applying makeup to Du Wenxian, trying to make her look the most beautiful she had ever been. Boss, look at the eldest lady. The undertaker finished his work, stepped aside and said, Thank you. Thank you. Du Yulin was heartbroken. At this time, the daughter lying on the bed looked like she was asleep, as if she could wake up at any time. He took out something to express his gratitude to the undertaker. Suddenly, the undertaker sang loudly. Hey! 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 Let's sing together! Sister Su Miao is the cutest in the world! Not just the undertaker, but others sang along and headed outside. This is, as those people walked, some of them turned into points of light and disappeared. Du Yulin frowned and instantly understood what was happening in the dungeon of Ideal Township. See Tian, isn't he dead? He glanced at his daughter lying on the bed and immediately walked outside. In less than 3 minutes, Du Yulin arrived at the battlefield and saw the beautiful idol Lin Jiujiu, who was singing heartily on the stage, and the witch Su Miao, who was confronting Lan Zhong and Hua Hongtu off the stage. Su Miao, pink twin tails. Witch. Du Yulin remembered the newly obtained information not long ago, and immediately knew who Su Miao was. Witch Su Miao, it's you? Su Miao held the sycamore with staff and looked at Du Yulin's arrival without saying a word. Du Yulin looked at the scene again and saw the residents of Utopia turning into light spots and disappearing while calling happily. I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes the polished commander of Utopia. Lin Jiujiu is the new Tian? Du Yulin said in a deep voice. Tian? Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujiu. She had not heard about Lin Jiujiu becoming Tian. Pei Xiaomia, who was the commander of the generation, never said that. Du Yulin looked at Su Miao and then at Lin Jiujiu. and a jade flute appeared near his mouth. The sound of the ancient flute sounded, and the invisible sound waves spread, making the residents of Utopia, who were making calls, quickly come back to their senses and wake up, so that they would not continue to disappear as points of light. However, whether it was because of the sound of the flute or other reasons, Lin Jiujiu sang even more excitedly on the stage. Under the entanglement of the two sound waves, Lan Dong, Hua Hongtu, and the residents of Utopia, who woke up, were in great pain. Even Su Miao, who was near the stage, felt it was too much.
Enough!
Su Miao was about to take out the purple fireball in the magic space, destroy them all. Suddenly, the entire Utopia was shaken, and an extremely terrifying aura came from the ground. This is endless resentment, weaving ink like malice, and destroying all hatred. What else is there big underground in Utopia? Boom, boom, boom. There was no time to react, and the sea of blood rushed up, breaking through the dungeon of Ideal Township, breaking through the ground, and the destructive aura swept across all directions. Under the impact of this terrible darkness, Lin Jiujiu's singing stopped abruptly. He seemed to be in great pain and fell straight down. Su Miao, who was holding the sycamore wood staff, stood unsteadily. She moved her figure and unfolded the magic space array and magic barrier to protect Lin Jiujiu and Bago below. Yulin's expression changed drastically. He looked at the sea of blood rushing up and couldn't believe it. How could something unexpected happen there? It's Ji Chen. Hua Hongtu wanted to save people, but in such a desperate situation, no one could save him except himself. Lan Zhong also wanted to save his brother, but he was cut off by the sea of blood that came up. He watched helplessly as the sea of blood submerged his brothers, and the falling alloy steel plates and earth buried the surviving brothers.
Daughter!
Yulin thought of something more important. However, Utopia was destroyed and her daughter's body was missing. Is chapter 225 too exciting? So scary. Su Miao protected the unconscious Lin Jiujiu and Bago and stood at the bottom of the collapsed pit, feeling lingering fear. There was a lot of blood pouring out of the ground, and it looked like it was going to drown them at any time. Big water polo trick. Su Miao waved her staff, causing the big water ball to wrap around Lin Jiujiu and Bago and float them. Then, Su Miao stepped on the magic barrier steps and walked to the ground. It's too dangerous to stay at the bottom of the pit. In the blink of an eye, the pitted area on the ground was submerged in a sea of blood, looking extremely weird and scary. What's even more outrageous is that at a high temperature of 65 degrees Celsius, this blood evaporates very slowly. What is hidden underground in Utopia? Why is there so much blood? Su Miao took Lin Jiujiu and Beige to retreat to a temporarily safe place, feeling lingering fears. She felt innocent, wronged, and scared, because he dug an underground palace. Lin Jiujiu was wanted by Lan Zhong, a power user force. In order to solve the problem of Lin Jiujiu being wanted, Su Miao accepted the invitation of Utopia and attended the wedding of Du Yulin's daughter. Su Miao was moved by the Utopia full of goodwill and decided to give Du Wenxian a wedding dress worth millions of yuan. This made Du Wenxian and Du Yulin extremely grateful. Everything was going in a good direction. Who would have thought that at the wedding, a man named Ji Chen suddenly lost control and violently killed the newlyweds Wang Yucheng and Du Wenxian. What was supposed to be a wedding of doomsday hope turned into a bloody wedding full of despair. Su Miao felt something was wrong. She didn't want to be involved in the subsequent turmoil and wanted to leave with Lin Jiujiu, who was feeling unwell. But the people in Utopia stopped her, and capable people took advantage of the crowd gathering to deliberately spread rumors against her. Malice. This made Su Miao feel so scared that she had to kill these people in advance. However, the next development was far beyond Su Miao's imagination. Some people actually said that the wedding dress she gave caused Du Wenxian to be killed. As soon as these words came out, almost everyone in Utopia felt ill will toward her, and this ill will instantly became extremely strong. Although Hua Hongtu, who was responsible for maintaining Utopia, did not show the slightest malice, his actions showed his inner attitude. It was simply impossible for her to stay without restraint. In addition, Hua Hongtu obviously knew something when he saw Lin Jiujiu's state, but he hid it. As a result, Lin Jiujiu lost control and Utopia was on the verge of destruction. Then, there was a sudden earthquake and a sea of blood, which completely destroyed Utopia. Recalling this, Su Miao felt extremely aggrieved. Should good people be bullied? Why? Yes. One more thing. When Du Yulin came out, why did he say that Lin Jiujiu was Si Tian? Pei Xiaomiao has never said that. Does Si Ming and Si Tian have any special inheritance relationship? If one dies, Will someone replace him? Don't even know the person involved in the replacement? Or maybe Pei Xiaomu knew. But Pei Xiaomu didn't tell? Wait. The key is why Duyulin knows so well. Is Duyulin also a member of this mysterious organization? Su Miao looked at the field intently. The moonlight was very bright tonight, and she could clearly see the people standing in the distance. Apart from her, the comatose Lin Jiujiu and Ba Ge. Only Lan Zhong, Hua Hongtu, Duyulin and hundreds of capable people in Utopia who were on duty on the ground were alive. As for whether the residents of Utopia, who were buried underground and submerged in the sea of blood, could survive, she does not know.
Why destroy Utopia?
Duyulin looked at Su Miao and said,
Hand over the new generation of C-Tionlin for Jiujiu. As the benefactor of my ideal hometown, I can let you go.
Lan Zhong stood alone on the island in the sea of blood, feeling shocked in his heart. There has been a fuss for a long time. The person he wants is C-Tion? But why did Duyulin know? Hua Hongtu hesitated to speak. He didn't know that Lin Jiujiu was C-Tion. If he knew it was C-Tion, he would not stop Su Miao from taking Lin Jiujiu away. Su Miao took Lin Jiujiu away. Utopia would not become like this anyway. No. The person who really destroyed Utopia was Ji Qin. Just looking at it from another angle, he was not restrained by Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu. He might have a chance to find Ji Qin and prevent the destruction of Utopia. But it was too late now. Su Miao held the sycamore wood staff tightly and said,
She is not. C-Tion has been killed by me.
Duyulin's pupil shrank.
Zitian Ganpu was indeed killed by you. But Lin Jiujiu inherited everything and became the new generation of Zitian. She has been on the seat since the day she inherited. Do you want to say why Dai Ming didn't tell you? Because she's lying to you.
Su Miao stared at Duyulin in the darkness. Pei Xiaomu deceived her? Did Duyulin say this deliberately? Or was he deceiving her? Also, Lin Jiujiu has been at the seat since he succeeded C-Tion. What does this mean? Su Miao didn't understand. Couldn't understand.
So, who are you? I know this. He is the master of ceremonies. Duyulin.
Suddenly, the moonlight disappeared. Darkness fell. And everything stopped. Nothing could be heard. Nothing could be seen. Nothing could even be felt but this sound. Su Miao looked alert and immediately deployed a magic space array and multiple layers of magic defense barriers to prevent surprise attacks. What ability is this?
See you?
Duyulin shouted angrily. His voice only appeared for a moment before it was swallowed up by the darkness. And Su Miao could only barely hear it.
Transaction complete.
Yi came to Lan Zhong and whispered in Lan Zhong's ear. Lan Zhong's whole body was shaken, and his mind was agitated. The luminous pearl on his body is gone. This man is so terrifying.
Ah! I have forgotten that our new generation C-Tion is here. He is so cute.
Yi exclaimed.
So strong. So terrifying. Li, it's not unfair that your ideal hometown was destroyed. Ha ha ha. I have to go talk to them. Especially Ming. Oh, there's also this guy named Ji Qin. Right. He looks very interesting. I'll take him away. No need to thank me. The treasure you have raised for several months is returned to you. I hope you can survive in front of the witch.
The darkness dissipates and the moonlight falls. The vision of Duyulin, Hua Hongtu, Lan Dong, Su Miao, and others was restored. The sea of blood that submerged the ruins of Utopia was still there. But the green jade flute in Duyulin's hand turned dark green at some point. Before he played the inked jade flute, it seemed as if endless resentful spirits gathered around Duyulin and sang sad dirges. Su Miao could see clearly that the malice condensed on this ink-colored jade flute was extremely terrifying. Besides, Yi just came and left quickly. Who is he? Is his ability to control darkness? Or what? When darkness fell, Su Miao was in the darkness. She couldn't see anything, hear nothing, or feel anything. This felt too scary. In this case, if someone is killed by Yi, the person killed may not be able to feel that he is dead. Right? As if to confirm Su Miao's thoughts. The few surviving ability users on duty in Utopia moved a few times, and their bodies suddenly split apart as if they had been cut by nano-flying knives. Judging from the positions where these people died, they should have blocked Yi's way to Lan Zhong. Fear. Lan Dong, who had only been excited for a few seconds, was a little frightened when he saw this scene. He looked at the people on the ruins. The person wanted by him was C-Tionlin. Duyulin, the manager of Utopia he wanted to have, was really Li. Su Miao, who had deliberately tricked him several times, was the one who killed C-Tion. The witch. The person who traded the Night Pearl with him was the mysterious Ce. Lan Zhong felt that he was at the peak of his life. After the transaction was completed, there was a special energy in his body. This energy is constantly baptizing his body, making him stronger than ever before. His betrayal friend has been killed by him. His friend Liao Sanwei is dead, and all his loyal brothers have been wiped out. Now Lan Zhong just wants to kill everyone and avenge his brothers. Everything today is ultimately caused by Du Yulin. Then, let's start with killing Seely Du Yulin. The witch Su Miao, who desperately protected Lin Jiujiu, was one of the culprits who caused the deaths of his friends and brothers. And she must be killed too.
I'll die!
Lan Zhong jumped up and jumped into the sky. The energy gathered all over his body, and he slapped his palm down, causing the space to vibrate and the world to collapse.
Ah!
The hundreds of surviving Utopia ability users screamed and exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist, which continued to explode. And it was so terrifying. Su Miao immediately reversed the magic space formation and blocked it in the sky to protect herself. Lin Jiujiu and Ba Ge, the comatose starling, seemed to sense something and shrank directly at this time. Surrounding him, Su Miao deployed nearly 20 layers of magic barriers. Under the impact of the shock wave, the 20-layer magic barrier shattered almost instantly. But Su Miao added in time to prevent this terrifying attack from spreading. What is even more terrifying is that outside the magic space circle, whether it is the air, ruins, or sea of blood, everything is in a state of collapse. Deafening, and nothing can be seen clearly. Shockwave after shockwave. Hua Hongtu was hit hard by the falling steel plate when Utopia collapsed just now, and his body suffered serious internal injuries. When he came to the ground, Hua Hongtu discovered that the witch Su Miao had left a very terrifying aura in his body. These auras were as sharp as swords, and could fuse with the true energy in his body like water. To put it simply, these Gang Qi are eroding his body and ability. If this Gang Qi is not driven away, he will be killed sooner or later. But who would have thought that Lan Zhong would attack at this time? Hua Hongtu immediately retreated to the distance. But he was overtaken by the shock wave after only retreating 100 meters. He could only forcefully circulate the true energy in his body to resist this terrifying shock wave. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Gang Qi in his body hindered the transportation and transformation of the true energy in his body, and created a situation of internal and external pressure on him with the shock wave outside. After holding on for less than 5 seconds, Hua Hongtu's eyes widened.
Ah!
He screamed, and his body exploded into a ball of blood mist, leaving only his mutilated head falling to the ground. A tragic sight. I wonder if he regretted stopping Su Miao at the moment of his death. Seely Du Yulin played the ink-colored jade flute, and strange resentful spirits gathered around him, forming a special area that completely isolated the shock wave and resisted this wave of attacks.
Lan Zhong, are you crazy? Du Yulin, you killed my brother. Do you have the nerve to call me crazy?
Lan Zhong landed on the ground and said coldly,
Not today. Who would have known that you, a Utopia with a human face and a beast heart, who is polite in everything you do, has so much blood buried under it? You killed those with the ability to transform into beasts. Right. Their bodies are just below Utopia. Right.
Du Yulin said.
You just said that they are those with the ability to transform into beasts. Since they have transformed into beasts, they are no longer human beings. What's wrong with killing them? Do you want them to continue to live? In Utopia, after they die, they can at least accommodate the resentment of living people, so that everyone living in Utopia can be polite, not malicious, and don't have to fight or even stab each other for an extra bite of food. Their deaths are valuable,
Lan Zhong said.
Hypocrisy,
Du Yulin said.
Hypocrisy? Ridiculous. Do you think I would care about this kind of thing? It's the end of the world. I care so much. Aren't you tired of living?
Du Yulin was obviously talking, but the black jade flute was played at some point, with Du Yulin as the center. Many streams of blood surged upward, turning into bloody Du Yulin. Lan Zhong grinned.
So, your daughter is dead. Ha ha!
Du Yulin glanced at Lan Zhong, said nothing, and directly picked up the black jade flute to play. A strange flute sound sounded, and Du Yulin, whose blood was condensed, rushed towards Lan Zhong and Su Miao. Yes, her daughter died. There is nothing in this world that he needs to care about anymore. So go die. Lan Zhong laughed heartily, and went straight towards Du Yulin. Anyone who came close to the bloody Du Yulin would be exploded within one round. However, as he approached, Lan Zhong was affected by the sound of the flute, and the internal organs in his body vibrated endlessly. I'm afraid it will burst if you get any closer. There was even more invisible flute sound wave approaching, as if it was going to transform his body unconsciously. Lan Zhong found it very interesting. He raised his hands again and punched forward. Space explodes. Boom, boom, boom. A terrible explosion sounded, and shock waves swept in all directions. Dylan was knocked back more than 100 meters, and the rage of revenge in his heart became even hotter. Lan Zhong groaned. His body was injured in many places, and blood was flowing and dripping into the sea of blood on the ground. Su Miao thought she was innocent. Lan Zhong and Dylan were bickering and preparing to fight to the death. Why did they have to bring her with them in every attack? It's not a shock wave. It's a sonic attack that crushes the soul, pollutes the soul, and instills resentment. That's enough. Blood crystal. Su Miao waved the sycamore with staff, and a beautiful blood crystal suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, the moonlight turned into blood. The night sky turned to blood. Under normal circumstances, only blood crystals the size of pigeon eggs would burst out with bright light, and they would continue to grow in size. In a few seconds, they would become the size of a millstone. The magic power contained in them made Su Miao feel horrified. She just wanted to use blood crystals to convert a little magic power. But she didn't expect that the ruins of Utopia with its sea of blood would condense such large blood crystals. Because the purple fireball she had reserved was so swallowed up by the magic space that today it is less than 3 meters in diameter. Throwing such a purple fireball would definitely not kill Lan Zhong and Dylan. Therefore, she needs a blood crystal as fuel. However, would it be too exciting to actually use this blood crystal as fuel to explode the purple fireball? Chapter 226. This mushroom cloud is so beautiful. Lan Zhong saw blood crystals the size of millstones, and when he raised his hand, there was a space explosion. Although he didn't know what this was, Lan Zhong could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained in the blood crystal. Even if Dylan could no longer control the blood clone due to the appearance of the blood crystal, this thing must be destroyed. Dylan looked solemn. He didn't need to think about it to know that the witch Su Miao was going to cause a big stir. He immediately gave up attacking Lan Zhong and played the ink-colored jade flute. The dark resentment gathered into arrows in the void and shot towards the blood crystal. Destroy! Su Miao waved the sycamore with staff and threw a purple fireball with a diameter of 3 meters in the magic space. Under normal circumstances, the bigger the blood crystals are, the better. This shows that the more magic power is transformed. However, this takes time. Lan Zhong and Dylan noticed the abnormality of the blood crystal. They immediately gave up their hostility and joined forces to attack to destroy Su Miao's plan. Su Miao knew she couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the purple fireball came out, the night became as bright as day, and the temperature in the air rose sharply, seeming to burn everything around it. Boom! Almost at the moment the blood crystal was shattered. The purple fireball swallowed up the broken blood crystal and exploded. God knows how much concentrated magic power is contained in this blood crystal. As if the gunpowder storehouse was instantly ignited. The huge explosion annihilated all sounds. The ocean-like shock wave covered the entire battlefield, and everything was destroyed in an instant. The sea of blood in the ruins of Utopia evaporated rapidly, and the broken buildings melted. There were many ability users outside Utopia who were responsible for responding. They had no time to react. They could only watch a strong flash of light appear in front of them, blinking them away. Devour. In order to prevent accidents in Utopia, the capable people who came to attend the wedding banquet brought a few people outside to support them. They saw a big earthquake in Utopia, and ran close to their boss to see what was going on and come to their aid. However, they were met by a purple fireball explosion created by Su Miao. Under the impact of the explosion, these ability users were deprived of life in an instant, and their bodies vaporized and disappeared completely. Ah! This mushroom cloud is so beautiful! Dylan, I hope you don't die. 5 kilometers away, Ce looked at the mushroom cloud rising on the horizon. He clapped his hands, sighed in admiration, and disappeared at a faster speed. He didn't feel safe enough at this distance. It has to be a little further. Dylan, who was at the center of the explosion, urgently played the ink-colored jade flute. The dark resentment almost took shape and enveloped his body. In an instant, Dylan was like a burning fireball that was sent thousands of meters away by a terrifying shock wave. The burning body fell down, creating a deep pit on the ground. The body in the pit was charred and black, and the limbs were charred. I don't know life or death. Lan Zhong urgently mobilized his whole body's power. And with a long shout, the surrounding space exploded, collapsed, and turned into chaos. In an instant, the devastating high-temperature explosion shock waves swept over and swallowed up the collapsed space. Under the mushroom cloud, Lan Zhong appeared on the spot unscathed. Su Miao, who was hiding under the magic space circle, was frightened when she saw this scene. Sealy Duyulin burned and was bombarded to an unknown location. But Lan Zhong was unscathed? What to do? Su Miao didn't hesitate at all, and launched a resurgence of the undead in the ruins of Ideal Township. This purple fireball explosion was extremely powerful, but it didn't explode after landing. It exploded in the air. Therefore, the hole created by the explosion is only more than 10 meters deep, and there must be many corpses under the ruins that are well preserved and can be used. Crazy criticism of the witch. It's so scary. Lan Zhong glanced at Su Miao, who was moving again, and ran away into the distance without hesitation. It's true that he withstood Su Miao's devastating high-temperature explosion, but his ability was almost exhausted, and the high temperature in the air would not dissipate quickly. If he continued to stay here, he would only be cooked. What's worse is that Lan Zhong doesn't know what Su Miao is going to do. It was true that he wanted to kill Su Miao, but he was not stupid enough to commit suicide. Suddenly, Lan Zhong felt his body light up, as if there was some unknown and strange force dragging him to other worlds. It is Si Tianlin's ability for a long time. Lan Zhong bit the tip of his tongue and continued to run away. After he escapes from here and recovers, he will definitely be able to kill the crazy witch Su Miao and this damn Si Tianlin Jojo next time. As for Sealy Duyulin, this piece of trash can't even withstand an explosion. Ridiculous. Under the ruins of Ideal Township, the safety protection of the Corpse Mountain and Sea of Blood was destroyed. An earthquake broke out, and the room where Du Wenqian's body was stored was instantly flooded by the Sea of Blood. Not long after, a mushroom cloud rose over the ruins of Utopia, evaporating a large amount of blood. However, the blood in the area where Du Wenqian's body was located was buried deep enough and far enough away that it was not completely evaporated. Suddenly, mysterious magic penetrated, and Du Wenqian, who was wrapped in blood, opened her scarlet eyes. The surrounding blood instantly turned into invisible blood-colored magic and injected it into her body. The beautiful white wedding dress on her body turned into a terrifying scarlet color at this moment, shining with a strange light. The undead Du Wenqian looked above her head. She stretched out her hand, and a scarlet light burst out, annihilating the thick strata to create a passage. By coincidence, Lan Zhong escaped from above. On a whim, he suddenly turned when passing by, narrowly avoiding Du Wenqian's blow. What? Lan Zhong retreated again, and saw the undead Du Wenqian coming out of the ground. Du Wenqian, wearing a blood-colored wedding dress, stood in midair, her scarlet eyes slightly lowered, without any emotion in them, and her terrifying aura was suffocating. In the blazing hot air, Du Wenqian seemed not to be affected at all. Her bloody wedding dress was still dripping with blood. The skin can be broken by blowing, and there is no sign of being burned. Queen of the Undead? Su Miao was stunned when she looked at Du Wenqian. The Queen of the Undead, who could stand in midair. She couldn't fly, so why could Du Wenqian, who she used to revive the undead, fly? No, that's not the point. The point is that Du Wenqian, who became the Queen of the Undead, is too beautiful. But this beauty of death does not seem to be appreciated. The ground was shaking. An undead crawled out from the ground from time to time. They gathered below Du Wenqian, filling the entire battlefield with a creepy atmosphere, and the high temperature caused by the explosion was rapidly decreasing. These undead souls are humanoid and animal-shaped, and they are obviously the ones that were killed and buried underground by Duyulin before. I don't know what method Duyulin used to keep these corpses intact. Even after so long, they are still as fresh as just dead. These undead spirits may be strong or weak, and they attack Lan Zhong fearlessly. His Highness has an order to kill him! An undead elite shouted. Kill! Sensing the temperature dropping, Lan Zhong temporarily stopped and attacked the undead head-on. This stop directly caused him to be surrounded by the undead. Why do you trash want to trap me? Lan Zhong snorted coldly. As long as Du Wenqian, the Queen of the Undead in the sky, doesn't take action, and Su Miao, the crazy witch in the distance, doesn't make a sneak attack, he can crush all these garbage undead. A corpse will always be a corpse. Lan Zhong raised his hand and waved, and all the attacking undead, whether ordinary or elite, exploded, After blasting several waves of undead in succession, Lan Zhong stood there breathing heavily. The rest are some scattered undead. They kept coming.
Ha! It's so refreshing. It's so refreshing. It's so refreshing.
Lan Zhong combines his abilities with ancient martial arts, alternating fists and palms, and showing his master's aura in every move. In the blink of an eye, Lan Zhong's feet were covered with broken bones and foam. The thousands of undead that rushed over were all killed by him.
Come again.
Lan Zhong glanced provocatively at Su Miao in the distance, then turned to the queen of the undead, Du Wenxian, standing in midair. There were only more than 30 undead elites left below the undead queen Du Wenxian. Huh? Su Miao was frightened by the crazy Lan Zhong. Lin Jiuzhou and Ba Ge were both in a coma, and they didn't know when they would wake up. The purple fireball in the magic space has been used up. How should she kill Lan Zhong? If Ba Ge is awake, she can also use a poisonous rainstorm. Judging from the current situation, even if Ba Ge is awake, there is a high probability that she will not be able to use it. What to do? It's terrible that such a terrifying enemy is alive.
Kill him!
Su Miao used Undead Resurrection again on the surviving undead elites. In an instant, more than 30 undead elites walked towards Lan Zhong unhurriedly. The undead queen Du Wenxian also looked at Lan Zhong expressionlessly at this moment. Magic tentacles. Su Miao waved her staff, and a large number of undead tentacles grew out and attacked Lan Zhong. Lan Zhong struck out with a palm, causing the space to vibrate. The magic tentacles close to him were exploded and destroyed, returning to their original state. Su Miao had already anticipated this situation. As long as the magic power was sufficient, the magic tentacles would be enough. A bunch of magic tentacles were blown away by Lan Zhong, and a new bunch of magic tentacles appeared. These magic tentacles are black and smoking, green and smoking, and pink and smoking. They are layered on top of each other and cannot be destroyed no matter how hard they are destroyed. Su Miao's idea was simple. She didn't believe Lan Zhong could persist. If he could hold on, Lan Zhong wouldn't have to run away just now. Lan Zhong's panting didn't look like he was pretending. Even if it was just a pretense, it didn't matter to Su Miao. It was these undead elites who rushed to the front.
Roar!
A wolf-eared undead elite rushed in front of Lan Zhong and suddenly turned into a 3-meter-tall ferocious giant wolf. It opened its scarlet mouth and bit down on Lan Zhong's head. Lan Zhong took half a step forward and punched out. Boom! The ferocious giant wolf's flesh and blood swelled all over and exploded with a bang, including the wolf's head, which was blown to pieces.
Cough!
Lan Zhong spit out a mouthful of blood. The nearby magic tentacles continued to attack, and he was caught off guard. One of Lan Zhong's legs was tied up by the pink magic tentacles.
Snort!
Lan Zhong exerted force on his feet and exploded the pink tentacles. To use this ability, you don't have to use both hands. Any part of his body can be used. However, after being delayed by the pink tentacles, 2 more undead elites came to Lan Zhong. One punched Lan Zhong on the left chest, and the other pierced his body with an iron needle. Lan Zhong's eyes widened in anger. His body shook, and the 2 undead elites in front of him exploded into pieces.
Which? Come and kill me!
Su Miao didn't speak. She was very scared and simply arranged more tentacles for Lan Zhong. The undead elites came forward one after another. Whenever Lan Zhong is restrained by magic tentacles, there will always be an undead elite who comes to Lan Zhong, and the undead elite can more or less hurt Lan Zhong. However, under such a wheel tactic, none of the undead elites who went up could hold on for a few more seconds. Gradually, there were only 3 undead elites left below the undead queen Du Wenxian.
I am Luo Feng. Lan Dong. Do you remember?
One of the 3 undead elites spoke and took the initiative to walk towards Lan Zhong.
Ha ha. Luo Feng. You're here.
Lan Zhong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stood up straight and looked down at the undead in front of him.
It's a pity that you escaped last time. However, I didn't expect that you would be stupid enough to pretend to escape into Utopia and end up like this. It's something that is neither human nor ghost.
Luo Feng said.
It doesn't matter. At least I'm alive.
Lan Zhong said.
Do you think you can still be considered alive in this state?
Luo Feng said.
It doesn't matter. What I want to do now is to kill you.
Lan Zhong smiled.
I turned you into a lost dog before. Do you think you can stand up this time?
Suddenly, a huge tentacle swept over. Luo Feng saw the attack and launched an attack. Lan Zhong raised his hand and used his left hand to grab the tentacle that was coming towards him. He turned his right hand and blasted out the shock wave. Facing the terrifying shock wave, Luo Feng's body was swallowed up instantly. But he did not see any bones and blood mist exploding.
Your phantom ability has become weaker.
Lan Zhong waved his hand and used shock waves to block Luo Feng, who was attacking from the side. Who knew that Luo Feng was also a phantom and would be shattered as soon as he grabbed it. But this phantom must be shattered. Otherwise a real attack on the body will be converted into real damage. Relying on this phantom ability, Luo Feng assassinated many people and became the most notorious ability user leader in the area. No matter the shelter or the major Esper forces, including Lan Zhong. They all want to kill him. But Luo Feng was too good at escaping and too difficult to kill. Later, Luo Feng received his last mission before his death. Luo Feng pretended to be chased by Lan Zhong and fled into the ideal land to wait for an opportunity to kill Dylan. Why does Lan Zhong know so clearly? Because it was too difficult for him to kill Luo Feng outside. He simply sent someone to Luo Feng to kill Dylan. Then, Luo Feng died. And Lan Zhong learned about Dylan's strength and confirmed that there was a big secret and a big terror in Utopia. Later, because Lan Zhong had hunted down Luo Feng for his brother, Dylan took the initiative to invite Lan Zhong to establish a cooperative relationship, which continues until now. Killing two birds with one stone makes a lot of money.
You run away again.
After the recollection ended, Lan Zhong reached out and grabbed Luo Feng's neck.
Seeing that you can still remain rational even after death, let me tell you a secret. I am the one who really killed you.
Luo Feng smiled coldly.
Lan Zhong, do you think I don't know? And do you really think I'm so easy to catch? I deliberately.
Lan Zhong exerted his strength and a shock wave erupted, shattering Luo Feng's head. But as the shock wave spread downwards, Lan Zhong knew something was wrong. Luo Feng, the old Inbi, had countless high-explosive bombs tied to his body. Such bombs would explode as long as the shock amplitude is large enough. Boom! Lan Zhong's right hand exploded, and his body was blown away, leaving a bloody mess. Chapter 227. Have a good fight. Lan Zhong withstood the explosion of Su Miao's purple fireball without any damage. But he did not expect to be hit by the self-destruction of a living corpse. The successive battles consumed him too much of his abilities. Otherwise mere high-explosive bombs would not be able to hurt him. Even though he fell down, Lan Dong, who had lost an arm and was covered in blood, still stood up.
Which? Do you think you can kill me like this?
Lan Zhong sneered bloodily. Terrible. In the dark night, Su Miao saw the growing malice on Lan Zhong's body, and threw a backhand to Lan Zhong that was bleeding. In an instant, Lan Zhong seemed to have turned into a fountain, and blood was flowing from all over his body, which was terrible to see. At the same time, Du Wenqian, the queen of the undead, took action. She opened her arms, and the blood flowing from Lan Zhong instantly turned into blood mist and flew towards Du Wenqian. In the blink of an eye, all of it merged into Du Wenqian's body, and a small amount merged into the bodies of the remaining two undead elites. Theoretically speaking, even a powerful Esper should die in excruciating pain after losing blood. However, Lan Dong was not dead. He was still standing where he was.
Let's die together.
Lan Zhong reached towards his chest with his backhand and actually pulled out his heart. The heart that had lost its blood kept beating in Lan Zhong's hands. What was extremely strange was that despite losing his heart, Lan Zhong was still alive and even stronger. Oh. Su Miao's eyes widened. What exactly is this operation? And why do you not die even though you do this? 10 kilometers away, Si, who was about to leave, stopped again. He took out the night pearl he got from Lan Zhong and muttered unexpectedly.
Hey! Lan Zhong hit it deep enough. Even the witch's nuclear explosion failed to kill him. He actually still had a chance to use this power. Why do I feel like I made a bit of a loss in this transaction? Forget it. I'm giving you an advantage. Anyway, if you use this power, you will die.
Si found a high ground and looked towards the battlefield. Looking around, it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. But he just looked at it, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he really saw something. On the battlefield, Du Wenqian, the queen of the undead, made a strange whooshing sound. She spread her hands as if to hug something. The next second, a scarlet blood-colored light curtain spread towards Lan Zhong with Du Wenqian as the center. The aura of the two undead elites became more and more terrifying. They strode forward, arrived in front of Lan Zhong in the blink of an eye, and attacked together with their strongest abilities in life. But when the scarlet light curtain approached the 3-meter range of Lan Zhong, it was difficult to make any progress. The two undead elites stopped about 2 meters away from Lan Zhong. The nearby magic tentacles bombarded wave after wave, all of which were shattered when they got close to Lan Zhong, unable to provide any effective assistance to these undead elites.
Come on! Keep going!
Lan Zhong crushed his heart. His heart exploded, and unimaginable abilities flowed back into Lan Zhong's body from the broken heart, allowing him to return to his peak level in the blink of an eye, and even become stronger. He took a deep breath and struck out with a palm. The scarlet light curtain spread by the queen of the undead, Du Wenqian, shattered like glass. Du Wenqian clasped her hands together and shot a bloody beam of light in the direction of Lan Zhong. This beam was more powerful than the one she used to blast through the ground. But when the void exploded, the bloody beam of light dissipated. Du Wenqian groaned, fell from the air, and hit the ground heavily. Seeing that their queen was injured, the two undead elites rose up to attack Lan Zhong with powerful ability attacks one after another. As the undead elites transformed from the leader of the beast turn ability users, their strength is even stronger than the ones who self-destructed and seriously injured Luo Feng. One of them penetrated Lan Zhong's body, and the other crippled one of Lan Zhong's legs. They were extremely cruel. However, Lan Zhong made a mistake and blasted the two undead elites with one hand. All the magic tentacles around him exploded. Ahem! Lan Zhong, who had a broken leg, knelt on one knee and coughed. You won't die in this way? Su Miao stood in the distance, looking at Lan Zhong, who was still alive, and was extremely scared. All the undead souls she finally revived were killed by Lan Zhong, leaving only Du Wenqian. If she is still alive, can she die quickly? Without the undead to stop her, Lan Zhong would definitely come and fight her to the death. So, just when Su Miao was about to make further moves, the queen of the undead Du Wenqian stood up again. Du Wenqian kills Lan Zhong. The strange blood mist all over his body gathered into several spheres, whirling and bombarding Lan Zhong. Lan Zhong raised his left hand and shook the blood mist sphere again and again, but only after a few seconds. New blood mist spheres condensed and continued to bombard him. For a time, neither side could do anything to the other. But if you look closely, you will find that Du Wenqian is at a disadvantage, and there is a risk of being beaten by Lan Zhong if he doesn't last long. Su Miao wanted to help, but with Lan Zhong and Du Wenqian fighting, she couldn't intervene for the time being. Otherwise, Lan Zhong might have disabled Du Wenqian instead of defeating him. Seeing Du Wenqian become the queen of the undead, Su Miao had mixed emotions. The good bride became like this, and because of her unexpected operation, Du Wenqian became the queen of the undead. Boom! Suddenly, the void exploded and the blood mist exploded. Queen of the undead Du Wenqian was knocked out by Lan Zhong. She fell to the ground like a bloody butterfly with broken wings. For the second time, Lan Zhong was a little surprised when he failed to explode the target at such a close distance. He wanted to give chase. However, during the battle just now, he discovered that his already dilapidated body was corroded by Du Wenqian's blood mist. The injured leg was completely missing at some point. Du Wenqian fell to the ground and struggled to get up, but she was extremely injured and unable to stand up. Su Miao held the sycamore with staff tightly. No one could count on it. With a wave of the staff, a 30 centimeters long red fireball appeared in the air. As the magic power continued to compress and input, the red fireball began to grow larger and larger, and in an instant the diameter became more than 10 meters. The temperature of the red fireball is much lower than the temperature of the purple fireball. However, if such a large red fireball is compressed into a purple fireball, the purple fireball will be very small, and it will be easily avoided by Lan Zhong when it is thrown and explodes. If you replace it with a red fireball, the effect will be much better. Go! The red fireball fell towards Lan Zhong. Lan Zhong snorted coldly and used his ability with one hand, causing the space to vibrate. This is an opportunity. He can take this opportunity to directly severely injure or even kill the witch. Compared with the devastating purple fireball and the blood crystal the size of a millstone just now, the red fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters is really too weak. This shows one thing. The purple fireball that which Su Miao just used cannot be used again in the short term. Otherwise, there would be no need for so many dead people to crawl out of the ground. At the same time, Lan Zhong had to admit that the dead man Su Miao created was very powerful and terrifying, and it severely injured him to this point. This shows that the witch Su Miao has more than just these abilities, but also other abilities. In his current state, he has no blood, is missing an arm, a leg, a heart, and is full of ulcers. He can't live much longer. He must take advantage of the last moment to kill the witch. Lan Zhong mobilized all his original abilities this time and struck with all his strength. In an instant, the space in front of him shattered like a mirror. A fireball more than 10 meters long was penetrated, and the void was annihilated. The invisible shock wave struck right in front of Su Miao. Su Miao held the staff tightly, fully unfolded the magic space array, closed her eyes, and received all Lan Zhong's attacks. The next second, outside the area protected by the magic space array, the space collapsed and became chaotic. A gust of wind blew, and the space became flat. The sky is slightly bright. It was dawn. Lan Zhong saw clearly Su Miao, who was frightened but completely unharmed. He doesn't understand. However, none of this matters anymore. When dawn arrived, Lan Zhong could clearly feel that the dark power entrusted to him by Ce was quickly disappearing, taking his life with it. He could continue to live even after losing all the blood in his body and his heart, simply relying on this dark power to maintain himself.
Which? You win! Ha ha ha!
Lan Zhong smiled. This battle was a joyous one. Unprecedentedly joyful. He raised his palm and used the last bit of his ability to use the shock wave on his head. With a bang, Lan Zhong's body exploded and scattered on the ground. Su Miao looked at the exploded Lan Zhong and relaxed slightly. Lan Zhong is finally dead. After thinking for a while, Su Miao left a movable orange tree magic barrier for the unconscious Lin Jiujiu and Bago beside him. She walked to the area where Lan Zhong died, pointed her staff forward, and a ball of blue flame fell down, burning the broken bones and flesh on the ground to ashes. Now it is a high-temperature natural disaster. These scattered bones and meat will be turned into dried meat by the high temperature, and then eaten by stray mutant animals and mutant insects. There is no guarantee that more terrifying mutant animals will not appear. Yes, there are these undead ones. But wait a moment. Su Miao looked at Du Wenxian, the queen of the undead, who was lying on the ground, and sent her an undead resurrection. The queen of the undead at the Vulcan base said that her undead resurrection can heal their injuries, and it should be able to do so this time. Sure enough, as the magic light fell on Du Wenxian no longer showed pain. She stood up again and bowed to Su Miao to express her gratitude.
You can't speak?
Su Miao blinked. Du Wenxian opened her mouth and made a hoarse sound. It seems that he really can't speak. It shouldn't be. Su Miao was confused. Theoretically speaking, since she has become the queen of the undead, she should be able to speak. And judging from Du Wenxian's appearance, she is much more powerful than the queen of the undead at the Vulcan base. But it doesn't matter. Kill all those who deserve to be killed, and all those who deserve to die. Su Miao asked.
Do you still remember your name?
Du Wenxian made a sound of awe and shook her head, looking like she didn't know anything. Su Miao looked at the bloody wedding dress on Du Wenxian. Even after the fierce battle just now, the wedding dress on her body was still intact and had not been damaged in any way. Su Miao remembered that the bodies, clothes, and weapons of the undead elites who fought with Lan Zhong were all shattered to pieces. Du Wenxian's wedding dress was not made of high-end materials like hers. So how could it not be destroyed at all? Could it be that when Du Wenxian was fighting, she would always use some abilities to protect her bloody wedding dress? Judging from Du Wenxian's appearance, even if she had died long ago, even if she had lost a lot of memory, but always remember to take care of your wedding dress.
Your name is Du Wenxian. You have to remember this name,
Su Miao said.
From now on, you are free. But if you want to maintain vitality and strength, you need blood. It depends on you.
Du Wenxian seemed to understand, but also seemed not to understand anything. Su Miao just thought she understood. If Du Wenxian didn't become the queen of the undead, she could be burned on fire, and there would be no need for so many things later.
Okay, step aside. I want to purify everything here,
Su Miao said. Du Wenxian slowly flew into the sky and retreated quietly into the distance. Su Miao waved the staff, and blue flames fell down, igniting the broken bones of the undead on the ruins of Utopia. The flames were so fierce that the entire battlefield was burned to a white ground in an instant. There was a hot wind blowing up pieces of white ash. Even if there is no high-temperature natural disaster, there will probably be no plants growing here for a long time. Su Miao did not forget to add a starlight bloom to this area. May these deceased rest in peace, although many of them are not good people. under the magic barrier of the movable orange tree. The Mina shook her head and came to life.
Your Highness! Oh! Your Highness! I almost died.
As soon as Bago woke up, he cried loudly.
I just watched JoJo's concert. After watching it for a long time, my whole body was glowing. I thought I was going to die. Whoa!
Su Miao tilted her head.
Do you feel like you're missing something?
Bago checked it carefully and said doubtfully.
Your Highness. No. My body seems to have become stronger.
The whole body glows. Can the body become stronger after leaving the dream world? Su Miao seemed to have thought of something. Didn't Bago become Lin Jiujiu's concert stage just now? If Lin Jiujiu expands his territory and holds a concert every time in the future, will Bago be strengthened? Well, I just don't know if Mina can persist, Su Miao said.
It's okay. Beige, take Jiujiu with you. Let's leave here.
Beige nodded hurriedly.
Okay, Your Highness.
No. The battle is over? Starling turned around and saw Utopia completely turned into ruins, as well as the ashes of corpses on the ruins. It seemed to understand something. Suddenly, Mina's hair was furious, and his eyes met the Queen of the Undead, Du Wenqian, who was standing not far away. Queen of the Undead Du Wenqian tilted her head. Beige turned around faintly.
Your Highness. Her?
Su Miao said.
She became like this because of an accident. Let's go!
If such a terrifying battle breaks out in Utopia, there is no guarantee that other nearby forces will not notice it. She must leave as soon as possible, Beige said.
Okay, Your Highness.
It turned into a big bird form, grabbed Lin Jiujiu and flew forward. Su Miao put away the movable orange tree magic barrier and quickly followed, leaving the ruins of Utopia. Queen of the Undead Du Wenqian stood there and watched His Highness Su Miao leave. In fact, she wanted to follow him. However, His Highness Su Miao said that she was free and could move freely. Moreover, Du Wenqian felt that she should stay, because there was something binding her here. Suddenly, something happened outside Utopia. Du Wenqian, the Queen of the Undead, flew over slowly. She saw a deep pit, and in the pit lay a man whose body was charred and looked miserable. The lying person was still breathing, and Du Wenqian felt inexplicably close to this person. She fell slowly and stared at the people in the pit. This is the Master of Ceremonies, Du Yulin. Affected by the rising high temperature, the charred blackness on Du Yulin's body fell off, exposing the new and tender skin underneath. Suddenly, Du Yulin opened his eyes and saw the Queen of the Undead, Du Wenqian, standing next to the pit.
Daughter!
Chapter 228 Cruciatus Curse.
Daughter! You are still alive!
Du Yulin was so happy that he came out of the pit and hugged Du Wenqian, the Queen of the Undead, with tears streaming down his face. There is no greater joy than the discovery of a lost daughter.
Great! Great, Dot! My daughter! Don't worry. Dad will protect you from now on and never let you get hurt again.
Du Yulin cried with joy. During the battle, when he learned the identity of the witch Su Miao, he had been on guard against Su Miao's fireball that destroyed the world. Although he knew the terrifying power of the fireball explosion, when he actually faced it, Du Yulin felt that the information he had received was too deceptive. The real power of the witch's fireball was 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than what was described in the information. For this reason, when Su Miao used the purple fireball to detonate the phenomenon crystal the size of a millstone, Du Yulin directly sacrificed all the resentment and curses accumulated during this period in Ideal Township to protect his whole body. In an instant, Du Yulin was shielded in the tens of thousands of years of Antarctic ice, as if he was about to be completely frozen. The next second, Du Yulin felt another devastating energy impact. All his bones and internal organs were shattered by the horrific explosion. Most of the resentment and curse that protected his body were evaporated, and the rest was covered in high-temperature flames, causing him to fall into the deep pit like a meteor. Du Yulin fully activated the self-healing ability in his body and raced against time to repair his body. Fortunately, after falling to the bottom of the pit, the purple flames on his body were quickly extinguished. Otherwise, Du Yulin felt that he would be burned to ashes. However, the black jade flute that he had raised with more than 6,000 corpses for a long time was broken, and the accumulated resentment, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the beautiful ideal hometown were all gone. There is also nearly 90% of the ability in the body that has been consumed, and the injuries have not yet fully recovered. But it doesn't matter. His daughter is still alive. That's enough. Tears flowed for a while, and Du Yulin suppressed his excitement. He stroked his daughter's hair, noticed that Utopia was completely destroyed, and said,
Utopia was destroyed by the witch? If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. As long as my daughter is here, we can go anywhere. The witch must have thought that I was dead and Lan Zhong was dead too. No one would know our secret. We can create a new Utopia. Daughter, you will be happy.
Du Yulin kept talking, feeling sorry for his daughter's experience. Suddenly, Du Wenqian's scarlet eyes lit up. She looked at Du Yulin's neck and took a bite.
What does it feel like?
Du Wenqian, the queen of the undead, was confused. The hug made her feel very friendly, so she did not resist Du Yulin's actions. Du Wenqian felt that the blood on Du Yulin's body was very fragrant. She was very eager to take a sip. Driven by instinct, Du Wenqian bit down, and the sharp teeth penetrated Du Yulin's skin easily. Blood poured out from the wound and entered Du Wenqian's mouth. Sweet? Luscious? Du Wenqian doesn't know. All she knew was that the blood was extremely delicious, and she needed it very much. Under the influence of his strong love for his daughter, Du Yulin didn't notice anything unusual about Du Wenqian at all. It wasn't until he was bitten that Du Yulin's eyes widened. Why? Hot tears flowed from his eyes. Du Yulin instinctively wanted to shoot Du Wenqian to death. He could easily kill Du Wenqian at such a close distance. But this was his daughter. Du Yulin released his clenched fist, released the power in his palm, and gently stroked his daughter's long hair.
Drink! Drink! Daddy owes you this. Dad didn't take good care of you.
Simply walking is too slow. Su Miao walked for a while, couldn't hold it back, and simply called Beige down. She grabbed one of Beige's legs and let him fly for a while. Flying like this is really exciting. Without a certain amount of physical strength, I am afraid that I will fall down soon after flying, especially when the starling's speed increased. The hot wind gusted in front of him, which was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the clothes on her and Lin Jiujiu had thermal insulation effect. There is also magic covering the whole body. Otherwise, traveling in such a hurry will cause people to lose moisture in a short period of time and dry out quickly. Even so, such a flight still made Su Miao terrified, and he was ready to deploy a magic barrier at any time to catch himself if he might fall. 60 kilometers flew by in the blink of an eye, and when approaching Xixia town, Su Miao asked Starling to stop on a mountaintop more than 600 meters high. Stepping on the hard rock on the top of the mountain, Su Miao immediately took out the movable orange tree magic barrier from the magic space. Then he took out a soft bed and put Lin Jiujiu on it and gave her water. After flying this way, Su Miao was worried that Lin Jiujiu did not die from the heat, but died from lack of water.
Call!
Su Miao breathed a sigh of relief. She first took out the wash basin, threw in a water ball, took out a towel and washed her face, and then drank some water. She felt like her whole body came to life. Beige stood pitifully beside Lin Jiujiu's bed, looking forward to what His Highness Su Miao would bring out next. Su Miao blinked, took out the table from the magic space. Chilled watermelon. Chilled melon.
Eat. Thank you, Your Highness.
Mina immediately started to eat. It is thirsty. Su Miao took a piece of iced melon and took a bite, feeling very happy. After almost eating, Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujiu, who was unconscious on the bed. Lin Jiujiu was in a stable state, and there should be no problems. It's just that this is the first time Lin Jiujiu has been in a coma. Yanshan refuge once. Awaken and evolve once. Utopia once. Hiss. What kind of protagonist template is this? If it were an ordinary person, if he were in a coma in such a dangerous apocalyptic world, he would probably die soon. Right? However, Lin Jiujiu is still alive and is only 9 years old. This is really extraordinary.
Did I forget something?
Su Miao looked in the direction of Utopia. Most of the residents of Utopia were dead, and Lan Zhong blew himself up. She didn't care too much about Lan Zhong, and cremated all the corpse fragments she left for Lan Zhong, including those undead fragments that were blown up by Lan Zhong. And she also gave them a starlight bloom, so nothing was left out. No, there is another one. Master of Ceremonies. Du Yulin. After the battle, Su Miao left in a hurry and did not check, because she thought that when the purple fireball exploded, Du Yulin turned into a burning fireball and hit the ideal town. She didn't go to see it. If you don't see it, you can't witness it with your own eyes, and you can't be sure whether Du Yulin was really burned to ashes. Su Miao frowned and recalled the scene at that time. The purple flame attached to Du Yulin's body would make it difficult for him to survive unless he was someone as powerful as Lan Zhong.
With such high temperatures, it should be fine.
Su Miao ate the melon and thought of a key point. If Du Yulin was alive, Du Wenqian would definitely appear when he flew up. But Du Yulin did not appear. Well, this person must be dead. Su Miao felt relieved. She got up, picked an orange from the mutated orange tree, peeled it open, ate the orange, and reviewed what happened last night.
I can't seem to feel at ease.
Su Miao thought of the mysterious CE. When it appears, darkness falls, everything stops, and the five senses are deprived. This feeling is terrible. There is also Ji Chen, the murderer of Du Wenqian, who is also very strong. If he was taken away by CE, nothing good would happen. Hope we won't meet you next time. Su Miao took out her notebook and calculated the mysterious organization secretary XX she met along the way. A generation of Siming, Pei Xiaomia, has the ability to peel off souls and burn souls. The second generation commander, Yi Dashan, was the cannibal leader who was killed by her with a fireball and was covered in viruses. Si Tian, Gon Pu, the madman who used Lin Jiujio to create a dream world, claimed to be a god in the dream world, and tried to kill most of the people who had taken refuge in Yanshan. The second generation Si Tian, Lin Jiujio, and Su Miao still don't know how this XX organization was inherited. Their abilities are singing and dream control. Si Chen, Tu Guihai, an old Taoist priest from Laoshu town, has the special ability of slowing down time. Si Li, Du Yulin, is the manager of Utopia. His main attack method is to play the flute. The sound of the flute can affect the fighting spirit in people's hearts. At the same time, he can control evil thoughts to fight, which is very strange. When CE appears, darkness falls, everything stops, and the five senses are deprived. How many people are there in this mysterious organization? The people inside went crazy. It was really scary. To make matters worse, the purple fireball, which had always been effective, began to fail. Although Lan Zhong may be a special case, it is not ruled out that a second Lan Zhong will pop up, and she must learn new magic to protect her own life. Su Miao took out an ancient magic book. She has learned the mage's hand and magic tentacles. And next is the magic phantom. This magic is very simple. Su Miao just read the theory introduced in the book and raised his hand to create a magical phantom. She is reading a book, and the magical phantom will read along with her. But the overall look is more unreal. As for fighting, Su Miao tried to condense a small fireball. The magic phantom condensed into a small fireball. But after condensing the small fireball, the magic phantom became more illusory. The small fireball was thrown out, and the rocks in front were blown into lime powder. Small fireballs thrown by the magical apparition exploded the stone into rubble. The difference is quite obvious. However, overall, the magic phantom uses the same magic as the main body, and its power can reach more than 60% of the main body.
That's okay for now.
Su Miao made a note in her magic notebook. She needs more attack magic now. Magic phantom is enough for the time being. The Cruciatus Curse is the focus of this study. So far, the direct attack magic she possesses is mainly fireball, ice arrow, ice spike, bleeding, etc. Magic like
the blood flow stops.
Also has some restrictions on its use. The target must have wounds on it. To revive the undead, you must first have a corpse. Ice arrows and ice spikes are easy to avoid. The purple fireball needs to be stored for a long time. Therefore, Su Miao urgently needs more effective direct attack magic. And the Cruciatus Curse looks good just by looking at its name. Su Miao frowned after reading the Cruciatus Curse written in the ancient magic book. The Cruciatus Curse is so powerful that it can easily crush the target's heart without the other party being prepared. For those with abilities, the heart is the core of ability. My heart was broken, and there was basically no way to survive, except for someone as cruel as Lan Zhong. However, the casting distance of the Cruciatus Curse is 12 meters, and the maximum distance is 33 meters. This distance made Su Miao feel very dissatisfied. Might as well use a sniper rifle, considering that those with abilities would get close to her when they tried to kill her. Su Miao decided to seriously learn the Cruciatus Curse. Su Miao learned quickly, and took more than 3 hours to learn. She learned night vision and magic lamp making together. At night, there are several beautiful crystal magic lights under the orange tree magic barrier. The core of the crystal magic lamp is the energy stone. When the energy is insufficient, directly injecting magic power can make the crystal magic lamp continue to illuminate, which is very convenient. Of course, Su Miao can also use an energy converter to use the electricity converted inside to power energy-saving lamps and the like. For example, Now, the induction cooker used by Su Miao is the electric energy provided by the energy converter. She finally didn't need to use that ancient generator. One needs to constantly ride a bicycle to generate electricity, which is fine for daily fitness. But it is too time-consuming to specifically generate electricity. One needs to provide diesel power generation. Once the diesel generator is started, the roar can make people dizzy. Therefore, Su Miao has rarely used diesel generators so far. The night is already dark. Looking at the grilled steak sizzling on the induction cooker, Su Miao felt happy. Mina stood on the edge, looking forward to it. Half an hour later, a simple dinner was ready. One for Su Miao and one for Starling. After the meal, Su Miao continued to study the ancient magic book, while recording the research findings in the magic notebook. Magic Phantom, Cruciatus Curse, and Night Vision. She needs to continue to optimize these magics, because according to the method of casting spells in ancient magic books, you need to read the spell, and you will be interrupted by others. She needs to change these spells to instant cast, so that she won't be interrupted from reading the spell. Fighting is a matter of seconds, and 1 second is enough to decide the outcome of a battle, life or death. In addition, after this magic study and research, Su Miao gained very valuable magic reasoning knowledge and experience from ancient magic books. To put it simply, in this ancient magic book, water ball spells and fire ball spells are displayed in the most complicated way. It looks like the complex derivation process of axioms and theorems in mathematics books. But there are a lot of redundant steps. What Su Miao has to do is to optimize these derivation processes. Moreover, by learning the derivation methods, Su Miao became more successful when constructing new magic. For example, she never knew how to use Starlight Bloom. After this study, she gained a new understanding. It doesn't matter that Starlight Bloom cannot be dismantled. However, referring to the magic circle that the Starlight blooms, she can replace all the magic runes inside with those she has mastered, and then slightly change the magic circuit, and it's almost done. In this way, she will have true long-range magic strike capabilities. Su Miao came outside the orange tree magic barrier, stood on the top of the mountain, and started her first magic experiment. The amplification magic circle unfolded under my feet. No problem. The staff moved forward, and the experimental magic circle number 1, which was not officially named, unfolded. The magic power continued to be injected into the number 1 test magic array through the staff, and the magic power began to compress and accumulate, and the state was normal. The number 1 test magic circle unfolded in 3 layers. More and more magic power was compressed and accumulated in front of the magic circle, and the aura emitted became more and more terrifying. The magic circle is very stable, and the accumulation and compression of magic power is very stable without any problems. Su Miao looked excited. Will it be successful the first time? This is great. Etc. Something seems wrong? Why is the magic power flowing into the magic circle uncontrollably? Can't interrupt? It must be launched. No. Why can't it be launched? Su Miao immediately expanded the magic space array to its maximum extent and forcibly broke the sycamore with staff in his hand. Mina, who was eating melon, looked extremely frightened when he saw this scene. Your Highness Su Miao, what are you doing? Chapter 229. There is a network. From the moment the sycamore with staff was forcibly broken to the explosion, it was so sudden that Su Miao had no time to close her eyes. She only had time to expand the magic space array to its maximum extent. Ahead, the magic power that had lost the control of the staff and was compressed to the extreme exploded. Everything was annihilated under the strong light of magic. So much so that Su Miao felt that he did not hear any explosion sound. Su Miao only felt that the world was humming, and there was no more unnecessary noise in the world. When the magic light was extinguished, Su Miao found that she was standing on the edge of a cliff. Half of the 600-meter-high mountain had been blown away. Below is an abyss filled with countless smoke and dust. It is spectacular when viewed from above. Uncanny workmanship. What a miraculous craftsmanship God has. Su Miao, who was about to burst into tears, thought like this. She took a few steps back and discovered that the magic barrier of the orange tree had shrunk to a point at some point. The mutated orange tree seemed to have experienced a level 14 typhoon. Leaves, branches, and oranges fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed. The Mina standing under the orange tree had been frightened and fainted. Lin Jiujiu shrank into a ball on the bed at some point, as if he was frightened even in his sleepy dream world. Su Miao wiped the tears from her eyes and retreated silently. Obviously the previous steps went smoothly. Why does this happen? Su Miao took out an iced melon from the magic space and took a bite. It was sweet and cold, and tasted as delicious as ever. Eat some melon first and calm down.
Your Highness, am I still alive?
More than half an hour later, Mina woke up and looked around with lingering fear.
Eat melon.
Su Miao put an extra portion of iced watermelon and iced melon on the table. There are so many melons in the magic space that it's almost impossible to eat them all. Seeing the melon, Mina instantly forgot his fright and ate it happily. It wasn't until after eating the melon that it flew out of the orange tree magic barrier for routine patrol that it saw the abyss blown up by His Highness Su Miao next to the mountaintop, and was so frightened that it almost fell. Horrible! I don't know how many times more terrifying than the last time. Su Miao opened the magic notebook and rededuced the newly constructed magic with reference to starlight blooming to see what went wrong. But according to the ideas in the magic notes, I have deduced it several times in a row, and it is correct no matter how I look at it. This made Su Miao inexplicably irritable, and she felt like she was doing the most important math question in the college entrance examination. No, this is more troublesome than the derivation of calculus in advanced college mathematics. After calming down for a few minutes, Su Miao unfolded the starlight blooming magic array and studied it again based on the magic runes and magic circuits inside.
My magic circuit is missing a magical connection? I didn't replace this magic rune? Ah, there is a node missing here. Why is this happening? Oh, yes, I seem to have made some changes.
Su Miao recalled everything. She was so confident when making modifications and adjustments that she made these mistakes. However, this cannot be blamed on Su Miao. She had tried to dismantle the starlight blooming magic array before, and after making a few changes, she felt an unimaginable terrifying aura, which scared her to dissipate the magic immediately. Otherwise it would really explode, which would be unimaginable. Therefore, after having the experience of learning from ancient magic books, Su Miao dared to refer to the starlight blooming magic array to deduce a new magic. But judging from the results, the magic theory involved in starlight blooming was very advanced, and she couldn't understand it for the time being.
This change should be almost complete.
Su Miao looked at the newly drawn number 2 experimental magic circle on the magic notebook and was full of confidence. She took out a brand new sycamore with staff from the magic space, in order to prevent the staff from exploding. Su Miao later made more of them, and used them this time.
Keep trying?
Su Miao hesitated, and after thinking for a moment, decided to suspend the magic experiment. Although the newly introduced magic seems to have no problems. It may seem that there are no problems now, but tomorrow there will be a lot of problems. Therefore, Su Miao suspended the research on this magic and turned to the research on magical phantom, Cruciatus curse, and night vision magic. After half a day of research, Magic Phantom has made considerable progress. In a sense, the Magic Phantom is similar to the principles of the Mage's Hand and Magic Tentacles. By analogy, Su Miao's further optimization was very smooth. However, Su Miao encountered quite a problem in researching the Cruciatus curse. Su Miao had no idea how to increase the range, how to increase the power, and how to increase the defense-breaking effect. Unknowingly, it was evening. Su Miao looked up and saw Bago standing on the table. Looking expectantly, the melon left on the table has been eaten by the Mina. Oh, yes, it's time for dinner.
Have you not woken up after a long time?
Su Miao glanced at Lin Jiujiu, who continued to sleep on the bed. Beige said,
Your Highness. No.
Su Miao blinked and took out the electromagnet board from the magic space. Today's dinner is teppanyaki. The preparation method is very simple. Just add flour, water, eggs, yeast powder in a stainless steel basin, and stir into a paste. After fermenting for 30 minutes, add chopped green vegetables, fried beef, fresh shrimp, and some basic seasonings such as MSG, salt, and oil. The next step is to heat the iron plate. Add oil, and spread it evenly. Spoon a spoonful of the mixed batter onto the iron plate. Spread into a circle. Wait, why did it develop into a pancake civet? Su Miao recalled how to make teppanyaki, thought for a moment, and decided to just make it like this. It smelled pretty good anyway.
Your Highness, what is this? It smells so good.
Ba Gu watched Su Miao operate with great anticipation. Su Miao said seriously,
Teppanyaki pancakes.
Mina nodded repeatedly. After eating the delicacies prepared by Pei Xiaomiao, it felt that the food cooked by His Highness Su Miao was a little less interesting. However, I never expected that His Highness Su Miao would be able to make such delicious food one day. It feels very happy. Why do you think of the word happiness? The starling quickly put this idea behind him. What he was looking forward to most now was dinner. Done. A few minutes later, 2 portions of sizzling pancakes were completed. 1 portion for Beige, and 1 portion for Su Miao. Very fragrant and crispy. Delicious. Spread some bean paste on it, and it tastes even better. After just 1 portion, Su Miao felt very full. Next time, try the new flavor by adding beef sauce, fermented bean curd, and other sauces. After eating, Su Miao continued to make the remaining pancakes. After all, it was a bit troublesome to stop cooking every time, especially when she was obsessed with magic research. Time passed without her realizing it.
Did you find anything during the daytime patrol?
Su Miao asked while making iron pancakes. Beige said,
Yes. Walk along the road over there. 11 kilometers to the west is Xixia town. I heard that there are 160,000 people living there. It is similar to the several market towns we encountered earlier. The beasts in Xixia town, there are many people with abilities. And when I passed by, I saw people with abilities dueling inside. And the scene was very bloody. There are many areas where ability users gather outside Xixia town, which looks very strange, because there are so many gathering areas outside. I haven't been able to find out which one is the entrance to the shelter.
Huh? Mina failed to discover the location of the Xixia refuge. This is unscientific. You must know that Mina's ability to find things is not very strong, so it should be easy to find the freshman shelter. Su Miao nodded and put the newly made iron pancakes into the magic space.
Let's take a look tomorrow. Okay, Your Highness,
Mina said. Su Miao glanced at Lin Jiujio on the bed. She didn't know how long Lin Jiujio would fall asleep. She wanted to hurry up and leave. Now, let's live here. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Su Miao picked up the phone in confusion. Her cell phone had a signal at some point. Is there an internet connection? Almost as soon as I turned on my phone, a lot of information notifications popped up. Breaking, North America conducted a hydrogen bomb attack on South America. Breaking news, the tsunami completely wiped out Indonesia and other island countries. Breaking news, satellites from various countries were attacked by strong solar storms, cosmic rays, and meteorites, causing global network paralysis. Breaking news, with the arrival of extreme cold, countries in Europe and North Asia were frozen. European troops raided Africa, declared occupation, and established military bases. Breaking, a large number of neon refugees appeared on the eastern coast, and large-scale conflicts broke out between the refugees and local residents. Breaking news, the Western Theater Command launched a self-defense counterattack on the Indian Peninsula and currently controls 2/3 of the area. For the survival and continuation of mankind, the military will establish a brand new refuge in the area. Breaking, a fierce war broke out in the southeastern peninsula. These are news from the past few months. In the past, Su Miao would have ignored all these notifications, deleted them, and not read them. But this is a post-apocalyptic world, and news and information are rare, so there must be no omissions. But now, the news is very important to her. After reading these news headlines, Su Miao saw another very important message. Due to the destruction of the servers of major internet companies, several available apps are now announced. Those who receive this message must download it. Weibo, QQ, WeChat, Survival, Beta Community, Exchange. The first 3 apps are available on Su Miao's phone. You can open them and use them normally. There should be no problem. However, I have never seen it in Survival, Beta Community, and Exchanges. Su Miao clicked in and downloaded these 3 apps. The registration method is also simple. Just bind an app that has been registered for a long time with 1 click, and you can successfully authorize and re-register it. The Survival app is somewhat similar to the old Jihu, which contains all kinds of very professional Doomsday survival knowledge. These include finding safe areas, how to hunt, how to keep warm, how to resist the cold, and how to store water. Su Miao took a casual look and admired these people very much. Fortunately, she is magic. Otherwise, her survival would be a question. Su Miao saw a very popular guide.
100% guide to poking mutated giant rats in chrysanthemums with bamboo rods.
There is also a video inside, which is surprisingly what happened in the tourist area where she first lived. I don't know the person who posted the message. Su Miao. He is probably a survivor. Su Miao took a quick look and saw that the post was full of praise for the boss, as well as suggestions for reenactment. However, compared to this article, The most popular one seems to be a person named Xian. He published a guide on how to turn hunted mutated animals and plants into delicacies, and clearly told readers which parts were poisonous and poisonous. How should the part be processed before it can be eaten? God knows how this person knew which ones were poisonous and which ones were not, and how he figured out how to eat them. This is really extraordinary. However, there are also people below who wonder if Xian here is the leader of a certain power user force. What he does every day is to force his subordinates to try various mutant animals and plants to confirm whether they are poisonous or not, and then write and publish a strategy. Such suspicion attracted the attention of many people. But Xian never responded. He only focuses on posting food tips. It's a pity that there is no cooking guide that Su Miao wants. Otherwise Su Miao can learn from it. Beta community. This is a forum. The forum defaults that everyone who successfully registers is an ability user. Ability users can choose their own profession. It is hard to say whether they have relevant abilities. Su Miao registered directly with her Weibo name, and used her Weibo nickname on the forum, Miao Miao. As for career, Su Miao chose witch. Seeing this option, Su Miao breathed a sigh of relief. She was definitely not the only witch in the world. She hoped to have the opportunity to meet other witches, and see if they had any magic broom making methods or flying magic. Wallet? Su Miao noticed that her registered account showed points, 99,999,999. Are there so many just registered? Could it be? Su Miao thought of the identity card and scorecard Qin Longzong gave her. Thought about it for a moment, and didn't think much about it. But what she didn't know was that with this operation, Su Miao's appearance near Xixia town was directly known to the person responsible for monitoring in shelter number 1. Prophet. Online! The person responsible for monitoring immediately reported the news to the superior. Not long after, Lieutenant General Qin Xuejing and others knew that a very high-level meeting had begun for Su Miao. As for the outcome of the meeting, only a few people who attended the meeting knew. However, Qin Longzong was more anxious than these, because on the way back to Shelter 1, they encountered an irresistible natural disaster. For the safety of Xiaoxian's life, Qin Longzong temporarily entrusted Xiaoxian to a nearby shelter. But Qin Longzong never expected that not long after, the shelter with 200,000 people was destroyed overnight due to the impact of a major earthquake, animal swarms, insect disasters, blizzards, and extreme cold. Qin Longzong sent people to search many times, but could not find Xiaoxian. Now that Su Miao is online, what should he tell Su Miao? Xixia town. A girl wearing a black cloak was surrounded by 6 ability users in a corner. Little girl Pansy, are you going to keep running? The leader, the beast-turned-human who mutated a pig's head, smiled and said, You killed my brother and got my brother sent. Do you think you can run away? However, for the sake of you being a white-haired Lolita, brother, I can give you a chance to live. You are so slippery. I hope you can still be so slippery in bed later. Brother, I'm looking forward to it. The pig-headed ability user licked his lips and approached again. It stinks. Disgusting. The girl retreated to the corner and looked at the 6 beast-turned ability users. She was so frightened that she almost shed tears. Chapter 230. Is your sword poisonous? I have this. Please don't arrest me. The girl took out a special shelter ID card. There was a star on the ID card that was very conspicuous. She looked very frightened. Her body was shaking. And if she got any closer, she would squat in the corner. Boss, it's the shelter star card. She is the daughter of a big shot in the shelter. The man with a cat face behind the pig-headed man said, Ha! We really need to think about it before releasing this. But there has been no news from the Xixia refuge for several months. The pig-headed man licked his lips and said, What's more, if such a young lady is let go, and she really contacts the big shots in the shelter, and makes such casual remarks, will we still be alive? The boss is right. The pig-headed man's words woke up the brothers, and they all surrounded him. Seeing that this method was not working, the girl took out a dagger and pointed it at the pig-headed man. This is Xixia town, under official control. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down if you attack me? The pig-headed man was happy. Ah, it's really interesting. The little girl is not very old and has great acting skills. She also has a sword hidden on her body. Come on. Stab brother's neck and heart. As long as you can break through the defense. Brother, I will admit it. Ever since he awakened from eating wild boar meat, the pig-headed man has few other abilities. Even though his skin is rough and his flesh is as thick as armor,
Even bullets may not be able to penetrate it. He also has brute strength. And if an ordinary person is hit by him, his health bar will basically bottom out. So he smiled when he saw the sword his youngest daughter had taken out. Seeing that this method was not working, the white-haired girl immediately put the dagger on her neck, pretending to be playing a violin, and said with tears,
"Don't come over here. If you come over again, I will die here."
The pig-headed man smiled scornfully.
"You do it. Wiping your neck will be very painful. Do you dare? The sword in your hand doesn't even dare to touch the skin on your neck. How are you still acting?"
He looked around and said,
"Be careful what kind of ability this little girl has to plot against us. Let's do it together."
All 6 of them came forward. Suddenly, the cat-faced Esper didn't know how he scratched the brother next to him blind with his claws. The blinded Esper stabbed the cat-faced Esper in the stomach with his backhand. The other 3 ability users didn't know why, but they suddenly mistook the pig-headed man for a little girl, and they pounced on him together. The pig-headed man was caught off guard and was instantly entangled in place. The next second, the white-haired girl drew her sword like lightning, and the tip of the sword stabbed the pig-headed man's left eye accurately. Then she retreated like an elf, stepping on the wall like an elf, and flipped to the upper floor several times.
"Ah!"
The pig-headed man screamed like a killing pig. He suddenly broke free from the chains of the 3 brothers, and the dark blood from his eyes flew out, splashing on the faces of the 3 brothers.
"You 3 idiots."
"Ah!" The pig-headed man cursed loudly while covering his left eye.
Boss, we didn't do it on purpose."
The 3 brothers who had been freed came to their senses and realized that the one they had just attacked was not the white-haired girl, but their boss.
"This girl is evil. She was the one we should have arrested just now."
The pig-headed man wanted to beat them up, but until he caught the little girl, it would be difficult for him to relieve his hatred. His left eye was blind and painful. Opening his right eye, he noticed that 2 brothers had died by killing each other.
"Hack! Catch her!"
The pig-headed man pushed the 3 brothers away and let them chase. It was when this voice shouted that the pig-headed man suddenly felt dizzy. His heart suddenly palpitated, and he fell to the ground, dead. The 3 beast shifters, who were just about to chase, stopped and were horrified when they saw their boss die suddenly. The boss moved his hand covering his left eye. They suddenly saw that the pig-headed man's left eye had turned pitch black at some point, and black blood was constantly flowing out. In just a few seconds, the pig-headed man's body was highly decomposed and emitted an extremely unpleasant smell.
"Boss, what's going on?" "I don't know. I feel itchy on my face."
"Ah,
old dog. What's wrong with you?"
The 3 of them looked at each other and realized that they were all picking at their faces. The flesh and blood on their faces were being picked out like fermented bean curd. They only felt itchy on their faces. Only when they saw each other's condition did they look horrified. Piercing screams rang out in the corner of the alley, and the 3 beast turn ability users followed their boss to the gate of H.L. Xia Xian quickly ran away and got into an empty house. She carefully sheathed the dagger.
"Sister Sumiao, where are you?"
Xia Xian squatted down in the corner, tears dripping down.
"Little girl, I'm hiding here and crying."
A middle-aged man in a sunshade cloak appeared in front of Xia Xian silently.
"Stop crying and come with me."
Xia Xian placed one hand on the dagger and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, his eyes full of vigilance. The middle-aged man smiled.
"No one in Xixia town dares to use a sword against me."
Not seeing any movement from him, Xia Xian felt like his hands were empty. The sword in his hand was gone. Looking up again, the dagger had appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Xia Xian looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with fear in her eyes. Without her dagger, this was not a strong enemy she could deal with. Even with the dagger in her hand, it was impossible for her to deal with this middle-aged man. She knew that this man, known as the Xixia Town Sword Demon, was a very terrifying ability user, and countless powerful ability users had died at his hands. Before the end of the world, the Sword Demon of Xixia Town was a local martial arts fanatic who dreamed of becoming famous in movies through practicing swordsmanship. However, after traveling to many film and television cities, all he could get was nothing but a supporting role. This hit him hard. So, he showed his sword skills to the director, hoping to become a martial arts instructor and get a little extra salary. The director, who saw his swordsmanship, asked,
"Do you know what wing level is?"
The Xixia Town Sword Demon shook his head and said he didn't know. The director said,
"Well, you can go."
This director was polite, and later directors even scolded him directly. The sword demon of Xixia Town suddenly became disheartened and began to make short videos and engage in live broadcasts. However, selling swords with just a few words was not as good as breaking bricks with an inch of fist, and once again shattered his confidence.
Those are all lies,
he shouted in the short video, criticizing the cheaters mentioned by the audience. Not long after, several of the inch boxing masters named by him sued Xixia Town Sword Demon, which cut off his path to become an internet celebrity through live broadcasts. And he even had to pay compensation for this. Until the Doomsday came, he awakened his abilities, improved his sword skills to a higher level, and gained a reputation for killing in the Doomsday. As for those who looked down on him, underestimated him, and tried to harm him, he had all been killed by him. That's where the name Sword Demon comes from. But no one knows what the abilities of the Xixia Town Sword Demon are. And those who know are basically dead. Xia Xian didn't understand why such a person would come to arrest her. Also, was it the opponent's ability just now? Her face turned pale. It's funny that such a young girl needs me to come in person. I don't know what secrets this little girl has. She saw my ability just now, and she killed the person after paying the bounty. Hey, the sword is good? I wonder how it tastes. Give it a lick. The sword demon of Xixia Town pulled out his dagger. The dagger shone coldly in the sun, making him trance for a while. What a sword. After the apocalypse, it will be too difficult to find a good sword. Xia Xian looked at the Xixia Town Sword Demon with his sword drawn out, trembling with fear. The Xixia Town Sword Demon glanced at Xia Xian and smiled coldly. He had to say that this was a sword used by a beautiful girl, and there was a faint fragrance on it. He casually pulled out a thin hair of a mutated animal from his cloak. The fine hairs broke just close to the edge of the sword. The ancient said that blowing your hair will break your hair. But don't blow this sword. What a wonderful sword. It was buried like this. It must be dipped in more blood in the future. He rubbed his sword fingers over the body of the sword. And the ice was cold, with a hint of sharpness and chill coming over it, which made the Xixia Town Sword Demon even more satisfied. Seeing this scene, Xia Xian became more and more frightened and looked like she was about to shed tears.
Don't be afraid. As long as you don't run away, I won't kill you.
This little girl is so timid. She hasn't even received the reward. How could I kill someone? The Xixia Town Sword Demon held the sword in front of him, stretched out his tongue and licked it. I licked it almost 3 times, each time for about 3 seconds. The movements are very skillful, and the expression is very serious.
This is his unique way of practicing swordsmanship. Initially, a passerby gave him the idea of live streaming. The general method is to lick the sword first to arouse the audience's interest, and then show the sharpness of the sword to let the audience understand the danger of licking the sword. After the display is completed, lick the sword again as a program effect. He listened, did it, and made a little money by relying on this skillful sword-licking posture. But after doing it more often, even if he stopped doing live broadcasts later, it became his habit. When I see a fine sword, I feel itching all over my body without licking it. Of course, he would not lick a poisonous sword. Poisonous? The Xixia Town Sword Demon looked at the shivering Xia Xian and asked,
Isn't your sword poisonous?
Xia Xian said with tears in her eyes.
It's poisonous.
The sword was smeared with a highly toxic hallucinogenic potion given by Sister Su Miao, which had not been diluted. The Xixia Town Sword Demon stared at Xia Xian for a few more times and smiled. Could this sword be poisonous? Is it so poisonous that such a young girl dares to hold it? At such a young age, and with so much on his mind. It seems he still wants to escape. However, he was somewhat unsure. So he looked at the dagger in his hand and asked again,
Is this sword really poisonous?
Xia Xian nodded.
It's really poisonous.
The Xixia Town Sword Demon suddenly panicked. He opened his mouth, ready to ask something more. But no more words came out, replaced by dark blood. The moment Xia Xian sensed something was wrong, he ran away into the distance and avoided it in advance. The Xixia Town Sword Demon wanted to raise his sword and point it at Xia Xian, but he found that his body could no longer use any strength. Another 3 seconds passed, and the Xixia Town Sword Demon fell to the ground with his sword in hand, too dead to die. Xia Xian looked at the corpse and was very frightened. She waited for a while before approaching the body, pulling out some rags from the bag and wrapping them in soil to recover the dagger. Some distance away from the corpse, Xia Xian used a wooden stick to open the mechanism at the hilt of the sword. In an instant, the hilt and body of the sword separated. Xiaoxian took out a new sword hilt and put it on it. The hilt of the sword just now was taken by the Xixia town sword demon. You cannot touch it. Otherwise you will be indirectly poisoned. Which is very scary. Putting away the dagger, Xiaoxian covered himself with his cloak and disappeared from here. It took a long time for someone with abilities to arrive here. They looked at the body of the Xixia town sword demon on the ground and were shocked.
Quick! Report to the police quickly. She killed the Xixia town sword demon.
With half of the mountaintop missing, Su Miao continued to study magic. As I suspected last night, after waking up and looking at the newly built magic circle last night, I found a new problem. And it was not a small one. Su Miao really wanted to test it directly last night. But Su Miao couldn't imagine the damage this erroneous magic would cause.
It should be okay this time. Right.
Su Miao looked at the adjusted new magic circle and wanted to give it a try. At this time, Bago, who was out on inspection, flew back.
Your Highness, we still haven't found the Xixia shelter. I went to Xixia town and took a look around. I heard that the people in the Xixia shelter, except for those with abilities, who stayed in charge of Xixia town, it's like everyone else has disappeared.
Didn't you find it after searching twice? Su Miao blinked.
Well, if I can't find it, I won't look for it.
Originally passing by the Xixia shelter, Su Miao just wanted to go into the library inside to see if there were any magic books. If not, forget it. By the way, she can look it up online. With the internet, she has more ways to obtain new magic. Just when Su Miao picked up her phone, she unexpectedly found that the network was interrupted. What's the situation? Noticing that there were many pop-up message prompts on her phone, Su Miao looked at them one by one and discovered the reason for the network interruption. News Express. Since only a small part of the network satellites have been repaired, the network will be disconnected for a period of time every day. Please don't worry and just wait until the network is restored before using it again. When Su Miao saw the news, she fell silent, thinking about it carefully. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Satellites have to fly around the Earth, right? Satellite number 1, which is responsible for providing the network, flew over. If satellite number 2 and satellite number 3 were not available to fill the space, would there be a regional network disconnection? I hope the official can repair more network satellites. Lin Jiujiu is still sleeping. He doesn't know when he will wake up. He will probably stay here for 2 or 3 days. Beige said.
Your Highness, I heard some news in Xixia town. Some ability users in Xixia town seem to be looking for a girl. I wonder if it could be Lin Jiujiu.
Su Miao frowned. Wasn't the wanted order against Lin Jiujiu lifted? Has Xixia town been omitted?
You go and find out,
Su Miao said. Lan Dong, who issued the wanted notice, is dead. Su Miao doesn't want any unnecessary accidents to happen in the follow-up journey. She really doesn't want to fight or kill. It's already very difficult for everyone to survive in the apocalypse.
Okay, Your Highness.
Mina finished the iced watermelon on the table and flew towards Xixia town again. Su Miao opened the magic notebook, looked at the adjusted magic circle above, and made a decision after hesitating for a few seconds. Magic still needs to be tested, regardless of success or failure. Only after testing can she better understand whether the magic has any flaws. This time, a little further away when conducting magic experiments, Su Miao took out a brand new sycamore with staff from the magic space and stepped into the sky step by step. Chapter 231, a reward for the pink twin-tailed devil. This height should be fine. Su Miao glanced at the cliff mountain far behind and took a deep breath. The magic power began to flow, gather, and infuse into the staff. The number 3 test magic circle unfolded, and the amplification magic circle unfolded under the feet. The magic circuit is operating normally, and all nodes of the magic circle are normal. So far it has been very smooth. Su Miao increased the magic power input. The magic power in front of the staff began to accumulate and compress rapidly. The 6 layers of experimental magic array number 3 were unfolded, and the accumulated and compressed magic power became stronger and stronger. Even the sky was trembling with the magic power gathered by Su Miao. These magic powers not only come from the magic power that Su Miao actively transports, but also a large amount of magic power dispersed in the air. Since there is no filtering, the magic power gathered in the air has no attributes. As various magic powers were mixed and compressed, the huge magic power accumulated in front of the staff began to rage, and a terrifying aura emitted. The hood covering Su Miao's head was blown open by the strong wind, and the 2 pink horses followed the wind. It seems like it's going to explode again. The steps this time were obviously correct. Su Miao didn't understand, But she decided to take the risk and take the last step. Before the last step, this magic experiment would be meaningless. The magic space array unfolded in front. Su Miao recalled the scene of using starlight to bloom in Tion's dream world. She had an inexplicable feeling in her heart and successfully launched the accumulated magic. In an instant, a dazzling magic beam fell towards the distant mountains. The magic beam bombarded a hill and exploded with a bang. The top of the hill was cut off 100 meters, and the smoke and dust billowed, which was very exciting. Seeing the effect of the magic beam, Su Miao's eyes lit up. She succeeded? Su Miao jumped up. As soon as she jumped up, she realized that she was standing high in the air. With this jump, the magic barrier under his feet disappeared, and the whole person fell down with a whoosh. Ah! Su Miao made up for the magic barrier in one dangerous move and caught the body. She squatted on the magic barrier, looking at the remaining 300-meter high ground with lingering fear, and almost fell. Can you still survive if you fall straight to the ground from 1,000 meters altitude? Su Miao doesn't know. Tears kept rolling. I was so scared that I cried. After calming down for a while, Su Miao carefully returned to the ground, and then returned to the orange tree magic barrier on the top of the cliff without too much haste. While the feeling was still there, she quickly recorded all the relevant information about the number 3 experimental magic array, especially the feeling of finally firing magic. It's like facing a difficult problem, suddenly finding the solution, and feeling like a god helps you solve the problem. Half an hour later, Su Miao recorded this brand new magic.
What should I call it?
Su Miao thought for a moment and wrote, Magic Beam, on the magic note. Looking at the deduction process related to the magic beam, a new inspiration emerged in Su Miao's mind. The existing magic beams take a long time to cast, and unforeseen accidents may occur during combat. Unless you are confident enough, read magic must be used with caution. Therefore, the instantaneous casting of magic beam becomes very important. On the basis of the magic beam, Su Miao performed certain disassembly, optimization, and transformation. In this way, although the power of the magic beam becomes smaller and the range becomes shorter, she can fire hundreds or even thousands of magic beams in a very short period of time. Unknowingly, 5 or 6 hours had passed. Su Miao looked at the ordinary magic beams written in the magic notebook that could be fired instantly. Feeling full of accomplishment, Su Miao picked up the staff, raised it casually, and fired the magic beam into the distance. Bye. 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 Fine. While playing with it, the sycamore wood staff suddenly exploded, shocking Su Miao again. Thanks to the magic covering his whole body, he was not injured. It turned out that during the previous magic beam experiment, the magic power was overloaded, causing the sycamore wood staff to be irreversibly damaged.
Your scrap has value.
Su Miao put the broken sycamore wood staff into the magic space and replaced it with a new one. I picked up my phone and glanced at the time. Before I knew it, it was 4 p.m., and it was time to eat. To celebrate the success of the magic beam research, I had sunshine barbecue for dinner. Before the sun went down, Su Miao came to the edge of the orange tree magic barrier and placed the iron plate for barbecue in the sunshine outside the barrier. Soon, slices of grilled steak and wings were put on the plate, which made people appetizing.
Cook some more rice. I haven't eaten in a long time.
Su Miao took out the pot again and cooked the fragrant rice in just over 20 minutes under the hot sun.
It smells so good.
Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. Su Miao turned around and saw that it was Lin Jiujiu. The beautiful girl idol, who had been sleeping for several days, finally woke up.
Come and eat when you wake up.
Lin Jiujiu got out of bed. His body swayed, and he seemed a little uncomfortable. Starling stood on the table, looked at Lin Jiujiu, and tilted his little head. He felt that he had some questions to ask Lin Jiujiu, but the barbecue made by His Highness Su Miao was too fragrant. This thought flashed past, and the mina continued to pay attention to His Highness Su Miao's barbecue. It wanted to eat the barbecue. Grilled steak with white rice. So delicious. What a pleasure it is to have a delicious big tomato after a meal. As for why it's tomato, not iced watermelon or iced melon. I actually eat this every day, and I'm a little tired of it. Most of the time, watermelon is eaten by starlings. The mina eats happily, and even eats the watermelon seeds. Occasionally, it will leave watermelon seeds, and then expose these watermelon seeds to the high temperature of the sun to become roasted watermelon seeds, which taste better.
How do you feel now?
Looking at Lin Jiujiu, who was eating a tomato, Su Miao said,
You have been in a coma for 3 days, Lin Jiujiu said. Sister Su Miao, I feel very good.
Su Miao nodded.
That's good. You stretch your body first and rest for a while. We will set off in the evening,
Lin Jiujiu said.
Okay. Sister Su Miao,
Beige said.
Your Highness, the investigation on the wanted girl has been clear. The wanted girl is not Lin Jiujiu, but a white-haired girl.
Su Miao blinked and didn't pay too much attention to this. Just for a long time. She was really scared when she entered Xixia town and was blocked by strangers. Traveling in the apocalypse is not easy. Bao Ge continued.
Some people say that this wanted white-haired girl has important information about the refuge, especially about the Xixia refuge. Because some people said that the Xixia shelter was destroyed in the big earthquake a few months ago, but it has never been verified. If the Xixia shelter is really destroyed by the earthquake, they want to dig out the shelter's weapons and food.
Was the Xixia shelter really destroyed? Su Miao had seen official shelters destroyed by floods. Many people had died. Bodies were everywhere in the floods, which was horrifying. Affected by natural disasters such as heavy snow, extreme cold, and high temperatures, many official shelters will be built underground. If the Xixia shelter becomes the center of a major earthquake, it is possible that it will be destroyed. In an official shelter, no matter how few people live in it, there will be 200,000 people, 400,000 people, or even 600,000 people. Su Miao doesn't know whether there are more people, because this needs to be restricted by various resources such as water, food, and electricity. There were too many people for the shelter to handle. According to the number of people in the official shelter, the food stored in the shelter can be roughly estimated. The amount of food in the shelter is an astronomical amount to people outside. Everyone wants it. So, the wanted white-haired girl has the coordinates of the Xixia refuge? Does she know whether the Xixia shelter was destroyed? I don't know if there are magic books in the library of the Xixia shelter. If there is indeed one, and if I miss it, I will suffer a great loss. So I have to ask. Su Miao thought for a moment and said,
Bago, please pay attention to this white-haired Lolita. Come and report any news.
Beige said.
Understood, Your Highness.
Starling spread his wings and flew towards Xixia town. Su Miao opened the magic notebook. Read it for a while, and optimized the details of the magic beam. Before I knew it, it was 7 p.m. Night had fallen, and my phone vibrated. The net is coming. Su Miao picked up the mobile phone, blinked, took out a new one from the magic space, and gave it to Lin Jiujiu. He briefly told Lin Jiujiu about the mobile phone software that could be used now, and that he could contact him if necessary.
Thank you, Sister Su Miao.
Lin Jiujiu was very happy with his new mobile phone. Su Miao entered the Beiyu forum and browsed it quickly, but found no information about the magic book. There are more discussions about fighting methods against various mutated animals. Suddenly, a post caught Su Miao's attention. Research on eating mutated animals and plants can make people stronger. Posted by Irina. Hey guys, my latest research is out. To save everyone's time, let me tell you the research results. After research, it can be determined that eating mutated animals and plants can make people stronger, mainly in terms of physical fitness and mental strength. Your body will become stronger, more resilient, better endurance, smoother and more delicate skin, faster, better eyesight, more energetic, etc. You need to be careful when eating mutant animals. The essence of mutant animals lies in the heart and liver. But it must be pointed out that the livers of some mutant animals are highly toxic. Be careful when eating the livers of mutant animals. Otherwise you may win the lottery accidentally. The air sacs and lymphoid tissue parts of any mutated animals are inedible and highly poisonous. When you use the meat of ordinary mutated animals and feel that your body cannot continue to improve, it means that you have reached a certain bottleneck and need stronger mutated animal flesh and blood. The same is true for eating mutated plants. If you have salt, you can use the blood of mutated animals to make some malchwang. It tastes great when paired with tofu. It can also help eliminate toxic substances from the human body after consumption. All mutant plants derived from past vegetables are basically edible. But you must avoid auxin-rich areas such as the stamens and tops. Compared with the flesh and blood of mutated animals, mutated plants are gentler and more effective in improving the human body. It is worth mentioning that most mutant plants can be eaten raw, but mutant animals cannot. People who eat mutated animals alive risk becoming lycanthropic. Neither 5 nor 6 mature ones work, and the specific reasons are still being studied. The following is the specific research process, and the list of edible mutated animals and plants. After reading this research, Su Miao took out some tomatoes, melons, and corns in the magic space. Thinking deeply. Put it this way. The fruits and vegetables she eats every day are basically mutant plants. I have never eaten the meat of mutated animals. After thinking about it carefully, Su Miao thought of Xiaoxian, Beige, and a few people near the mountaintop villa. They could mutate quickly, probably because they ate the mutated vegetables and fruits she provided. Pei Xiaomu specifically said that Lin Jiuzhou's successful evolution was thanks to her. In addition, when Su Miao was experimenting with growth potions, he did some recording and research. And now it completely corresponds to the content in this post. However, compared to the research she did, the poster was even better, and even listed the edible list. A good apocalyptic disaster has been turned into a food appreciation by this poster. Incredible. Su Miao closed the post and accidentally clicked on another post. Do you want to make money? If you want, download the Midnight Snack app. Night Snack? This does not seem to be among the officially supported apps. But with the idea of having one more app and one more source of intelligence, Su Miao downloaded the Late Night Supper app. Different from the one-click authorization registration of the officially supported app, Su Miao needs to fill in information for registration. Mainly account number, password, email, nickname, and avatar. The avatar was simple. Su Miao found a picture of a two-dimensional witch from her phone and put it on it. Nickname, the kind witch. Done. There are not many sections in this Late Night Snack app. Mainly the comprehensive area, trading area, bounty area, recruitment area, and station area. The comprehensive area is mainly used for chatting and posting. After clicking on it, Su Miao saw many posts that were about someone scolding. There was no word, harmony in the post. So Su Miao was frightened just by seeing the title. She closed the general area and came to the trading area. It's a very harmonious place. There are various trading posts inside, including selling mutated animals, energy ores, and mutated plant seeds. There are stores selling first aid medicines, condoms, and sanitary napkins. Among them, posts about high blood pressure medicines and sanitary napkins have the highest number of replies. It can be seen that these two items are in very short supply. There are also posts selling martial arts techniques, immortality secrets, genetic potions, and magic books. Su Miao excitedly opened a post selling magic books. As a result, there were a lot of curse words under the post. I declare that the poster will be expelled from the second dimension. The host is a tough guy. He's deceiving people with a two-dimensional book. Nah! Is this the magic book you sell? Dark scripture. Bullying me is not the second dimension. Right. Just wait. Don't let me know who you are. I'll kill you right away. I clicked on several posts in a row, and they were all scolding. None of the magic books sold by these people are genuine. As for those who sell martial arts secrets and immortality cultivation secrets, there are also a lot of curses below. Because what is sold inside is either ancient street stall secrets, or a passage from the Taoist canon is put on it. Su Miao was speechless. Is it the end of the world that makes these scammers more aggressive? Then, she opened the bounty area. There was an eye-catching post in red and bold on the top of the bounty area. 100,000 points bounty for the pink twin-tailed devil. He even offered a reward of 100,000 points. How much hatred is this? Pink twin-tailed devil? Su Miao glanced at her beautiful pink twin tails and smiled. It was definitely not her. After opening the post, Su Miao fell silent. The beautiful girl with pink twin tails in this portrait is not her. Who else could it be? Chapter 232. How about we stop? Beautiful pink shawl, twin tails, beautiful eyes, and beautiful witch robe. No matter who sees it, they will all want to say, "This witch looks too cute." This is the response below the post. As for the reward of 100,000 points, they were completely ignored. Su Miao looked at the post and was very nervous. Who is putting a bounty on her head? The post only posted her portrait, and specifically mentioned that she was accompanied by Lin Jiuzhou, who was wearing a beautiful girl idol singing uniform. But there was no more content. The poster's nickname is Lu Tianwang, and he has no idea where he came from. Su Miao flipped through several pages in succession, but could not find anyone who accepted the reward for the time being. However, this does not mean that no one accepts the reward. We must find this person and kill him. Su Miao was very scared. He had just solved the troubles on Pei Xiaomu and Lin Jiuzhou, but he didn't expect that trouble would come to him now. Su Miao clicked on the next post. 1,000 points reward for Blood Duchess Hien. Posted by The Undertaker. I am offering a reward of 1,000 points for the Blood Duchess. The Blood Duchess is her self-proclaimed name. She is more commonly known as the Murder Witch, Blood Witch, and Death Witch, due to some titles conflicting with a certain person. In order to avoid misunderstanding, call her the Blood Duchess here. According to the investigation, her real name is Hien. Wherever Hien passed by, no one could survive. She killed them all. She was so heartbroken and crazy. Referring to the portrait, she is characterized by holding a book in her hand, followed by some moving zombies who like to suck blood. Please don't think about running when you see her. Running will only make you die faster. On the contrary, if I fight to the death and kill her, I can still get my 1,000 points. This is what she looks like. Hien.jpg. This woman? Su Miao saw the portrait on the post. This is a young long-haired woman who looks very beautiful. But I don't know if it is by chance or coincidence. But she looks very similar to Qi Wanning. The book in this woman's hand is clearly blood magic.
Resurrection from the dead? It can't be such a disgusting thing. Right.
Su Miao thought so. But after thinking about it carefully, Su Miao saw Qi Wanning's soul being torn to pieces and destroyed with her own eyes. Based on her knowledge of magic, Qi Wanning most likely became the tool of blood magic. In order to make the new host become stronger quickly, blood magic gave all the soul fragments left by Qi Wanning to the new host. It will make the new host have some characteristics of Qi Wanning in appearance. I hope I can meet her soon. Kill her and destroy blood magic. Look at the bounty amounts of other posts. Most of them are between 200 and 300 points. It seems that everyone has little money, and a few have as much as 1,000 or 2,000 points. Some people try to use the bounty amount to rank the abilities of these ability users. But without exception, these people gave up as soon as they started trying, because they discovered that the bounties for some superpowered people were only 10 points. And they really didn't know whether to use all their strength or to give these people a sense of presence. A person with a very weak ability was offered a bounty of 3,000 points. The person who posted the message simply wanted to kill this person. And there was no other reason. Of course, everyone in the forum recognized that the Pink Devil's bounty points were currently the highest. That is Su Miao. It makes people angry just thinking about it. Su Miao clicked on the post again, and found that the post had just been updated with her name added. In other words, before she was wanted, the poster did not even know her name, but only got her name from somewhere. Who is leaking her information? Is it Utopia? However, everyone in Utopia seems to be dead. Su Miao frowned, thinking of the few survivors. Siyi from the mysterious organization, and Ji Chen who was taken away by Siyi. Or maybe someone related to the wedding guests. After all, everyone at the wedding died. If their investigation revealed that she and Lin Jiujie were the only survivors, and Lin Jiujie was rescued in a coma, and was deemed to have destroyed Utopia, she could only be the suspect who killed everyone. But this is just Su Miao's speculation. The truth will only be known after catching the person offering the reward. There is another possibility. That is, after the network was restored, someone who saw her or knew her saw the photo and informed the poster in a private message in exchange for some points. This is very possible. If so, it would be even harder to find the person who leaked her information. Su Miao clicked on a few more posts. She saw the post about the wanted white-haired girl in Xixia Town. The reward points are 1,200 points, which can be said to be very high in the entire page. But why does the white-haired girl in the picture look so familiar? After taking a closer look, Su Miao's expression became serious.
Shaoan?
Why is Xia Shiran in Xixia Town? Shouldn't she follow Qin Longs on to shelter number 1? Did they encounter some irresistible natural disaster on the road that caused Xia Shiran to be forced to live in Xixia Town? Posted by Laogo. Text: My granddaughter is rebellious and ran away from home. I am willing to give 1,200 points as a thank you to anyone who can bring her back. Contact information. Private message. First floor. Bing Feng Hua Chui Shui old dog. This little girl dug your ancestral grave? Such a high reward. Second floor. Kaminamono, haha. People who don't know the situation may really be deceived by you old dog. The secrets this white-haired girl has are definitely more than this price. Third floor. My favorite Kurumi Lily, I hate people who half-talk the most. What's the secret on the second floor? Fourth floor. Fight all over the world and I will be the king old dog. I'm here in your lair. Why don't you stick your dog's head out? Floor 5. Z Huanza, okay. It's white hair. PR. Why didn't you draw the legs? Sixth floor. Xixia Town Sword Demon, I saw this white-haired Lolita. I'm going to find her. Floor 201. Can I complain so far? No one has said there is any secret about this white-haired Lolita. Which is so disappointing. Floor 299. By Yumming check-in. Floor 300. Sheer thinking of the falling star. It's been so long since the end of the world. But this white-haired Lolita can still take care of herself so well. Shouldn't normal people avoid it? Floor 382. Jean Chan 2021, latest news. The body of the sword demon in Shixia Town was found. And the white-haired Lolita is ferocious. Floor 399. Daisy Run, Shixia Town is in danger. Floor 601. Li Chongchuan, I heard that Ideal Township not far from Shixia Town has just been wiped out. Now things are starting to happen again in Shixia Town. It's hard to imagine what will happen next. I hope it will still happen when things are over. Someone can live online and broadcast live to everyone. Floor 609. My fierce brother, I envy you. We can stay here, but we still have to brave the high temperature to hunt mutant animals. Su Miao exited the mobile app. She waved her hand and put away the bed and table.
Jiojio, let's go to Shixia Town.
They had already eaten dinner, and Lin Jiojio had slept for a few days. It was time to move around. Just as she packed her things, Su Miao thought that she had also been offered a reward, and she didn't know what would happen after entering Shixia Town. Looking at the bounties in the Yeshu app, many of the bounties of around 10 points have been snatched away, let alone the bounty of 100,000 points. After thinking for a moment, Su Miao took off her beautiful witch hat and put on a black cloak. It is always a good thing to temporarily cover up and avoid a little trouble. Just as we were about to set off, Mina came back.
Your Highness, the whereabouts of the white-haired girl have not been found,
Mina said. Su Miao nodded.
Well, you take Jiojio down the mountain, and we will enter Shixia Town tonight,
Beige said.
Okay, Your Highness.
Xia Xiaoan was so amazing that he was able to avoid Mina's search. Su Miao took out the sycamore with staff and walked down the mountain step by step on the magic barrier. A few minutes later, Su Miao met up with Lin Jiojio and Bago and walked towards Shixia Town ahead. Shixia Town. In the dark night, several people looked at the fire with corpses burning in front of them. Their expressions very ugly. They assigned many ability users to capture Xia Xiaoan, but they didn't expect that such a girl not only failed to catch her, but also cost them so many people. What's worse is that more people died in order to dispose of these corpses. And even the mutated hounds they had managed to raise were broken. The mutated hound only humped the body twice, and it rotted on the ground within a few seconds. For this reason, they had to burn the body on the spot after finding it. Otherwise, if this poison spreads, other forces living in Shixia Town will not agree. Not only that, Xia Xiaoan even gave them an ultimatum.
If you continue to hunt me, I will destroy the entire Shixia Town. Old dog, even the sword demon is dead. How about we stop?
The somewhat rich-looking capable person said. His name is Tong Goshing, an intelligence businessman in Shixia Town and an impartial person in underground transactions. Relying on this business, he became prosperous in Shixia Town. This time Lago came to his door, gave him a lot of money, and asked him to help catch a white-haired girl. Tong Gaoxing agreed without saying a word. Who knew that this white-haired girl was so terrifying that she even killed the sword demon in Shixia Town, threatened to destroy the entire Shixia Town. The fact that the poison on the corpse can be spread through contact proves the weight of the white-haired girl's words. The short old dog with dog ears glanced sideways at him and said,
Humph. You think you still have a chance to retreat? You don't want the food in the Shixia shelter anymore?
Tong Gaoxing said.
What if she really poisons?
Lago said.
The water source in Shixia Town is controlled by the major power users. Let's not say whether she can come into contact with the tightly guarded water source. Even if she comes into contact, can she still escape alive? This little girl is bluffing. Also, don't forget, why do we get so many points when we start taking action? Now that I want to withdraw, do you think they can agree?
As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several ability users, including Tong Gaoxing, all changed. There was no other reason. It was just that the man Lago mentioned was a madman. A madman who personally killed his wife and whole family, and even wanted to kill his own son. They also saw the comments of those capable people on the late-night snack app. Let's not talk about giving wax to the sword demon in Shixia Town for now. It's been so long since the apocalypse. But this white-haired lowly can still take care of herself so well. Shouldn't normal people hide away? This comment gave them the creeps. Yes, it's the end of the world. How could there be such a well-maintained white-haired beauty? She must not be an ordinary person. Fortunately, they will confidently think that the task is easier than ever. They investigated again afterwards. This white-haired girl was previously protected by powerful official special forces. But these people all died in the previous battles. But the old dog had concealed all this crucial information. Who would have been so stubborn if they had known this?
Send everyone out and keep looking,
the old dog said decisively. The few people dispersed to arrange for the ability users to continue searching for Xiaoxian's whereabouts. Lao Go looked at the people leaving, and an idea flashed in his mind. He suddenly knew how to find Xiaoxian. This is something Tong Gaoxing mentioned accidentally just now. What should I do if I want to destroy the entire Xixia town? 1. Precise missile bombing of shelters, like a place called River Valley Base, can be solved by dropping a few thermobaric bombs. 2. Poisoning the water source in Xixia town is currently the most suitable method for Xiaoxian. At the same time, how can people survive in such hot weather if they are short of water? Then Xiaoxian must get close to any water source in the town. Although Xixia town is so big, there are very few water sources. He only needs to arrange for people to stay at the water source point.
Little bitch. Let's see how you escape from my old dog's teeth this time.
The old dog smiled coldly. At this time, Xiaoxian was huddled in a turret. She didn't know how long she had been running away. But she finally escaped here. No one was chasing her for the time being. And she fell asleep. It is so difficult to find such a little girl in such a big Xixia town. I really want to go home and hug my wife. It's hot, but it feels so good. Damn old dog. You still want to work hard for such a small salary? Hearing the sounds of hearts and footsteps not far away, Xiaoxian woke up suddenly and accidentally made some noise in the turret. Xiaoxian immediately pressed down on the hilt of the dagger, with a panicked look on his face. She was so anxious that she meowed. Not far away, the ability user responsible for searching Xiaoxian stopped and looked suspiciously in the direction of the turret. What the HL? Meow? This can't possibly be a cat. Right? Is it really bringing anime, film and television dramas to reality? If it's really a cat, it must be a cheap wild cat. Can't you just kill me? It's a white-haired Lolita. She's hiding here. She killed all the sword demons. The meow was to attract my attention. MD slipped away. The person with the ability ran away, shouting loudly as he ran.
I found it. He is here. He is here.
Xiaoxian's expression changed. She didn't expect it to unfold like this. She jumped down to the turret, quickly escaped into the darkness, and ran away quickly. Just over 10 minutes later, Lao Go and Tong Gao, the capable people, came to the turret. After some inspection, they found a long white hair on the ground, confirming that Xiaoxian had indeed stayed here.
Why not keep her?
Tong Gaoxing grabbed the collar of the capable person who reported the news. The young ability user's body trembled.
Brother Tong, it's not that I don't want to go up. The sword demon was so powerful that he was killed. I will definitely die if I go up. If I die, I won't be able to deliver the news to the big bosses so quickly.
Tong Gaoxing threw the person away. What's more, there's not enough success and more than enough failure. Is that what he's worried about? He hoped that no one would find Xiaoxian. What if the white-haired lowly was really cornered and found him? The sword demon has been killed. Can he do it? Under the turret, several people argued for a while, dispersed again, and continued the search. In the middle of the night, Tong Gaoxing decided to take some people to the exit of Xixia town to fish, hiding as long as possible. After sitting down and fanning for a few times, Tong Gaoxing saw two girls in black cloaks approaching. One of the girls had a Mina standing on her shoulder. Mina looks very proud. Chapter 233 Your Highness. I found it. Gatekeeper? Su Miao saw Tong Gaoxing and others standing at the entrance of Xixia town, and was not surprised at all by their presence. There were gatekeepers in the towns we passed before, but when these people saw them entering Xixia town from the outside, didn't they even ask? But this is good. It can avoid trouble. She was afraid of talking to strangers. Su Miao thought of the gatekeepers she met several times before.
Your Highness, they are the group that is chasing the white-haired girl.
Beige stood on Lin Jiujiu's shoulder and said. There were weak chickens in front of him, and no one was around. So he just said it. The sound is not loud, but as a person with abilities, you can basically hear what Mina said. Su Miao blinked, stopped holding the sycamore with staff, and looked at the strangers with a cold expression. At first, Tong Gaoxing didn't react. He brought people here purely to fish and avoid facing Xiaoxian head-on. A powerful and ferocious ability user like the sword demon in Xixia town was killed by Xiaoxuan. Didn't they go up to deliver food? When it comes to fishing, Tong Gaoxing is professional. Therefore, no matter who wanted to enter Xixia town at this time, he pretended not to see them. Didn't I hear that a few days ago? A person with abilities guarding the gate without eyesight was killed on the spot? Xixia town is a market town that is different from other refuges. The military's restrictions on ordinary ability users here are very weak. They only pay a small salary and guard the gate. Who cares who wants to enter the town? As for Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu who were approaching now, Tong Gaoxing noticed the bago standing on Lin Jiujiu's shoulders at the first sight. You can tell at a glance that it's not something to be trifled with. People with abilities who are hanging around in the apocalypse don't care whether they are strong or not. Anyone with a mutated animal by their side must be strong. Don't mess with them if you don't know how to deal with them. If you bring a mutated animal and its clothes are very clean, you can't mess with it. Xiaoxuan, the white-haired Lolita who killed the sword demon, is proof of this. It's just that Tong Gaoxing wanted to avoid causing trouble. But he didn't know that he would have gotten into trouble a long time ago. He heard what Bago said very clearly. Aren't they the ones who were chasing the white-haired Lolita? Tong Gaoxing took a deep breath of dry hot air, pretended not to hear anything, and said,
If you want to enter the town, go in quickly, and don't wander around here.
He didn't know why. But when he saw this black mina and these two girls wearing black cloaks, he was a little panicked. Why are you still wearing white stockings on such a hot day? White stockings are so clean. This is not normal. So abnormal. In addition, he also has an ability called seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Now that his ability was activated on his own, he instinctively wanted to escape and escape from here. However, he didn't dare to run, for fear that he would not be able to escape if he ran. Su Miao looked at these people and thought. Lin Jiujiu stood aside, knowing that this was not the time for her to speak. It was Bago who broke the silence.
Hurry up and tell me. Who asked you to hunt down that white-haired Lolita?
Tong Gaoxing was shocked and immediately said,
It's the old dog. The old dog from Xixia town. Those of us who want to make a living here have to listen to the old dog's arrangements. But the white-haired Lolita we want to hunt he was so cruel that he even killed the sword demon of Xixia town. So how could we really dare to pursue him? So, I brought my brothers here to fish and pretended to block the intersection. Just because I was afraid that we would find this white-haired Lolita somewhere and lose our lives.
He spoke sincerely, fearing that his answer was not good enough and he would be killed. Is that so? Su Miao looked at the capable person beside Tong Gaoxing. There was some doubt in the eyes of those capable people, as if they couldn't believe that their boss would say such a thing. And they were all ready to carry an axe. Boss Tong's words hurt their morale too much. If they can't catch the white-haired Lolita, can't they catch the two girls who came to their door? As for the mutated animals, such an arrogant mina is one that I want to kill whenever I see it.
Boss!
The grumpy Esper brother spoke. Tong Gaoxing's soul was shocked. He knew what to do, but he forgot about the brothers around him. Only then did he realize that the brothers around him were all staring at the mina on Lin Jiujiu's shoulder like a maniac, wanting to rush forward and hack the arrogant mina to death. Damn it! Before Tong was happy to do something, Su Miao raised the staff slightly. A flash of magic light lit up in front of the staff, and suddenly turned into hundreds of magic beams and shot out. Tong Xing couldn't help but widen his eyes. A person with light ability? He wanted to escape, but it was too late.
Ah!
There were screams. Tong Gaoxing watched as the brothers around him were pierced by magic beams one by one and wiped out in an instant. He looked down and saw that his stomach had been pierced like those brothers at some point. But his vitality was strong, and he persisted for a second longer before falling to the ground.
Why?
Tong Gaoxing murmured.
I explained everything.
Looking at the group of people turned into corpses, Su Miao relaxed slightly. Not only was this corpse lying, but it also told too much. Those capable people had long exposed this lie that was full of flaws with their malice. What's more, these people are hunting Xiaoxian. When they meet up with Xiaoxian, they will definitely be hunted together. In this case, if these people are dealt with in advance, there will be less danger in the future. She waved her staff again, and several purple flames fell down, burning all the corpses to ashes in the blink of an eye. Throw another little star to bloom. Reassured,
Let's go!
Su Miao said, walking towards Xixia town. Lin Jiujiu glanced at the ashes remaining at the intersection and followed quickly. Because the fighting here broke out so quickly, no one in the town noticed it at all. What's more, The old dog in the town was leading a large number of ability users to hunt for white-haired Lolita. The ability users, who didn't want to cause trouble, didn't want to see too much.
Mina, you go look for it first,
Su Miao said.
Okay, Your Highness.
Ba Gu immediately left Lin Jiuzhou's shoulder and went into the dark night. In the past, Su Miao needed to keep Bago to protect Lin Jiuzhou's safety. But now it's time for Lin Jiuzhou to face some dangers. At this time, the sooner we find Xiaoxian, the better. Xiaoxian can read minds. If you get close to a certain range, she should be able to sense it. Right? Su Miao hoped to use this method to find Xiaoxian quickly. Otherwise it would be too difficult to find someone by playing hide-and-seek in the dark Xixia town. Of course, there is another way. Throw a purple fireball in a conspicuous place in Xixia town? But looking at the terrain of Xixia town, I'm afraid it won't work. Affected by the major earthquake, the nearby area, including Xixia town, was filled with crisscrossing ravines and ground fissures. Some areas even turned into a forest of thousands of needles. Su Miao was worried that her explosion would trigger a domino-like cascade reaction. The consequences are unimaginable. The most important thing is that if Xiaoxian is nearby, she is afraid of burying Xiaoxian together. There was everyone outside Xixia town at night. After walking for a while, a capable person came rushing towards me from the corner. Sensing the malice, Su Miao raised her staff and launched several ice arrows, turning those with abilities who tried to attack them into hedgehogs. The other ability users hiding in the dark saw the scene, drilling holes, closing windows, and running away. Only a few people were left looking greedily at the corpse on the ground. They just hoped that Su Miao would leave quickly and leave the body to them for disposal. However, Su Miao habitually threw a blue flame and burned the body to ashes. The ability users hiding in the darkness were heartbroken when they saw the scene, and their food was gone.
Sister Su Miao, can we find someone to ask?
Lin Jiuzhou asked. After all, Xixia town is so big and the roads are so difficult to walk. It is really difficult to find people in the dark. Su Miao thought for a moment and said,
No.
So far, no one knows about their relationship with Xiaoxian. But if they ask, they will definitely attract attention and the trouble will double. On the Yexia app, she has a total of 100,000 reward points. However, Lin Jiuzhou provided Su Miao with an idea. She can go find the person who put a reward on Xiaoxian. Judging from what Tom Gauching said before he died, the old dog who offered a reward to Xiaoxian was very powerful in Xixia town. As I walked a little further into the town, I began to meet more and more capable people on the road. Anyone with abilities walking here, regardless of gender, will wear a cloak. Those who don't have a cloak put on a sheet to hide their appearance as much as possible. People they meet will also keep their distance, for fear of being misunderstood. Everyone was in a hurry and looked very busy. Of course, there are also people with the ability to pretend to be close to a collision and steal inadvertently. There was a tall, thin, capable person with evil eyebrows in front of him, approaching Su Miao and Lin Jiuzhou. He had good vision and chose Lin Jiuzhou. Just when he was about to touch Lin Jiuzhou, the ability user fell down as if he was electrocuted and slept peacefully. Lin Jiuzhou looked at the thief who fell on the ground in confusion, worried that he had encountered a porcelain.
Sister Su Miao, I seem to have been shocked just now, and this person fell to the ground. Well, burn it.
With a flick of the staff in Su Miao's hand, a ball of purple flame fell down, turning the thief into ashes without any pain.
What are you doing?
At this time, an old man rushed out with a roar and stared at Su Miao and Lin Jiuzhou fiercely.
How dare you openly kill people in this town? Kill people! Kill people!
A roar attracted the attention of many ability users in the dark night. But when the old man looked at the disappearing purple flames and remaining ashes on the ground, infinite fear arose in his heart. His son was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. What kind of flame was this? Sensing a lot of eyes in the darkness, Su Miao became nervous instantly. With a shake of her hand, an ice thorn pierced the old man's heart and nailed him to the wall. The extreme cold spread on the ice spikes, freezing the old man into an ice sculpture in an instant. The ice sculpture exploded, leaving no trace of the old man's body. Exposed, Su Miao took Lin Jiuzhou and left quickly. Here, a person with abilities responsible for intelligence reconnaissance quickly rushed to Lao Go's command post.
Boss, 2 new girls appeared in Xixia town. They killed the pickpocket father and son on the street.
The old dog took a sip of water and asked,
Are you sure he's new?
The intelligence officer said.
Okay,
the old dog said.
Don't worry. He is probably passing by. Find Xiaoxian first,
the intelligence officer said.
Yes,
the old dog said.
Wait a minute. Are you happy to see the child? Where did this dog go?
The intelligence officer paused and said.
Someone said before that he went to the west exit.
The old dog frowned. The west exit of the town? He nodded.
Go and check it out.
The intelligence agent rushed to the west exit of the town. The old dog looked to the west of the town, his eyelids twitching inexplicably, feeling that something was going to happen. He understands Tong Xing's ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. A mere white-haired Lolita, even if she kills the Xixia town sword demon, is still a child. However, if Tong Xing can avoid it like this, he still has to pay attention to this white-haired Lolita after he finds it. At this time, another intelligence officer came in quickly and reported.
Boss, we found that white-haired Lolita. She was blocked by us.
Lao Go's thoughts were interrupted. He stood up and said,
Okay, let everyone know that she will not be allowed to escape again this time.
All the ability users in the room got up and worked hard for a few days before finally completing the task. This damn white-haired Lolita. Xixia Town Amusement Park. Before the end, it was closed to the local scenic area and was once very prosperous. However, one day, after it was revealed that a tour guide tricked tourists into spending tens of thousands to buy a bunch of bracelets made of jade scraps, the local tourism industry collapsed, and the amusement park declined and was gradually abandoned. Later, when the end came, someone entered the amusement park and took away all the wood that could be burned. And no one came again. Apart from various empty concrete buildings and castles, there is nothing of value here. Xiaoxian escaped here through a sewer pipe. But unfortunately, a group of poison-mutant rats exposed her whereabouts, only because one of them was stabbed by her. Now, the huge amusement park was completely surrounded by Lao Go's ability users. Xiaoxian was trapped inside. Because the sewers were full of mutated animal carcasses, she couldn't even get into the sewers.
Sister Su Miao, where are you?
Xiaoxian hid in the corner of the abandoned haunted castle and shivered. She is very scared. Those people have already come in.
Boss, look at these mutated animal carcasses. The source is here.
A small leader of ability users pointed at the corpse on the ground and said,
Burn it! Burn it!
Said the old dog. He didn't want to look at these corpses. They were all highly poisonous. He was even more worried that when he got close to these poisonous corpses, some of his blind men would push him forward. Whoever touched these poisonous corpses would die. If he dies, can he be the boss? The old dog sneered. A little girl is a little girl. How is it possible to destroy Xixia Town with these poisonous corpses? He had already ordered his men to burn each one they saw. Without the spread of the poison, Xixia Town would not be destroyed. At the same time, the old dog had a headache. If it weren't for the person above who wanted to capture people alive, or if it wasn't for the food in the Xixia refuge, he would have arranged for people to blow up the entire abandoned playground to see if this white-haired lowly died. On the other side, Bago flew back from the dark night.
Your Highness, we have found the white-haired Lolita who has been rewarded. She is trapped in the abandoned amusement park in Xixia Town. Many people with abilities are heading there.
Chapter 234 Kill Them All.
Come on! Let's go there!
Su Miao said. I didn't know Xiaoxian's location before. It would be easier if I knew the location. However, I don't know how many people with abilities are chasing Xiaoxian in Xixia Town. So we must get there as soon as possible. Halfway there, Su Miao and Lin Jiujio saw a large number of ability users emerging from dark corners and running towards the abandoned amusement park in Xixia Town.
Finally, we have people surrounded. No, brothers have been exhausted during this time. There were several people protecting this white-haired Lolita a few times before. But now she is the only one left. Don't talk about this kind of thing. Be careful when I push you up. Didn't you see that the sword demons were all slaughtered? If you ask me, it's a good kill. This sword demon has been causing trouble to Xixia Town for a while. No, I want to kill everyone. Hurry over there. The boss will be in a hurry later. The white-haired Lolita is ferocious. I will protect you later. Get lost. Let's all take a step back when the time comes.
After hearing what these people said, Su Miao determined that these ability users were Lao Go's men. She lowered her cloak and led Lin Jiujio to speed up her pace. These are all minions, and can be killed very quickly. However, time cannot be wasted because of these people. Xiaoxian may not be able to hold on. In fact, Su Miao didn't know what Xiaoxian relied on to survive without being caught. Did he awaken some special abilities?
Bago, you go there first and protect her depending on the situation,
Su Miao said.
Okay, Your Highness.
Mina immediately dove into the darkness and flew towards the abandoned amusement park. In this way, with the protection of Bago, Xiaoxian can hold on for a while longer, and Su Miao doesn't have to worry about being too late when he rushes over. Halfway through the road, a small team in front stopped. The leader of the capable person stared at Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu with unkind eyes.
Who are you from? Why have you been following us?
Ah? Su Miao was startled when she was suddenly spoken to by a stranger with malicious intent. With a shake of her hand, the magic beam instantly burst out, piercing the man's chest and killing the person with the ability who asked the question on the spot. The body fell heavily to the ground. The other ability users looked at this scene in horror. What's the situation? Their boss just asked a question and someone was killed.
Kill!
Someone wanted to shout. With a flick of the staff in Su Miao's hand, several more magic beams were fired instantly, piercing through the throats of several people and killing them directly. The scary thing is that there is a person with abilities whose neck is so thin that his head just falls off.
Spare your life! Spare your life!
The intelligent person immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Although there is a cruel monster in front of him who kills without blinking an eye, he may be able to survive if he begs for mercy. The other ability users followed suit and knelt down. Even though the ground was scalding hot, it was nothing compared to their lives.
Lead the way to the playground,
Su Miao said with a cold expression.
Ah? Yes. Yes. We will lead the way right away.
Several people stood up immediately. As for the boss who fell on the ground, they didn't even look at it, although they were still worried about the body on the ground. However, the next second, they saw several blue flames fall down and devour the corpses on the ground, turning them into ashes in an instant. Their pace immediately became a little faster, and what little thought they had left was gone. In the final analysis, they are just little people who just want to live. They don't care what the big guys say. With these minions as cover, when they meet other ability users rushing to the abandoned amusement park on the road, those people will no longer pay too much attention to Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu. They were more worried about arriving late. If the boss remembered them, they would be punished afterwards. What's more, this time it was the white-haired lowly who was surrounded. Unlike before, they needed to look for it. If they found it, they might be killed by the white-haired Lolita. It was scary to think about it. This is a tailwind situation, so we must seize the opportunity and rush over in time to cheer for the bosses. Half an hour later, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu arrived outside the playground. Su Miao stopped and saw fire everywhere in the playground. This was Lao Go's ability users carrying fuel to burn the mutated animal carcasses found to prevent the spread of poison. In the amusement park, people with abilities are shouting from time to time, and they are searching the abandoned amusement park. In this situation, Xiaoxian couldn't hold on for long. What about just Mina's? Su Miao looked around and found no trace of Mina. Could it be that Bago found Xiaoxian? If he really finds it, he should come out and report it to her.
What are you guys doing there? Why don't you go in and find someone quickly?
A sharp-tongued ability user came over and shouted loudly. The ability user standing next to Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu did not dare to move, because the last boss who yelled like this is dead. There will be no exception. When one of them wanted to answer, the heart of the sharp-tongued ability user was pierced by an ice arrow. He took one last confused look, then fell straight down, dead.
You can go,
Su Miao said. The 11 men who were responsible for leading the way immediately ran towards the way they came as if they had been granted amnesty. As for Lao Go, that's their boss's boss, not their boss. Even the boss is dead. Can Lao Go still know them? Is it sick to die for such a small salary every day?
Sister Su Miao, we have been discovered.
Lin Jiujiu was a little nervous. After all, he killed someone in front of so many people, and it was a miracle that he could not be discovered.
Well, just kill them all and everything will be fine.
Su Miao held the sycamore with staff tightly. Her body trembled slightly, and she was also very scared.
Who are you?
Someone with abilities under Lao Go noticed what happened here and rushed over to ask questions. The boss said that he had placed a reward online for white-haired Lolita. It is normal for strange and powerful people to appear. If you encounter these people with powerful abilities, you can't afford to conflict. It is best not to cause conflict. Also, there are so many people here, and if the newcomer dares to ignore them and attack directly, there must be something wrong. It's best to ask about the situation first. Su Miao glanced at the person who was asking the question, and the ice arrow was instantly fired, pricking the person into a hedgehog and killing him. She glanced around and saw that there were 200 to 300 ability users gathered in this corner. She became increasingly worried. The amplification magic array under his feet lit up. The beam magic array unfolded, and the rich magic power began to gather. Su Miao killed 2 people in a row. The ability users gathered nearby didn't pay much attention at first. It was just 1 or 2 people who died. With so many ability users gathered together, it was normal for a few people to die. However, by the time they all gathered their eyes and saw Su Miao starting to release magic, and felt the terrifying magic power, it was already too late. Escape! Some people turned around and ran away, but many others had no time to react. In an instant, thousands of magic beams erupted, piercing through the hundreds of ability users present. Whether they were those who did not escape or those who wanted to escape, they all fell down. The magic beam is not a high-temperature magic. There is not much difference between being pierced through the body and being pierced by a sharp blade. Therefore, after so many people fell, blood flowed, and the place was filled with the smell of blood under the influence of high temperature. Lin Jiujio looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. In the past, it would have taken a little longer for Sister Su Miao to kill so many people at once. But this time it was only in an instant. I don't know if it was because Su Miao had killed too many people, but when Lin Jiujio saw this terrible scene, he was no longer afraid. On the contrary, he felt a little calm. Maybe it was because Sister Su Miao killed her too quickly, or maybe it was because there was no familiar terrifying high-temperature explosion. Because of Sister Su Miao's big fireball, the 8 brothers were very scared. "Enemy attack!" shouted the able ones. The person with the ability responded with a magical beam, and he was killed instantly after shouting. People with abilities nearby immediately looked over and wanted to know what happened. I want to see who else dares to be more arrogant than them in Xixia town. However, before many people had time to raise their guns and look over, Su Miao had already taken action in advance. Hundreds of magic beams were fired instantly again, killing all those with malicious intentions. However, this time it seemed that a few people successfully avoided the magic beams and survived. What kind of monster is this? A surviving ability user fell to the ground with lingering fear. Suddenly, he felt his hands become sticky. When he looked to the side, he realized that everyone in his team was dead, and there was blood everywhere on the ground. This was nothing. And soon something more terrifying happened. The dead brothers were suddenly able to move again. Boom! A corpse behind him pulled the trigger, shooting the shocked ability user in the head. Su Miao used the resurrection of the dead. The hundreds of undead that had just been killed stood up, because Lao Go has many subordinates, and there are many people with abilities attracted by the bounty. She alone will be shot down, even if she always deploys a magic barrier to prevent possible accidents. Wouldn't it be better to fight in a group? Why is it so noisy outside? Here, Lao Go is dispatching the summoned ability users, preparing to dig 3 feet into the ground to find Xiaoxian. However, there was not much movement in the abandoned amusement park. So why was there movement outside first? Boss! Boss! There are 2 ruthless people outside. An intelligence officer came over in a panic and reported. They killed our people when they saw them. Our people went up and were killed without even seeing them clearly. Before he finished speaking, another intelligence officer rushed in with a look of extreme horror on his face. Boss! There are so many corpses. The corpses will move. They are brothers who were just killed. What? The old dog suddenly stood up, stared at the 2 of them and said, What does the person looking for trouble look like? The first intelligence officer said, You can't see clearly. They are wearing cloaks, but you can tell they are 2 girls. The old dog frowned. What other characteristics are there? The first intelligence officer said, Yes. I used the flashlight of the sacrificial brother to see one of the girls holding a wooden stick in her hand. Her hair was pink. The old dog fell into deep thought and quickly searched for possible people. He holds a wooden stick in his hand, has pink hair, kills people like hemp, and can make corpses stand up again. If this wasn't Blood Duchess Hien, then it could only be the pink demon with a bounty of 100,000 points. The old dog's body trembled. 100,000 points. If you can get these 100,000 points, it doesn't matter whether you have food from Xixia town or not. However, the old dog calmed down quickly. He knew very well how many teeth he had left and how much meat he could bite in one bite. There was very little information about the reward. Only the pink devil's photo and name, which Su Miao. No more information is available. However, with just these, the old dog can find out a lot of things. He painfully paid 600 points at the information exchange in Xixia town and successfully bought information about the witch Su Miao. The information is very simple, with only one very brief line. The witch Su Miao sent lunch boxes to Qi Wanning, King Dashi, the leader of the cannibals, Lu Wei, the high priest of the ice god sect, Zheng Kaicheng, the leader of the Vulcan base, Chen Ming, the leader of Zhonghai City, and Yi Dashan Siming, Gan Pu Si Tian, Lan Dong. The moment he saw the information, Lao Go went numb. There were many people on the list that he didn't know, but he knew about Lan Zhong. He was an extremely ruthless person. Almost no one in this area didn't know about Lan Zhong. Chen Ming, Lao Go also knows him. He once had a fight with him. He was very strong and terrifying. Unexpectedly, they were all killed by Su Miao. As for Si Ming and Si Tian mentioned above, just seeing their titles makes the old dog tremble in fear. Lao Go clearly realized that the people on this list were probably some of the people killed by the witch Su Miao, and many more were not qualified to be on the list. What a terrifying witch is this! However, no matter what, the witch Su Miao killed the timid ones to death and the bold ones to death. So why should he still hide away? Xixia town is so big. If he wants to hide, where should he hide? Don't you want to hang out in the apocalypse anymore? The old dog had a fierce look in his eyes.
Inform them to bring out those 2 missiles and blow up this witch to death.
The ability users next to him were all silent, wondering if they had heard wrongly.
Boss, we still have many brothers up front.
A team leader with abilities said. The old dog said.
The witch Su Miao is good at turning the people she kills into moving corpses. The brothers in front will soon be sacrificed. We must act immediately. Otherwise we will wait until the witch kills us. In front of us, you are the ones who have to stand up. Let me tell you, she is the pink devil on the midnight snack who has a bounty of 100,000 points. If you kill her, you can get 100,000 points. And you can do whatever you want in the future. If you work hard, brothers, your life will be better in the future. Don't dare to fight. All the brothers here today will be killed by the witch.
Several people's bodies trembled. The older, middle-aged ability user with swollen eyes and sloppy steps said,
Boss, do you want to use both missiles?
The old dog said,
Use them all. Using less of them would be disrespectful to the witch. As for the dead brothers, we should give their families more compensation in the future. Yes.
The ability user who received the order immediately took action. What a great harvest. Not only can he kill the witch, but he can also capture the white-haired Lolita to obtain the coordinates of the Xixia refuge. A smile appeared on the old dog's face. The end? The end? What a bullshit apocalypse. As long as you kill the witch, you will have a good life in the future. Ha ha ha. Chapter 235 Pink Devil. Don't believe him. There are a lot of people here. What can we do to quickly control the situation? Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujiu next to her and remembered what Si Tiangenpo had done. She never expected that she would one day borrow this method. However, Si Tiangenpo wanted to kill people, and she wanted to save people. Their starting points were different. Moreover, Lin Jiujiu will not be uncontrollable when he opens the dream world.
Jiujiu, open your realm. Sing, and pull them all into your dream world.
Su Miao threw out an undead resurrection and said,
Okay, Sister Su Miao.
Lin Jiujiu responded directly. She lifted off her black cloak, and the beautiful girl idol concert field unfolded. Brilliant lights illuminate the cute and shining idol Lin Jiujiu in the middle of the stage.
Everyone, are you ready?
Lin Jiujiu walked on the stage and waved to the audience off the stage.
I am Lin Jiujiu, and I will bring you a happy and energetic song today.
Kira. The happy singing spreads along with the thoughts, so that everyone in the abandoned amusement park can hear the singing. For Sister Su Miao, I will show my best self this time. There was light shining in Lin Jiujiu's eyes, maximizing the spread of her singing. She wanted everyone in the playground to hear it. In an instant, in the abandoned amusement park, as long as the spirit was not too strong, they would fall asleep involuntarily after hearing the singing. More than 1,300 spectators appeared directly under the stage of Lin Jiujiu's concert. Here, regardless of the big brother or the little brother, they all unite to call Lin Jiujiu.
Thank you all.
After finishing the song, Lin Jiujiu happily expressed his gratitude to everyone. In just one song, the audience on the stage was reduced by half. Their souls were filled with vitality under the purification of the singing, and they happily turned into points of light and merged into the dream world. As for the real world, their breathing stopped suddenly, but everyone had a smile on their face. After the end, they have never been so happy as they are today. Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujiu's concert stage and felt shocked. This ability was too terrifying. Now she only needs to let the undead attack those ability users, who can still stay awake. Most of these ability users want to earn a reward of 1,000 points. They did not expect that dangers, like Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu, will appear. They want to run away. It's already too late. Under the influence of the energetic singing, many ability users had no time to react before being shot and killed by the undead that rushed over. Not to mention how miserable they were when they died. At this time, the most frightened person was the old dog. He watched the people around him fall down one by one without warning. "Come on! Come on!" No one responded to him, and those who could respond fell asleep. The old dog saw the concert stage in the distance and wanted to join in from the bottom of his heart. But his survival instinct kept him awake. But he didn't know how long he could stay awake. "Launch the missile! Hurry up! Hack!" He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly. Not long after, 2 missiles were launched from an abandoned armed base, and they fell towards the abandoned amusement park with extremely irregular trajectories. Suddenly, a shrill siren sounded in Xixia town, and the residents of the town rushed to hide in the bunker. However, the missiles were obviously coming faster than they could hide. Before he could react, the missile fell. The location where the missile fell was clearly where Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu were standing. Su Miao was paying attention to the battlefield. She didn't expect that the attack would come from above. The other party actually used missiles to bomb her? In a hurry, the magic space array was expanded to its maximum extent, and the magic barriers were deployed in multiple ways, completely sheltering her and Lin Jiujiu inside. The first time he was bombed by a missile, Su Miao closed his eyes in fear, hoping that the magic space array could catch the 2 missiles. But the missile exploded about 5 meters away from the ground. Boom! Su Miao covered her ears and squatted down. But the magic power in her body was inputting into the staff every moment, constantly maintaining the unfolding multiple magic barriers. The magic barrier shatters 10 layers, and will immediately restore 20 layers, preventing any shock waves from hitting it. Lin Jiujiu, who was singing, held the microphone to his ears and squatted down on the stage, shivering. This is Su Miao's standard fearful posture. Even because of such changes, Lin Jiujiu's domain is still maintained and has not dispersed. The audience under the stage was shocked when they saw such a scene, and then burst into cheers. "So cute! So cute!" I don't know who said this. And the happiness turned into light spots and disappeared on the spot. I realized, this is what it feels like to be cute. The faces of some spectators revealed a divine light, which then turned into points of light and dissipated. Lin Jiujiu sang and danced hard for several minutes before dozens of people turned into points of light and disappeared, full of happiness and joy. Who would have thought that hundreds of people would turn into points of light and disappear with just one scream? Squatting down and shivering in fear. I really don't know how to put this. The 2 missiles exploded one after another, and the horrific explosion shock waves swept across various broken buildings in the amusement park. The nearby undead, sleeping ability users, and non-drowsing ability users were shattered to pieces in the explosion impact. And they were too dead to die. Compared to ordinary people, people with abilities are very strong. However, compared to missiles, ability users are still ordinary people. The explosion was silent. The old dog that was lying in the tunnel got up and looked outside warily. Is she dead? Is the witch dead? He couldn't wait to know the answer. Although the models of his 2 missiles are a bit old, and their lethality is far inferior to the thermobaric bombs of the new era. Their strike accuracy is extremely high, and they are both air explosive, so they are extremely lethal. The witch should be able to be killed. Right? Can you get the 100,000 reward points? The old dog thought so. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the old dog and shouted angrily. Old dog! You blew up my brother to death! This man is the leader of a group of ability users in Xixia town, and his partner's name is Niu Liangyang. His loud voice is one of his characteristics. The old dog stared at the cow loudly and said, Put me down! You idiot! Can your brother get 100,000 points? Niu Liang was stunned for a moment, not understanding what 100,000 points meant. But his grip on the old dog became a little looser. The old dog said, Old dog! I risked my life. I fired 2 missiles just to blow up the pink devil with a bounty on the midnight snack. As long as we kill her, we can get 100,000 points. With 100,000 points, we think at the end of the world whatever you do is fine. Your brother is dead.
I can give you a few more points. Then you can marry 10 or 8 beauties, including celebrities. You can have a lot of children, and the legacy will be passed down.
Neo let go of the old dog loudly.
Really?
The old dog patted his collar and said,
My old dog even swiped the missiles at the bottom of the box. But you still can't trust me?
Neo Liang looked happy.
Believe it. I believe it.
As for the dead brother? What? Does he have a brother? It's gone.
Besides,
the old dog gave too much.
Idiot.
The old dog glanced at Neo Liang and sneered in his heart. After receiving the points, he said that the more points he got, it would never be more. Never less. And he would never break his promise.
Gather the living brothers and find the pink devil's token.
Old dog said.
This pink devil can be rewarded with 100,000 points. He must have great skills. Maybe the body is intact.
Neo Liang's mind suddenly changed and he asked,
Old dog, what if she is still alive?
The old dog said.
2 missiles exploded above your head. Who do you think can survive?
Neo nodded loudly. That's why. Affected by the impact of the missile explosion, the undead in the amusement park were almost cleared away in one wave. The few remaining ones that were still moving could be easily eliminated in one go. Because they are undead, they basically stand to take the impact of the explosion. It is a miracle that they can continue to stand. Soon, the old dog and the cow rushed to the center of the explosion. Lin Jiujiu's concert stage is still there. The audience under the stage was still calling hard, and they were encouraging Lin Jiujiu to continue singing. With the help of the shining lights on the stage, Lao Go, Niu Liang and others saw the pink demon, the witch Su Miao, squatting not far from the stage. Su Miao's hood has been taken off, and her beautiful pink shawl twin tail shine very clearly under the light, even though Su Miao was squatting on the ground, looking very scared.
Still alive? Unscathed?
The old dog looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Seeing that the pink demon was scared, he felt even more scared inside. Crazy? It can even withstand missile air blasts. Is this pink demon still human? The old dog's body was trembling, and he had to escape immediately before the other party noticed. Who knew that before the old dog could run away? His collar was grabbed by Niu Liang again.
Old dog! Let me just say she might be alive. Right.
The old dog was furious.
Idiot! Let me go!
Unexpectedly, Niu Liang directly threw the old dog towards the location of the witch.
Pink devil. This is the old dog. It was he who shot the 2 missiles for you just now.
The old dog was extremely angry. He misunderstood the loud voice. He usually looks honest and carefree. But in fact it's all disguise. He actually plans to exchange his life for the favor of the pink devil.
Pink devil. Don't believe him. He and I are on the same team,
shouted the old dog. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Su Miao stood up at some point, turned around gracefully, and the staff in his hand turned into ashes. It didn't matter. It wasn't a big problem for her. She raised her hand gracefully, and thousands of magic beams exploded, blasting the old dog into pieces in midair. Neo roared loudly and raised his physical defense to the maximum, preparing to resist the pursuing magic beam. He can block sniper bullets and even ancient rockets with this move, so there should be no problem. Who would have thought that the magic beam could easily penetrate his body, causing him to lose his breath in an instant? Niu Liang didn't understand. He had already assisted in killing Lao Go, so why should he kill him?
Jiujiu, use your singing to sense the location of the mina,
Su Miao said. In such a battle just now, Bago didn't show up. He must have stayed with Xiaoxian, or even encountered an unexpected and powerful enemy.
Lin
Jiujiu came to his senses and continued singing. In the abandoned amusement park, more and more survivors fell down and were pulled into Lin Jiujiu's concert. Outside the abandoned amusement park, there were originally many ability users who wanted to get close to try their luck. But as soon as they got closer, they fell asleep involuntarily, startling all the ability users who came behind. What's even more frightening is that some of the ability users who fell asleep were already powerful people with quite a reputation in Xixia town.
What's going on ahead? I don't make it. I know one thing. It is said that the old dog went crazy trying to catch the white-haired girl. He even took out the missiles at the bottom of the box and bombed her. It seems that this old dog is indeed crazy. Without missiles, he is nothing. What happened to these people falling asleep? I don't make it.
A group of ability users stood outside the safe boundary, looking at each other and not daring to go any further. People with powerful abilities don't believe in evil and take a few steps forward. It's okay. Those with abilities behind him quickly followed up, and then fell asleep. Those who wanted to follow behind no longer dared to do so.
It seems like you can't get in without any strength,
the ability user who seemed fine said with a smile. He was very proud. With today's performance, his reputation will reach a higher level in Xixia Town, and he will earn more points.
I seemed to hear some singing. It was very nice. It seemed like there was a concert going on inside.
Suddenly, he said a few words inexplicably and fell down.
He's dead. He's dead. His face is still smiling.
At the same time, someone was shocked to find that the previously comatose person died silently. After checking multiple people in succession, they found that more and more people were dead. Deaths under unknown circumstances are the scariest. Immediately, many ability users quickly retreated, no longer daring to approach the abandoned amusement park. In a dark corner of an abandoned amusement park, Xiaoxian was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Bago stood beside Xiaoxian, looking warily at the darkness ahead. There are two people with abilities lurking in the darkness. If they don't move, the starlings won't be able to see them. Similarly, if the starling didn't move, the two lurkers didn't dare to move either. The two sides faced off like this, and the stalemate lasted for a long time, until Lin Jiojio's singing sounded. Mina heard it.
Two idiots! You are going to die. Tell me who your boss is, Lord Bird, and I will show mercy and spare your lives. I can also ask His Highness to reward you with a piece of good fruit. Quack! Don't speak. Do you think you won't be exposed if you don't speak? It's too childish. Master Bird, I will cut off the sticks on you one by one. Are you scared?
Mina kept taunting. Lin Jiojio started singing, which meant that His Highness Su Miao was here. But it was also a little scared, worried that it would be dragged into the concert by Lin Jiojio, and that would be the end of it. Seeing it fall, these two lurkers would definitely kill it if it hadn't fallen. But Brother Mina misjudged one thing. The two lurkers only had their tongues cut off, but their ears were very sensitive, so they could hear the singing more clearly. At first they were affected by the Mina's trash talk and didn't pay much attention. By the time they came to their senses, it was already too late. The two were dragged into Lin Jiojio's concert one after another. The body left behind in the real world falls asleep. The eighth brother was not polite at all. He spread his wings and launched two wind blades, strangulating and smashing their bodies. Chapter 236 Xuan. It's okay. In the darkness, Bago couldn't understand the behavior of these two ability users. They actually enhanced their own strength by cutting off some body parts, so much so that it couldn't even kill them in a short time, and was even restrained by these two people. Fortunately, the mental power and souls of these two ability users were not as strong as imagined. After hearing Lin Jiojio singing, they couldn't hold on for long, so they gave Bagu a chance. Swipe twice and kill them all. When the body in the real world dies, the spirit body that was taken away dissipates. The danger disappeared, and Starling looked at the unconscious white-haired Lolita Xiaoxian behind him. He was a little surprised. Xiaoxian actually persisted under the attack of several lurkers until it arrived, and even killed one of them, which was a bit too strong. Noticing the rapid decomposition of the dead lurker's body, Mina immediately recognized it as the effect of the highly toxic hallucinogenic potion. This left Starling facing a brand new problem. It didn't know where Xiaoxian had placed the poison. If Xiaoxian moves rashly, he may come into contact with the poison, or Xiaoxian may come into contact with the poison. I don't know if there are other powerful ability users lurking in the darkness. It could only stay here temporarily. After waiting for a while, Mina was so frightened that he almost screamed. Someone outside frantically dropped two missiles. It immediately grew in size, and spread its wings to protect Xiaoxian below. Fortunately, the explosion range of the two missiles was not too large, and the shock wave was very brutal. Fortunately, the cement buildings outside blocked it, and only some old and cracked cement blocks fell. Bago and Xiaoxian were not injured. This hiding place was found just right. Mina became more and more curious about the unconscious Xiaoxian. Suddenly, a faint light point flew towards here. It fell on Ba Ge and Xiaoxian. Ba Ge was refreshed and Lin Jiojio found them. Lin Jiojio on the stage finished singing a song and ran to the audience to express his gratitude. She could even temporarily return to the background mode and come out. Sister Su Miao, we found them. The concert field is over there, and the people who are developing the field are here. No matter how you look at it, it feels weird, Su Miao said. Where? Lin Jiojio said. Over there, in the cement building behind the abandoned haunted house. Haunted house? The elegant Su Miao hesitated for a moment. She didn't really want to pass by the haunted house.
Okay, let's go there.
Su Miao walked forward. Lin Jiujiu looked at the concert stage and temporarily left the stage to follow. Su Miao took a few steps and saw the area left behind on the concert stage, and quickly understood the key. In a sense, the concert stage is the core of Lin Jiujiu's field. But in a broad sense, Lin Jiujiu's field has covered the entire abandoned playground. Under Lin Jiujiu's guidance, the two quickly arrived at the abandoned haunted house. Seeing the abandoned haunted house, Su Miao stood at the door for a while.
Sister Su Miao?
Lin Jiujiu looked to his left and right in confusion. Is there any unknown danger nearby?
Well, let's go in,
Su Miao said. She took out a flashlight from the magic space and gave it to Lin Jiujiu. She turned on the night vision magic and walked into the haunted house. The body's instinct is very resistant to entering a haunted house. However, Su Miao still walked in. After entering, a starlight blooms gracefully, illuminating the road ahead, which is very stable. A few minutes later, Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu came to the place where Xia Xiaoan slept.
Your Highness, you are finally here.
Deep in the darkness, the Mina cheered. Su Miao walked over and took a look at the unconscious Xia Xiaoan. Xia Xiaoan was in very bad condition. He had many injuries on his body, including cuts caused by daggers. That sword has the scent of a highly toxic hallucinogenic agent on it. Is it quenched? He raised his hand and put this dangerous short sword into the magic space. This is the sword given to Xia Xiaoan. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaoan always keeps it with him. Su Miao looked at Xia Xiaoan's long white hair again, raised her hand, and a big water ball appeared, wrapping Xia Xiaoan's whole body. In anime, film and television works, beautiful girls with white hair are particularly popular. But few people study the origin of white hair. White hair on beautiful girls is rarely born. Right? Similar to Xia Xiaoan. Su Miao guessed that part of the reason was the mutation of Xia Xiaoan's awakening evolution, like her hair turning pink. But there is another possibility. That is, Xia Xiaoan overused his mind-reading skills during the escape battle. As magic power was injected into the big water ball, Xia Xiaoan's wounds were healing rapidly. 5 minutes later, Su Miao dispersed the big water polo, and Xia Xiaoan's face looked much better. Su Miao said,
Bago, take her with you and let's leave.
Bagu immediately grew bigger and carefully grabbed Xia Xiaoan.
Okay, Your Highness.
Lin Jiujiu glanced at Xia Xiaoan curiously and quickly followed. She just noticed that the sword owned by Xia Xiaoan was the same as that of Sister Su Miao. It seemed to be a gift from Sister Su Miao, and she wanted one too. Affected by Lin Jiujiu's domain, there are no ability users who are not asleep in the abandoned amusement park. Su Miao glanced outside. She sensed distant gazes.
Jiujiu, the realm can be disbanded. Brother Beige, take Jiujiu with you. Leave Xixia town first and wait for me in front.
Su Miao said calmly.
Okay, Your Highness.
Bago easily picked up Lin Jiujiu with his other paw. Lin Jiujiu said,
Sister Su Miao, come back quickly.
Beige flew away with Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan. And now there was no need to worry about anything anymore. Su Miao walked towards the sky step by step, as gracefully as stepping on stairs. Not fast, not slow. In less than a minute, she reached an altitude of 300 meters.
A powerful ability user can actually stand directly in the sky. How on earth is this done?
In the distance, the capable people in Xixia town looked here with the help of observation equipment. They saw Su Miao standing high in the sky, showing an extremely shocked look. The shock lasted for a few seconds, and they saw an even more terrifying scene. In other words, almost everyone in Xixia town saw it. The sun appeared over the abandoned playground. The color of the sun is purple.
What is that? Sky, why is it bright? It's so hot. Why is the temperature getting higher and higher? It's the sun. The purple sun. Run away. Run away. No. There is a person beside the sun. It is the purple sun she summoned. She is the pink devil. The witch Su Miao. Pink devil.
Who is the pink devil? Who is the witch Su Miao? Many people didn't know this. But that didn't stop the town residents from falling into fear, and they began to flee in panic. What they saw was a witch standing high in the sky summoning a purple sun. What they knew was that the witch was ready to smash the purple sun down. Xixia town will be destroyed. Must escape. When he came, Su Miao had thought about killing all the people who were chasing him, whether these people are for bounties or something else. She spread her hands gracefully, and a small purple fireball appeared in her palm. As the magic power continued to pour in, the small purple fireball quickly turned into a large fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The light of the purple fireball illuminated the entire Shixia town, and the terrifying high temperature spread, looking almost no different from the sun. With her beautiful pink ponytails flying, Su Miao didn't look at the people in Shixia town. She just looked at the abandoned amusement park. Because of Lin Jiujiu's departure, some powerful ability users were awakened by the high temperature, with lingering fears. They thought they had a lucky escape. As a result, when I looked up, I found that more desperate destruction was coming. Su Miao looked indifferent, and pressed her hand down gracefully, and the purple fireball fell towards the abandoned amusement park. Ah! Those with abilities let out shrill screams. Their position was just below the purple fireball, and before the purple fireball could fall, their bodies burned with blazing flames. By the time the purple fireball landed, their bodies had been burned to ashes. With a bang, the world was silent. The destructive high-temperature shock waves swept across all directions, leveling the huge abandoned amusement park and exploding it into an abyss. Within the scope of the explosion, both the surviving ability users and the undead who managed to survive were all evaporated into fly ash. The terrifying mushroom cloud rose, and the dazzling light continued to illuminate the entire Shixia town. Sweeping by the blast wave, many high-rise buildings near the abandoned amusement park were destroyed. Many ability users who wanted to have fun were killed, and many ability users who evacuated in time were burned. Jichen stood in the safe area of Shixia town and looked at this place. His body was shaking and his hands were shaking. He is one of the few people who knows the inside story of Lao Go's arrest of white-haired Lolita Xiaoshuan. They are also among the few people who know the number of casualties in this disaster. Lao Go mobilized a total of more than 2,000 people to the abandoned amusement park, and more than 3,700 people were attracted by the reward. All 5,700 people died. Outside the abandoned amusement park, there were more than 6,000 people from various major forces in Shixia town watching. These people are no better off. They died and were injured. A rough estimate is that at least 3,000 people were killed or injured. Which Su Miao, when she kills people, doesn't she even think about how many people will be killed in one attack? Just when such an idea came to his mind, Jichen laughed to himself and closed his eyes in pain. She killed Du Wenxian, and Utopia was destroyed because of him. It was no better, and she had no right to criticize others. Master, the old dog is dead, and the plan has failed. It's time for us to leave. An old man in a black cloak came over to remind him. I know. Jichen looked cold. Although he said this, Jichen had no intention of leaving. Master, the boss has high hopes for you. He hopes that one day he will grow strong enough to kill the boss. Therefore, I hope that the master will not be willful. Otherwise, he will not be able to avenge your mother. The old man in black cloak said slowly. The above is what the boss asked me to remind the young master. It was not my intention. I hope the young master can remember it. Jichen grabbed the old man's collar. But it looked like he had grabbed it. But in fact, he grabbed the afterimage. The old man actually regrouped like smoke a few steps away. The old guy deserves to be killed. Jichen's eyes were full of anger. But there was nothing he could do against the old man, because this old man's strength is very terrifying. And he is the right-hand man of his crazy father. When I met the old dog in Shixia town before, the old man just looked at him and made the old dog kneel down. The sword demon blowing to the sky in Shixia town fought with the old man, and was controlled by the old man in less than 3 meetings. Even if he fights against the old man with all his strength, he is only sure of hurting the opponent. And the old man can kill him hundreds of times in this time period. Sooner or later, Jichen will kill him. The old man didn't pay attention to Jichen's reaction. He glanced at the witch Su Miao in the distance and said contemptuously, Young master, you don't need to look at this witch. The boss's evaluation is that this witch is very strong, but her weaknesses are more obvious. As long as you can exhaust her fireballs, you can easily kill her, which is not worth mentioning. The boss said this because he hopes that you, young master, will not go astray. Young master is too weak. The boss will be disappointed. The above is what the boss asked me to say. Jichen stared at the old man, his eyes full of anger, and he wanted to tear the old man into pieces immediately. The old man smiled. Master, your eyes are very good. This is what the boss said. The boss hopes that the young master can always remember hatred and let this hatred turn into a source of energy to help the young master continue to become stronger. The boss also told me that if you want to kill him for revenge, young master, you must do it yourself. If the young master wants to use the power of others, he will destroy whoever the young master likes. The big shots related to the Shixia shelter are like this. The young master's teacher is like this. And the Utopia is like this.
Ji Chen became increasingly angry.
You guys. Suddenly, Ji Chen looked extremely shocked. The old man in black cloak didn't understand the situation. He turned to one side and saw an extremely terrifying scene. After destroying the abandoned amusement park, Su Miao was ready to turn around and leave. She has no interest in the remaining ability users in Shixia Town. And she has no intention of actually destroying Shixia Town. However, Su Miao, who had just turned around, felt a look of strong malice. Su Miao turned sideways and looked at Shixia Town. She stretched out her right hand, and a brand new sycamore with staff appeared in her hand. The amplifying magic array unfolded under the feet. The magic beams unfolded multiple times. The magic power gathered rapidly, and a dazzling magic light appeared in the sky. Magic beam. Boom! The magic beam was fired towards the tall building where Ji Chen and the old man in black cloak were. Realizing that something was wrong, Ji Chen immediately used his ability to escape, just like he did in Utopia. However, the old man in black cloak did not have this ability. He immediately turned into smoke, trying to avoid the fatal blow through this method.
Which? You can't.
The old man seemed to have forgotten one thing, which Su Miao's attack was a magic attack. The magic of magic beam is deduced by referring to starlight blooming. The attack method is to use the magic power concentrated to the extreme to form a beam bombardment. Under such an attack, it does not care whether the target is physical or vaporized. The smoky old man in black cloak let out a shrill scream, which was annihilated under the magic beam. Boom! The magic beam remained powerful, penetrating the building and the mountain wall behind it. Boom, boom, boom! The building disappeared on the spot. The mountain behind exploded and was annihilated. And terrifying dust waves swept in all directions. The entire Shixia town, including the underground city of Shixia town, was shaken by earthquakes. It seems that the end of Shixia town is coming. When the earthquake stopped and the dust waves dissipated, the surviving residents of Shixia town found that a mountain on their flank had disappeared. As for Su Miao, after she realized that the malice dissipated, she put away the sycamore with staff and walked gracefully into the distance. For someone so far away to have such strong malice, he must not be a good person. He might even be an esper trying to get a bounty of 100,000 points. If he meets him, he can just kill him. After walking a few steps in the void, Su Miao seemed to understand something, and the energy of Tai Chi flow naturally circulated in her body. She took one step, about 10 meters per step, and disappeared from the void in the blink of an eye. Chapter 237 Harvest Time. Lin Jiujia was frightened by two big explosions in the direction of Shixia town. If she read it correctly, Sister Su Miao seemed to be broken again. The broken Sister Su Miao is very dangerous. Just as he was thinking about this, Sister Su Miao came back. Mina chose a good location. This is a mountain peak, so there is no need to change the location as a campsite, because the ground was too hot. Bago did not dare to put Xia Xian down, so he had to stand on one leg and gently hold the unconscious Xia Xian with one paw. The posture looked a bit weird. Su Miao took out the movable orange tree magic barrier, and the air at the top of the mountain immediately became fresh, moist and comfortable. Then she took out the bed from the magic space and asked Bago to put Xia Xian on the bed and give her some water. After being treated with water magic, Xia Xian's condition was very stable. I just don't know when I will wake up. However, Su Miao had already practiced on Lin Jiujia many times in dealing with this kind of thing. Su Miao took out tables, chairs, iced watermelon, iced melon, oranges, apricots, and previously made burritos from the magic space as today's supper.
You guys eat.
Su Miao picked up a potato shredded burrito, took a bite elegantly, then opened the magic notebook and started recording today's insights. If you don't fully grasp this kind of understanding, the best way is to record it. Otherwise, if you wait for a while, it may all be forgotten. That would be a huge loss. Magic Beam could use some improvements in compressing magic power. The magic circuit can continue to be optimized to shorten the casting time and increase the power. Su Miao's thinking was unprecedentedly rational and clear, and the magic optimization was very smooth. It didn't take long before he wrote a new version in his notebook. This new version didn't even need to be tested. After recording version 5.0 of Magic Beam, Su Miao began to record her experience of using the qi cultivated in the body by Tai Chi Heart Flow to travel quickly in the void. Su Miao has always wanted flying magic. If there is no flying magic, a flying magic broom will do. Unfortunately, so far, she has not gotten any clues about the magic. However, with today's experiments and insights, she had a temporary alternative. Tai Chi Heart Flow and Tao and magic brought her far more surprises than she imagined. Su Miao still remembers that she first learned Tai Chi Heart Flow simply to enhance her melee defense capabilities and prevent people from getting close to her. Su Miao closed her eyes and felt carefully that the chi brought by Tai Chi Heart Flow had accumulated a lot in her body. These chi circulate in the body very naturally, coexisting in harmony with the magic power. And the Hun Yuan is unified. She does not even have to worry about the imbalance caused by more magic power than chi in the body, or more chi than magic power. Using this energy and some acceleration magic, it becomes very easy to move 10 meters in one step. Coupled with the magic barrier, Su Miao can truly cross the void. Su Miao quickly recorded these insights. She can finally fly. Before I knew it, it was dawn. Su Miao took one step forward and appeared in the void 100 steps away in the blink of an eye. She walked back and forth several times, leaving Lin Jiujio, who had just woken up, dumbfounded. Sister Su Miao can fly? Starling, who was resting under the orange tree, was even more frightened when he saw this scene. Not only could His Highness Su Miao fly, but his speed was terrifying. During the experiment, Su Miao gained some new insights about speed. I remember that during previous battles, powerful ability users such as King Dashi and Lan Zhong had the ability to reach the target in an instant and attack. Faced with such a surprise attack, she could only use a fireball saturation attack to force the opponent back. Now, she has a better way to deal with it. Su Miao stood high in the air, recalling the previous battles, especially the details of the explosive speed of King Dashi and others, and conducted a careful analysis. And then she used Tai Chi Heart Flow to simulate it. In the next second, Su Miao's speed increased several times, and she appeared 100 meters away. So that's it. Su Miao was thoughtful. She stretched out her hand gracefully, and the umbrella sword appeared in her hand. The sword was swung out, and extremely obvious sword marks appeared in the air. The moment the sword was sheathed, the sword roared into the void. This is true supersonic swordplay. Su Miao put away her sword and checked her sword-wielding arm. Her hand was not injured by the sword just now. If an ordinary person were to swing a sword at supersonic speed, it would break. An idea flashed in my mind. If she encounters a realm where magic is prohibited in the future, she will appear in front of her opponent in an instant and swing out a sword. Can the opponent block it? I'll try it out if I have a chance in the future. The successive experiments caused the chi in Su Miao's body to be depleted very quickly. But during the consumption process, Su Miao exhaled and inhaled, and the Tai Chi Heart Flow ran naturally, and the chi in the body was rapidly recovering. Is the flow of Tai Chi endless? Su Miao stood in the void and performed a set of boxing techniques from Tai Chi Xinliu. It was said that the boxing techniques looked like palm techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques, or nothing at all. At this moment, not only was the chi moving with her movement, but also the magic power in her body was moving along with it. She seemed to understand something, but she seemed to understand nothing at all. Su Miao felt that she had touched some theory mentioned in the book, Tao and Magic, but when she wanted to think about it carefully, she found that she had forgotten all the content in the book, but she actually understood it. This feeling is very mysterious. There was a hot wind blowing over, and it naturally dispersed as it approached Su Miao, only gently stirring the beautiful pink twin ponytails. Sister Su Miao, what's going on? Lin Jiujio looked at Su Miao, who was standing motionless in the void, a little worried. I stood there for half an hour. Don't worry. His Highness is in good condition, Mina said happily while eating ice-cold watermelon. To it. As long as His Highness Su Miao does not conduct dangerous magic experiments in this state, it doesn't matter what he does. Otherwise, a mountain will turn into an abyss at every turn, which is too scary. After another half hour, Su Miao opened her eyes. She glanced at the void, turned around and walked a few steps back to the orange tree magic barrier on the top of the mountain. Noticing that there was only one bite of the shredded potato burrito on the table, Su Miao realized that she hadn't eaten much. She sat down gracefully, picked up the shredded potato burrito, and started eating slowly. Lin Jiujio secretly glanced at Sister Su Miao a few more times, and continued to practice each lesson without daring to speak. Your Highness, I will go on patrol, Mina said and flew into the sky.
Su Miao continued to eat. At this time, the internet was already abuzz. In an underground city, Pei Xiaomu took out her mobile phone and opened the Midnight Snack app. Since separation from Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu, Pei Xiaomu has been paying attention to their conditions. To this end, she reactivated those ability users within the organization who were affiliated with Siming. The second generation of Siming was dead and her identity was exposed. If she simply appeared in the organization openly, no one would say anything and no one would dare to say anything. After the network was restored, it became easier for her to learn information about Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu. Pei Xiaomu quickly found the latest news. In the comprehensive area of the Night Supper app, a person with abilities living in Xixia Town reported the detailed battle situation last night. The post was enhanced and highlighted, and it was posted as a hotspot banner on the forum. The pink demon appeared in Xixia Town and slaughtered countless old dogs. Thousands of people. Take away the white-haired Lolita. Posted by Wise Wei Mao. Last night, Lao Go mobilized more than 2,000 nin, more than 1,000 allies, and more than 4,000 ability users competing for the bounty. A total of more than 7,000 people participated in the roundup of the white-haired Lolita, and they were bound to win. The white-haired Loli didn't know what kind of ability she had, but she was able to escape from being hunted by so many ability users time and time again, and even killed a powerful ability user like the Sword Demon of Xixia Town. In the middle of the night, the white-haired Loli escaped into the abandoned amusement park in Xixia Town. Lao Go's Esper had 3 levels inside and 3 outside, surrounding the abandoned playground layer by layer and conducting a carpet-like search. But something happened at this moment. The witch Su Miao and the idle girl Lin Jiujiu appeared in the abandoned amusement park and killed everyone. The old dog was anxious. Maybe to save his life. Maybe because he wanted to kill the witch Su Miao and get a reward of 100,000 points. He frantically threw 2 missiles at the abandoned amusement park, killing and injuring a large number of his own people. After that, he accidentally discovered the witch. Su Miao was unscathed, stimulated by the missile. The witch Su Miao flew into the sky and exploded the abandoned amusement park into an abyss with a purple fireball. No one who entered the abandoned playground area survived. How to describe that purple fireball? Last night, the residents of Xixia Town standing outside seemed to see the sun setting. After what happened last night, I understand why the witch Su Miao has the title of Pink Devil. Life is already very difficult for everyone in the apocalypse. But she killed thousands of people as soon as she took action, which was so terrifying. It is worth mentioning that after killing Lao Go and others, the witch Su Miao was about to leave. She was stimulated by some unknown source and sent out a terrifying magic beam that destroyed a building in Xixia Town and a mountain behind the building. The specific casualties are unclear. The above is all the events that happened last night. First floor. Stray cat head, pink demon. So terrifying. Floor 2. Security captain It's His Highness Su Miao. It's really His Highness Su Miao. Your Highness is invincible. Floor 3. Regalia. 2 missiles bombarded him head-on. But Su Miao was unscathed. Isn't it too outrageous? Floor 4. Shueu Tianyu. A battle of this magnitude broke out. But the Xixia shelter didn't respond at all? On the 5th floor. Sunshine Otaku Xiaoming kill. 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 I want to see blood flowing like a river. Ha ha ha. 6th floor. OCR Flying Pigeon. No reaction is normal. Look at the Yanshan collection where the witch Su Miao passes by. Floor 7. Red Ashwood. I'm curious now. Who would want to get the reward of 100,000 points? 8th floor. Sociology GABA, Your Highness. The pink demon is a moving natural disaster. Is she part of the Doomsday? Floor 9. Gray Eclipse. It's scary to think about it. How many people has she killed? 10th floor. Nirvana. Does anyone know how the witch can stand high in the sky for a long time? Is it magic? Pei Xiaomu looked at the post and didn't know how to evaluate it. In theory, she should get used to it, although I don't know the reason. Judging from the results, it seems very appropriate that Su Miao is evaluated as a moving natural disaster. In the final analysis, it is the continuous apocalyptic disaster climate that makes people have less and less food and daily necessities. In order to earn a bite to eat, it has become normal to risk one's life. As for those who have food, they will try their best to hide the food they have from outsiders. Unless there is an accident, someone kills someone, and someone discovers the stored food. Such accidents have happened many times. The more times it happens, the more it happens again, it won't be an accident.
There are some people with abilities who keep an eye on people who are well fed and well drunk. Find the right opportunity and call their friends to intercept and kill them. If you kill the right ones, you can earn a lot of supplies. If you kill the wrong one, just find another target. On her way here, she encountered several groups of people with such abilities, many of whom were powerful. Pei Xiaomyu killed them all. There are also some well-known local figures among these people. They are not short of food and drink. They join in order to take other people's lives as a test and plunder more supplies by the way. Pei Xiaomyu peeled off the souls of these people, took a brief look at them, and burned them all with holy light.
I wonder how Su Miao is doing now.
She closed the post and got ready to work, but was quickly drawn to a new post. This is by no means an attempt to relax and fish in water, simply because the content in this post is very important. Research on the ability of some people with abilities to become stronger in a very short period of time. Posted by Irina. Everyone, I am here again, bringing you new research results. Like last time, let's talk about the results first. Taking special mutated plants can promote the human body to mutate rapidly in a short period of time. The special mutant plants here do not refer to the generally edible mutant plants in the previous research results, but to mutant plants with powerful effects. Derived inference, eating special mutated animals, and absorbing special energy minerals have the same effect. I traveled around the world following the floods during heavy rains and floods. I passed through many places and discovered many interesting mutant plants and many interesting mutant animals. The apocalyptic natural disaster environment has given rise to the mutation of these animals and plants, including humans. At this time, everyone is on the same starting line. Theoretically speaking, even if some mutants have very high talents, it will take a certain amount of time to accumulate and become stronger. However, some mutants with low talents have become surprisingly powerful and dominate one side. Why is this? After a long period of observation and research, I found that some mutant animals like to guard special mutant plants, including flowers and fruits. Out of curiosity, I killed these mutated animals and picked some flowers and fruits. Eating these flowers and fruits makes me stronger. Later, I selected many subjects to conduct controlled experiments and verified my results. It is worth mentioning that the fruits of some mutant plants are poisonous and will have unpredictable consequences after eating. Death from poisoning and transformation into mutant monsters are all normal. Those who understand can use some special methods of refining medicine to neutralize the toxicity and make these mutated plants edible. In addition, there are some mutant plants that contain too much energy, and those with insufficient strength will self-destruct after eating them, which is very exciting. The following is a list of various special plants that I have found that can help people with abilities become stronger. The list has corresponding effects. I wish you all a lot of harvest and become stronger in the coming time. By the way, there are also lists of some special animals and special ores below. Please approach them with caution. Some special ores have very dangerous pollution effects. As long as you get close, you will become stronger, but you will also be eroded, polluted, and killed by the energy of the special ores. Please be careful. Looking at the test data and the list in the post, Pei Xiaomyu frowned. This poster, whose nickname is Irina, has said people to investigate, but has not been able to get any clues so far. It is very mysterious. From her point of view, these experimental research results may not be much, but the value of the list listed in the post is beyond what ordinary people can afford. Yet the other party just announced it without reservation. Is this an attempt to promote more human evolution? Or is it a more intense conflict over these special mutated animals? Plants? Ores? While he was deep in thought, someone walked in from outside and said,
Lord Ximing, there is news.
Pei Xiaomyu put down her phone, looked at the person, and nodded.
Well, let's do it. Leave no one behind. Yes.
In the dark valley, a brand new, heat-resistant drone flew in. After making 7 turns and 8 turns, the drone flew into an underground palace, where staff had already been there to assist. After receiving the drone, they immediately removed the data carried in the drone and cooled and maintained the drone. This drone is very precious. One less one is really used, and once it is used up, it will be gone. Without them, the value of their existence is gone. They couldn't make new ones because of lack of materials, lack of parts, and lack of machinery. There were already capable people waiting here outside. They took the things they took out from the drone and quickly walked towards the depths of the underground palace.
Master, there's news.
The capable person sends the things up. The person standing in the room opened his eyes and the peripheral vision made the person with abilities, who came to deliver things tremble. Ji Jiusheng stretched out his hand, and the thing held by the ability user's hands reached his palm. After reading the content, he threw it away, and the thing returned to the hands of the ability user.
The old man is dead. Tell his son the news. The one who killed the old man was the witch Su Miao, and the one who killed the old man was Ji Chen.
Ji Jiusheng said sideways. The person with the gift of ability said,
Yes.
He quickly left the room, fearing that he would be blown up if he stayed here for a second longer. Ji Jiusheng closed his eyes and recalled the fight last night. Last night, he went to Lan Zhong's lair. Everyone knows that Lan Zhong is very strong, but no one knows that there is a bad old man sitting in Lan Zhong's private base. That bad old man's peak state was not even weaker than Lan Zhong's. But it was a pity that he woke up too late, with insufficient energy and blood, and insufficient physical strength. Otherwise, he would have fought happily and to the fullest. Even so, out of respect for the strong, he had a heart-wrenching contact with the old man when he was about to fall from his peak state, tearing him to pieces. Then, Ji Jiusheng killed everyone in Lan Zhong's private base except for the 5 children.
Did you see it? This is the body of your relative. Isn't it tragic? Are you afraid? If you are, kneel down and call me daddy. I will not kill you, but I will give you food so that you can continue to live.
Ji Jiusheng brought the 5 children to the corpse and said. The first child knelt down and cried with tears.
Dad.
The second child exploded with power and shouted.
I'm going to kill you.
The third child stood there without kneeling or shouting. He just looked at Ji Jiusheng with very calm eyes, and no fear at all. The fourth child hesitated, then knelt down and called.
Dad.
The fifth child's body was shaking uncontrollably. He peed directly, but he did not kneel down or call daddy. So, Ji Jiusheng shot to death the 2 people who called him daddy, and the one who wanted to kill him with explosive power. The corpse exploded, and blood splattered all over the living child. There was no change in the eyes of the calm child. The legs of the kid, who had wet his pants, were shaking even more. He even closed his eyes, and prepared to face death. Ji Jiusheng asked,
What are your names?
The child with a calm expression said,
Lanting.
The child who peed his pants said,
Lin Xia.
Ji Jiusheng was very satisfied and touched their heads with his blood-stained hands.
Very good. It's just you. Remember what happened today. I will send you to a place to live well and kill me later. If you don't grow up, I will come ahead and kill you.
2 more good seedlings. However, compared to these 2 people, Ji Jiusheng was more satisfied with Lan Zhong's private collection, a mutated stone lotus. But unfortunately only 1 petal was left and only 1 lotus seed was left. In order not to waste it, he simply ate the lotus pod together. After taking it, Ji Jiusheng felt that his whole body was full of energy. But the lotus pods had a certain degree of toxicity, which made his body very unstable. Otherwise, he would have to see the witch Su Miao no matter what. And his son Ji Chen. After so much time has passed, it is time for him to mature, and it is almost time to harvest. Chapter 238. Her Highness the Witch is a good person. Within the orange tree magic barrier, Su Miao was also looking at the Midnight Snack app, and noticed the post reporting on the battle in Xixia Town and Irina's research post. She didn't pay much attention to the battle posts. Some of the comments below analyzed her combat power. Some said that she was the one responsible for the apocalyptic disaster, but most of them were praising her for killing well. Most of the people who praised it were residents of Xixia Town. After they confirmed that all members of Lao Go's gang had been killed, they began to detail the crimes of Lao Go's gang in the past few months in their posts. This gang really burned, killed, looted, committed all kinds of evil, and was extremely insane. There are also some people who blame Lao Go for things that are not crimes committed by the Lao Go gang. Therefore, this post is useless to Su Miao. Just take a look. What matters is Irina's research post. Can you mutate and become stronger by eating special mutated animals and plants and coming into contact with special ores? So, does this mean that these materials can be refined into potions? Su Miao downloaded these lists and memorized them all in her mind. She won't miss it the next time we meet. However, due to the high temperature and natural disasters, it is difficult to find so many plants at this stage. Unless you enter some dark and deep sinkholes, it is difficult to find mutant plants that can be used to refine potions. Therefore, Su Miao can target mutant animals.
You have to learn anatomy.
Su Miao recorded this incident in her magic notebook. Next, they only need to wait for Xia Xiaoan to wake up. And then, they can continue their journey.
Your Highness, there are people coming here from the bottom of the mountain.
Bago flew back to report.
They are from Xixia town.
Su Miao stood up and glanced down the mountain. She felt no malice and ignored it. Beige said,
Your Highness, how about I go down the mountain and have a look?
Su Miao said.
Okay.
Starling took a few sips, showed off half of the iced watermelon, and flew majestically down the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, there were 12 young ability users and 2 old ability users braving the high temperature and walking towards the mountain. In order to avoid misunderstandings, they deliberately calculated the time to ensure that they could get here before dawn. This way the witch on the mountain can see them. If she can't see clearly, she thinks they have some evil intentions and drops a purple sun. And they are doomed.
Do you think Her Majesty the Witch will meet us? I don't know. But we have to come. We don't really want to climb such a high mountain. Do we? We will get heat stroke and die if we climb up there. Shut up and stop talking. When things are done, you can say whatever you want when you get back.
Seeing a few young people chattering, the elderly ability user in the team said, These young people are so careless. It's really amazing that you can still talk nonsense after walking all the way in hot weather. The elderly can't compare. But they must come this time. However, several other young people in the team didn't seem to be in good condition. There's no way. It's too hot.
Quack! Quack! What are you here for?
Beige flew down the mountain, stopped on a rock, looked at the approaching Xixia town ability user and asked. Seeing the appearance of Starling, the team was in commotion. A talking mutant bird. So scary.
Hello, Beige. We are ability users from Xixia town. We are here to thank Her Highness the Witch.
An old ability user stopped the chaos in the team. He pointed at the supplies on the wheelbarrow of the team behind him, and said respectfully. Starling glanced at the unicycle, flapped his wings slightly, and appeared on the unicycle. It jumped around to check the quality of these materials. Rice, wheat, medicinal materials, quack quack. Energy ore? This is what His Highness needs. What else is this? It's more fragrant than the oranges grown by His Highness. Mina's eyes lit up. These wheelbarrows don't look like much, but there are a lot of valuable things inside. And His Highness will definitely be happy. The old ability user said.
Your Highness eliminated harm to the people and eliminated the old dog gang entrenched in Xixia town, which gave us hope for the future. We cleaned out the old dog's lair and found some supplies that were carefully protected by the old dog. We specially selected some to give to His Highness. The remaining supplies, except for some grain we took, have been properly preserved. Your Highness can take it away at any time.
The 2 old able-bodied people spoke very sincerely. Bagu nodded.
Very good. You wait here. I will report to His Highness.
It flew up to the top of the mountain with a swish.
Your Highness, those capable people at the bottom of the mountain are here to deliver supplies. They confiscated the supplies from the old dog gang and brought some important ones.
Supplies? Su Miao blinked. She was not short of supplies. Bago added.
Your Highness, there are energy ores and rare mutant plants inside. Oh, go check it out.
Su Miao stood up. She stepped gracefully into the void, walked gracefully, and arrived at the bottom of the mountain in a few steps. At this time, Bago, who had just flown into the sky, looked at His Highness Su Miao arriving at the foot of the mountain in amazement, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. What's the situation? His Highness is faster than it? It immediately flapped its wings and chased after him, arriving next to His Highness Su Miao in a moment. At the foot of the mountain, the team of ability users from Xixia town watched with great shock as Su Miao walked in the void and blinked in front of them. Your Highness the Witch, crossing the void. Hiss.
Your Highness, we are from Xixia town. We are very grateful to Your Highness for killing Lao Go and his gang and saving Xixia town. These are the supplies that Lao Go protected. We have selected some important ones to send to you.
The 2 elderly ability users who led the team came to their senses and saluted quickly. The 12 young ability users who followed lowered their heads, not daring to look at Su Miao at all. Just standing in front of Su Miao, they felt a very terrifying and powerful sense of oppression, which made them dare not make any unnecessary movements or glances. Even if they didn't have this invisible sense of oppression, they wouldn't dare to have any ideas just after seeing the abandoned amusement park that turned into an abyss.
Su Miao nodded.
An old ability user began to introduce the supplies they brought.
Your Highness, please look. These are rice grown from mutant rice. These are the bones of some powerful mutant animals. These are the energy ores mentioned by the official. These things among the mutated herbs. There is a 200-year-old mutated Polygonum multiflorum and a 300-year-old mutated wild ginseng. Which are the most precious?
The old man was very knowledgeable and introduced the materials he brought one by one until his mouth was dry. The supplies are good. Su Miao glanced at these ability users, took out a table from the magic space, placed paper cups on the table, and dropped a small water balloon into each paper cup.
Drink this.
Seeing the water on the table, the eyes of the two old ability users lit up.
Thank you, Your Highness.
If it were something else, he might refuse. However, in such a high temperature and natural disaster, who can resist the temptation of water? He quickly thanked him and immediately picked up a glass of water from the table. Just as he was about to drink it, he thought of the young man behind him.
Everyone, line up and drink water.
When the young ability user saw that there was water to drink, he immediately became energetic. They took the paper cups in an orderly manner and drank all the water in the cups slowly. With just a glass of water, they felt completely alive.
Thank you, Your Highness.
The two elderly ability users quickly thanked them. Actually, they wanted to drink some more of this water, but they didn't dare to say it. It was already a great kindness for Her Highness the Witch to give them water, and she did not dare to ask for more, even if she felt thirsty again soon.
Eat. The supplies you sent are very good.
Su Miao waved her hand gracefully, and a large amount of cut iced watermelon and iced melon were added to the table. By the way, she collected all the supplies she needed on the wheelbarrow. For example, mutated animal bones, mutated plant medicines, energy ores, and those beautiful-looking jade stones. As for the others, Su Miao didn't take them. She didn't need these things. On the contrary, seeing that these ability people in Xixia town were sallow and thin, and came here with good intentions, Su Miao didn't mind leaving them some food. Although these people also had selfish motives. After they were worried about controlling the materials owned by the Lao Go gang, Su Miao didn't know when she remembered to go to Xixia town to ask for them. At that time, how can Xixia town still take out the digested materials? If it cannot be taken out, conflicts will occur. As for the outcome of the conflict, you can refer to the abandoned playground that turned into an abyss. Up to now, the remaining high temperature in the central area of the abandoned amusement park is still 780 degrees Celsius, which is very scary. If you need to dispose of corpses in Xixia town, you only need to stand in the safe area and use a trebuchet to drop the corpses into the abyss of the abandoned playground. These corpses will be quickly burned to ashes.
Your Highness, these are too precious.
The two old ability users looked at a table of ice-cold watermelons, their expressions so shocked that their mouths were almost watering. Beige said,
You can eat as long as you are told. Why are you so long-winded? Are you afraid that His Highness will poison you?
The two old ability users said quickly.
I don't dare. I don't dare.
They immediately invited the young people in the team to eat watermelon together. With just one sip, the sweet watermelon juice passed through the esophagus and flowed into the stomach. Everyone present looked extremely happy. Their bodies felt cold, and they felt as if they were in an air-conditioned room before the end of the world. Not to mention how comfortable and happy they were. Some even shed tears, especially the two old ability users. They cried and ate at the same time. They only regretted that they were too old and there were not many teeth left in their mouths. But this watermelon is really delicious. To be honest, after eating this watermelon, both brothers wanted to kneel down before the witch. I just regret that I am too old. If I were younger, I would be able to run errands with Her Highness the Witch. In addition, according to the information they got from the internet, under the current high temperature and natural disaster, the weight of fresh vegetables is basically equivalent to gold. As for precious fresh fruits, they are all settled with energy ores. However, His Highness Su Miao took out so many big watermelons, but they were still mutated big watermelons. Your Highness the Witch is a good person. The two old men decided that after returning home, they would tell everyone about the goodness of Her Highness the Witch every day. Starling stood on the edge watching these people eating watermelon and found it very interesting. These people are eager to bite off the watermelon rind. There were also very few watermelon seeds on the watermelon, which were carefully collected and did not dare to fall on the ground. In fact, Bago had already noticed that His Highness was tired of eating iced watermelon and iced melon. And so was Lin Jiujiu. For this reason, the watermelon stored by His Highness can only be eaten by His Highness, no matter how delicious the iced watermelon or iced melon is. Or even if it is a mutated bird, it will still get tired of eating so much watermelon and melon every day. Especially the iced watermelon is very sweet at the beginning. But as it goes on, it becomes tasteless. At that time, Mina longed for barbecue and rice cooked by the sun. But the watermelons on the table are just showing off. And His Highness Su Miao will send another batch. It has to eat even if it doesn't want to eat. Now, Starling is extremely happy to have so many people helping him eat iced watermelon and iced melon. In just 10 minutes, a group of 14 people from Xixia town ate 2 tables of iced watermelon and iced melon. Seeing that Su Miao wanted to give it away, the 2 old ability users waved their hands.
Thank you, Your Highness. We can't eat any more. We don't need it anymore.
Su Miao nodded, threw a big water ball with his hand, and cleaned the table. In just a few seconds, the remaining water on the table was evaporated by the high temperature, and Su Miao put the table into the magic space. The young ability users and 2 old people in Xixia town looked at the water stains on the ground in shock. Seeing the water, they felt their hearts bleed. But in front of Her Highness the Witch, they did not dare to say anything or even think about it. Let alone them. After eating iced watermelon and iced melon, I can't drink any more water. Otherwise, even if it is just a shallow puddle of dirty water, it must be rescued.
Your Highness, these remaining supplies?
And old Esper saw a lot of supplies left on the wheelbarrow. Su Miao said,
I've given them all to you, including the ones you found in Xixia town.
The 2 old ability users looked at each other, and their eyes filled with excitement.
Thank you, Your Highness,
Su Miao said.
Did you see any books in Lao Go's collection? Especially those related to magic?
Magic? Another old ability user seemed to have thought of something.
Your Highness, there is indeed a book. It seems to be called
Basics of Light Magic.
It was used as a table leg, and it is full of dust.
Su Miao looked at the old man, which made him feel even more stressed. He said,
Because books are precious. Any books we find have been preserved. If His Highness needs them, we will get them for His Highness immediately.
Su Miao said.
Ask Brother Ba to go back with you and bring this magic book. You can leave.
The 2 old ability users immediately said,
Yes, Your Highness.
The 8th brother was not polite. He immediately grew up and grabbed the old man who had just spoken.
Your Highness, I will take him back to get the magic book first.
The things His Highness wants must be brought back as soon as possible. I don't know how much time will be wasted by following these people back. The remaining people were shocked again when they saw the scene. They thanked Su Miao, put the watermelon rinds and seeds on the wheelbarrow, and pushed them back. When compared, their steps became much lighter, as if the high temperature didn't exist. All this is thanks to the watermelon sent to them by Her Highness the Witch. Your Highness the Witch is a good person. Chapter 239 Run. The pink devil found us. Whoosh. The big black bird flew across the sky and arrived over Xixia town in a moment.
Ah!
The old ability user screamed loudly. It was true that he had never played extreme sports such as bungee jumping and skydiving when he was young. But this was his first time flying at high speeds while being grabbed by a mina. Fortunately, he drank the water, iced watermelon, and iced melon given to him by Her Highness the Witch before setting off. Otherwise, just being carried for such a long distance in high temperatures, it would be a miracle that his whole body was not dried out. With such old bones, there was not much moisture left in his body. However, the screams of the old ability user still attracted the attention of many people, especially the group of ability users guarding the old dog warehouse. They immediately used rockets and various machine guns to target the incoming black bird.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! It's me, Shui Hongshou!
The old man with ability shouted loudly. The people below looked at the old ability user caught in the claws of Starling and looked at each other. They didn't understand what was going on. They looked at the mina in the form of a big bird in the sky and were extremely nervous. They still remember how terrifying the peacock was that passed by Xixia town some time ago. Now, this big black bird gives people no less pressure than the peacock. None of the mutated birds are weak under the high temperature natural disaster.
Bag! Please let me down!
Shui Hongshou said with lingering fear. Mina slowly became smaller, placed the old man on the ground, flew around, and stood on top of the old man's head.
Teacher Shui?
A young capable person saw the old man clearly and exclaimed. However, when I saw the mina standing on top of the old man's head again, I didn't dare to get close, fearing that the mina's head would suddenly grow in size and eat him like a small insect. Shui Hongshou said,
It's me! It's me! I'm back! Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and open the door!
The young ability user said.
Teacher Shui, this...
At this time, Jia Jiamin, a middle-aged person with abilities and the warehouse key manager, walked out.
Hey, Lao Shui. Are you still alive? Do you want to open the warehouse door? You must have a key to open the door. You don't know the rules? Right, Shui Hongshou said. I want to find something inside and give it to Beige, so that Beige can bring it to His Highness the Witch.
To Her Majesty the Witch? Jia Jiamin looked stiffly at Bago, who was standing on Shui Hongshou's head, and his body became a little stiff. Depend on. This Lao Deng won't say it clearly all at once if he has something to say. He immediately took out the key, opened the warehouse door, and said extremely politely,
Everything is inside. What do you need? Your Highness?
Beige stood above Shui Hongshou, glanced at the ability users guarding the door in front of him, glanced at Jia Jiamin who opened the door, and urged,
I'm in a hurry. Go in and get something.
Shui Hongshou said.
Okay. Go get it right away.
He carried Starling into the warehouse, and went straight to the room where the books were stored. Since official shelters often issue tasks to collect books, all the major forces will follow suit and collect some books to protect them, and then take them out to exchange for some points, thus making a lot of money. These are all important supplies. For this reason, many people will feel extremely heartbroken when reading the book, because at the beginning of the apocalypse, they burn many precious books for the convenience of making fires, not to mention the books used to make toilet paper.
Mina, this is it.
The Theory of Light Magic.
Dot.
Shui Hongshou found a book box and took out a well-preserved book from it. In addition to the book box,
The Theory of Light Magic
is also covered with a plastic bag, which is specially used to protect the book and prevent it from falling dust. There is a special aura on the book. It is the magic book that His Highness Su Miao is looking for.
Very good,
Mina said.
Put the book in the box,
Shui Hongshou said.
Okay.
Mina flew around the library and found another book with a similar aura. It stretched out its claws and took out the book. Its eyes widened.
God damn it. Who tore this book?
This was the book that His Highness Su Miao was looking for, and it was torn apart. Shui Hongshou was startled. He hurriedly came over, looked at the books, and said,
Bago, we have only briefly counted the books here, and we don't dare to damage them.
Beige said.
I know, but His Highness will definitely be angry when he sees the book damaged like this.
Shui Hongshou became nervous instantly.
What should I do?
Beige said.
It's okay. You didn't destroy it. Your Highness won't blame you. I took the book back.
Shui Hongshou was sweating profusely.
Thank you, Beige.
He was really scared. With the magic book in hand, Mina flew out of the warehouse, flew into the sky, and disappeared. Shui Hongshou walked out of the warehouse wiping sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if it's okay. It's okay if it's okay. He was really worried that Her Majesty the Witch would get angry and throw a purple sun into Xixia town.
Shui Hongshou, why are you the only one back? Where are the others?
After Bago left, the warehouse manager Jia Jiamin asked in a bad tone. Speaking of which, these people who were arranged to deliver supplies were all sent to die. It would not be surprising if they were all wiped out. The witch Su Miao killed the old dog and destroyed the old dog gang. In theory, the materials here were Su Miao's trophies. Their purpose of doing this was to let the witch Su Miao know that there was such a batch of materials. But they were usually exploited too much by the old dog. Everyone was too hungry and had eaten some food when they found out. Fortunately, there was someone in charge at the time, and the witch's intimidation prevented looting, and the warehouse was saved. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone was very happy while eating. But after eating, I started to worry, because they learned that the witch Su Miao did not really leave Xixia town, but lived on a mountaintop not far outside Xixia town. They held a meeting and voted for some people to bring some valuable materials in the warehouse to the witch Su Miao. With luck, the witch Su Miao will take over the supplies, and the rest will be theirs. If you are unlucky, the witch Su Miao will come and take away all the supplies. They couldn't spit out what they ate. At the same time, there will no longer be evil gangs like Lao Go that exploit everyone in Xixia town in a short period of time, and they have time to relax. Of course, there is another possibility of worse luck. The witch Su Miao is very angry and kills the residents of Xixia town. If this really happens, they have no choice. Therefore, it is very surprising to have Shui Hongshou back, and it also ignites some hope. In most cases, witch Su Miao should kill everyone. But what's going on with Shui Hongshou? Why does he look younger? Feeling more energetic? He still remembered that Shui Hongshou looked like he might die at any moment when he set out. This is not scientific at all.
They're on their way.
Shui Hongshou said. His thoughts were on the destroyed book. Bago said that Her Majesty the Witch would be angry, but would not blame them.
Is that true? What? On the road? Everyone was killed.
Jia Jiamin was still frightened. He was almost chosen. But luckily he wasn't chosen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come back. Speaking of which, there were a few people in the team who were very difficult to deal with. It would be a good idea to die. They all sacrificed for Xixia Town. Their sacrifices are valuable, and they bring hope to Xixia Town. Jia Jiamin thought like this. And other ability users who had received the news came over. After learning the news, they felt worried. What they are most concerned about is that the witch Su Miao has killed so many people. Is she coming to collect the supplies? Then, they will be hungry for a long time.
Will the witch come and take away the supplies?
A middle-aged man walked over quickly and asked eagerly. This concerns their lives and fortunes.
The witch killed all the people we sent. And only one old man, Shui, came back. It's so cruel. The witch won't kill us all. Right. Stop talking about this. Even if the witch doesn't kill us and moves all the supplies in the warehouse, we will starve to death. Oh, what should I do? We stole supplies and ran away. In such hot weather, where can you escape with supplies? Missiles. Let's look for missiles again. The missiles will definitely be useful. Right. As long as the witch doesn't come back. Shut up. Didn't you see it that day? The missile launched by the old dog hit the witch's head. The witch didn't do anything at all. She just threw a purple sun with her backhand.
Shui Hongshou looked at the people arriving outside the warehouse, and was stunned for a moment before he remembered that he had not given His Highness Su Miao's order.
Quiet!
Seeing that these people were getting more and more outrageous, Shui Hongshou was extremely frightened. If Bago comes back and hears what the residents of Xixia Town say, and then conveys it to Her Highness the Witch, everything will turn into trouble.
Quiet! Quiet! Quiet!
Shui Hongshou raised the volume a little, and his powerful voice made the scene quiet. Jia Jiamin looked at Shui Hongshou in confusion, wondering how Shui Hongshou became so strong after going out this time. The aura shown in his voice alone made him have to be quiet. He doesn't understand. Has Shui Laodin been hiding his strength? Shui Hongshou ignored this person's thoughts and said,
Dear neighbors in Xixia Town, listen to me. Other people who delivered supplies are on their way back. And I was brought back first by the 8th brother to help Her Highness the Witch. Now, the Mina has taken the things away.
The whole place was silent. The pink devil rumored on the internet kills wherever she goes. The witch Su Miao doesn't kill the people delivering supplies. Shui Hongshou will come back first. But there is something the witch needs in the warehouse. Is it really that simple?
Regarding the materials in the warehouse, Her Highness the Witch has informed us of her decision.
Shui Hongshou mentioned this with tears in his eyes. This is joy. This is touching. This is gratitude. These are tears of hope in the face of the future. All the eyes of the residents of Xixia Town were focused on Shui Hongshou. They held their breath and could hear the needle drop, just to hear the decision of Her Highness the Witch.
Before announcing His Highness's decision, I want to tell everyone that Her Highness the Witch is a good person,
Shui Hongshou said. This sentence made the residents want to beat someone up and make a decision quickly. Shui Hongshou said,
Her Highness the Witch said that the remaining supplies here belong to all the residents of Xixia Town. Let us make proper use of these supplies and live well.
Although Su Miao did not say so many words, Shui Hongshou felt it was necessary to convey His Highness's meaning completely. Otherwise, some people will question his qualifications as a high school Chinese teacher and misinterpret His Highness's words. This is not good.
Really?
Jia Jiamin was so excited that he stuttered. Shui Hongshou said,
It's absolutely true. Her Majesty the Witch got rid of the scourge of the old dog gang for us and selflessly gave these supplies to us. She is a truly good person. Thank you, Your Highness. We can survive. Long live Her Highness the Witch. Long live Your Highness. Long live Your Highness.
I don't know who shouted this. And others followed suit. An hour later, other members of the ability user team responsible for delivering supplies returned to Xixia Town in high spirits, bringing news that confirmed what Shui Hongshou said. At this moment, the residents of Xixia Town, who were supposed to go to the underground city to sleep, all cheered. They shouted,
Long live His Highness!
Someone noticed that Shui Hongshou and others who went to deliver supplies became very energetic. After returning, they did not even need to take a sip of filtered urine. They felt strange and asked about it. The few young people with abilities who were delivering supplies were not open-minded. How could they be polite if someone gave them the stage of Versailles?
Ahem. Be quiet. Stand still. And listen to us slowly. Her Highness was very lucky to see us delivering supplies under the scorching sun. When she saw us, she waved her hand to create a big table and gave everyone a glass of water. You don't know that this water is created out of thin air. This water is refreshing and cool. After drinking it, I feel refreshed. Skinny monkey. You know. Right. He was suffering from heat stroke at that time. And he will be fine after drinking water. Your Highness is too strong.
They also wanted to drink the cool water, but they hadn't had it for a long time. Seeing the envious eyes of his companions, the young ability user continued.
Drinking a little water is nothing. Do you know what Her Highness the Witch gave us later? Iced watermelon. Iced melon. And it's a super big watermelon. Melon. So sweet. We just took one bite and felt cool all over our bodies. We still feel cool today. Relying on this, we can come back easily. You see? Old Man Sue and Teacher Shue looked like they were about to die when they went there. They ate watermelon very fast and showed off several slices. On the way back, most of their white hair turned black. We showed off this iced watermelon and iced melon to 2 big tables. In the end, we couldn't eat any more, so His Highness stopped giving it to us. You know, we are holding on until now.
Seeing these young people showing off their abilities, the people below were filled with envy. Jia Jiaming didn't know when he came. He said,
What you are eating is mutant watermelon and mutant melon. Your Highness is such a good person.
His heart was bleeding. Why didn't he go? Wouldn't it be his to have such a great opportunity?
Mutated watermelon. Mutant melon? Heck! I've seen on the internet that even if there are energy ores, you may not be able to buy them. Even the big shots may not be able to eat them. You are showing off 2 big tables, and so many people are eating them all. Are you really telling this? Too cool. People are envious. The latest research from Irina on the internet mentioned that eating mutant plants can make people with abilities stronger. So this is the reason why you have become stronger. I'm so jealous. Damn! If I had known, I would have gone too. If we go to deliver supplies now, is there still a chance?
Every word you say to me makes the people around you extremely envious. But some people still question, is Her Highness the Witch really so kind? Until a young man couldn't help but take out the watermelon seeds he had saved. One person even took out a watermelon rind that was stained with sweat. And all the residents who came around drooled.
Do you have a share in seeing me break a little bit? Brother Lu, can you break off some of your watermelon rind and give me a taste? This is the watermelon rind of a mutated watermelon. Eating it can make people with abilities stronger. Brother, I'm not as blind as them. I want to eat your watermelon rind. Can you pee on this and give it to me to drink? So that I can get some light?
A group of people were noisy. Finally, the trouble came to Shui Hongshou and Old Man Su. So, under the auspices of Shui Hongshou and Old Man Su, most of the watermelon rinds were divided out. Many people in Xixia town were injured in the explosion and suffered from heat stroke. In the absence of medicine, these watermelon rinds are very important. If you don't eat it, it will sooner or later be affected by the high temperature and be dried out, and the effect will be weak by then. As for the young people who had eaten melon, they later became more and more boastful. He also mentioned the orange tree planted by the witch on the top of the mountain. Even if they were standing at the bottom of the mountain, they could see the big ripe oranges on the orange trees, which looked delicious. Jia Jiaming and others listened with envy, thinking about whether to find a way to meet Her Highness the Witch, hoping to have a bite of watermelon. However, no one noticed that there was a person with abilities in the crowd who quietly left the crowd. As he walked, he took out his cell phone and started sending messages. Mina flew high in the sky, reached the top of the mountain in a moment, and placed the book box on the table.
Your Highness, I got the book.
Su Miao is eating oranges. She glanced at the book box, and the hands of 2 mages gathered in the void to open the box. There are 2 books in the box. One is
The Theory of Light Magic,
which looks a bit thick. The other is
The Making of Magic Items.
Why does it only seem to have a few pages? Su Miao first opened
The Theory of Light Magic
and took a quick look. The first part of the book was about pure light physics, which introduced the refraction, reflection, focusing, amplification, mirroring, interference, diffraction, and wave particle physics of light, image properties, laser principles, light particles, energy generated by light particle transitions, light elements, etc. Seeing the familiar physics formula above, Su Miao felt like she was back in college. That was before the end. And it was nostalgic. Su Miao finished eating the orange, condensed a small water ball, and washed her hands before taking
Theory of Light Magic,
and opened it to continue reading. She read neither quickly nor slowly. And it took her almost half a day to read all 6 volumes in the book. It's all about theory and some light magic runes. Comes with a simple flash technique as an example. The flash technique is instant. And the magic circle and magic circuit are very simple. In Su Miao's eyes, there is almost no room for optimization. And it is also very simple to learn. After the flash spell is released, it can illuminate the darkness, continue to illuminate for a certain period of time, and make people hiding in the darkness invisible. Unfortunately, there is only one magic case introduced in the whole book. The flash technique. However, this
light magic theory
is still important to Su Miao. First, Su Miao can learn new light magic runes from it. Secondly, Su Miao's theoretical knowledge of magic has increased. And by drawing parallels, it will be of great help to her in constructing new magic in the future. To use a point of view in
Tao and magic,
any expression has Tao in it. If you understand the Tao, you can understand the principle. If you understand the Tao, then the performance will be very simple. Immortality, magic, martial arts, supernatural powers. And supernatural powers are all based on this principle. In ordinary people's terms, it is called seeing the essence through phenomena. And this essence is the Tao in it. The more you understand the Tao, the more you can learn by analogy. It will become easier to know other Tao. And it will become easier to learn things. Such a paragraph suddenly appeared in his mind. And Su Miao's expression became a little strange. Normally, when she read
Tao and magic,
she would fall into a drowsy state after reading it for a while. When she put down the book and wanted to recall what she had learned, she would forget almost everything. I didn't expect that when I read
The Theory of Light Magic.
This time, the relevant knowledge in
Tao and magic
would emerge. What's even more surprising is that this knowledge is not the original content in
Tao and magic,
but is combined with the content she has already learned, making it easier to understand. Su Miao spread her hands, and a beautiful holy light appeared in her palms. This holy light is similar to the one used by Pei Xiaomiao, but it is not the same in essence. It is the compression of light by the flash technique. The next second, in front of Su Miao, the Starlight Blooming Magic Array was deployed on the left, and the Magic Beam Magic Array was deployed on the right. In essence, Starlight Blooming is light magic, and it is a very advanced light magic, but it is infinitely simplified in the Mysterious Prophecy book. To use the explanation in
Tao and magic,
it is called the greatest way to simplicity. In the case of direct learning, her starting point can be very high, but she understands too little. With the help of
light magic theory,
today, she seemed to understand something. Su Miao adjusted the derived Magic Beam Magic Array while inputting magic power into the Starlight Bloom. The magic power sent to the Starlight Bloom was infinitely compressed. Compressed, and compressed again. Quack, quack. Bago, who had just returned not long ago, almost flew up, took Lin Jiujiu with him and ran away. It originally thought that the broken highness Su Miao would not do anything dangerous, but it didn't expect that it had just obtained the magic book and done extremely horrific things. The adjustment and optimization of Magic Beam version 6.0 was completed, and Su Miao dispersed the Magic Beam Array. Now, all her eyes were focused on the starburst. She had done similar things many times before, but it basically had no effect. The stars bloomed and only turned into beautiful and gorgeous fireworks in the night sky. But this time it was different. The Starlight Blooming Array became brighter and brighter, and Su Miao felt a dangerous and familiar aura. Yes, that's what it feels like. Su Miao used all her strength to input the compressed magic power into the Starlight Blooming Magic Array. When more than 90% of the magic power in her body was exhausted, the compressed magic power that Su Miao could control had almost reached its limit. Starlight blooms. The bright magic beams bombarded the mountains thousands of meters away. Boom! There seemed to be no sound of explosion, and the mountains thousands of meters away were annihilated under the bright starlight. At the moment of annihilation, the magic cluster exploded and scattered in all directions. Rumble. Countless hills nearby were blown to pieces and destroyed. Success? It really worked. Looking at the scene in the distance, Su Miao's body shook. She immediately took out a purple apricot and ate it, adding a little more magic power. When the apricots were not enough, she switched to large tomatoes and ate several in a row until she felt a little full before she stopped. It's been a long time since she consumed magic like this crazily. But this time it makes sense. Su Miao understood why starlight blooms in the past had no lethality, and could only be used to adjust the atmosphere. At most, they were used to purify residual souls and resentments. Why is it that in Tiananpu's dream world, such terrifying power can be unleashed by relying on the imagination of a second grader? All this is because starlight blooming requires very high magic power. She was too weak before, and the little magic power in her body could not be used to drive the use of starlight bloom. She must provide magic power compressed to the extreme. And such magic power needs to be a lot. Otherwise it will not be able to exert the lethality of starlight blooming. Even now, Su Miao seems to have successfully exerted the destructive power of starlight bloom. But this is only a small part. She needs to continue to improve her strength, increase the purity of magic power in her body, and become stronger. Putting down light magic theory. Su Miao recorded these insights in his magic notebook. Now, she has a clearer direction in researching magic to become stronger. Sooner or later, she will be able to release Starlight Bloom easily, and make Starlight Bloom her normal magic attack. It will be very exciting and beautiful. After recording, Su Miao picked up Magic Item Production, opened it casually, and was stunned. The book was torn up. A few pages full of ores, wood, animal bones, etc. that can be used to make magic items are useless. The remaining half page introduces a magic lamp that can be used for the holidays. The floating candle magic circle. The remaining quarter page describes the magic of flying, with broken sentences. About a third of the page in the oblique triangle reads, making a magic broom. And the rest is just a few nonsense prefaces. And the rest of the content is completely gone. The elegant Su Miao exuded an extremely dangerous aura, which was even more dangerous than when she was testing the starlight blooming magic just now. She just sat at the table and looked at the incomplete magic book without saying a word. Watched for a while. A purple flame burst from the book and turned to ash in the blink of an eye. This incomplete magic book has no value at all. Lin Jiujie was originally doing homework. But at this moment, she hugged the starling with her hands and was very scared. Fortunately, the dangerous aura on Sister Su Miao only lasted for a second. If it lasted longer, I don't know what would happen. Even so, the orange tree on the side still accidentally dropped a few oranges. It was petrified. Mina flew out with a swish and lightly caught all the falling oranges to prevent the sound of falling to the ground from disturbing His Highness Su Miao. It's just dinner time. Let's eat oranges tonight. At this time, it did not dare to speak to His Highness Su Miao. Lin Jiujie didn't even dare. Early the next morning, Xia Xian is still in a comatose state. Lin Jiujie fed the little sister some water, just like Sister Su Miao took care of her before. The Mina went out on patrol early, and it was afraid to stay. Su Miao seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. She is reading The Theory of Light Magic to see if there is any knowledge in it that she has forgotten and needs to add. However, this time she prepared breakfast for Lin Jiujie, including pancakes and water. Lin Jiujie finished his breakfast, put on his headphones obediently, and started watching videos to study. After studying, she needs to do the lessons and exercises given to her by Sister Su Miao. There are many questions. Your Highness, there is another group of people coming down the mountain. They are from Xixia town. They also seem to be delivering supplies. Mina flew back to report. Su Miao closed the magic book gracefully and put the book into the magic space. She stood up, looked down the mountain, and frowned slightly. Yesterday's batch of ability users who delivered supplies were all half dead when they reached the foot of the mountain. Especially the two older ones, who were about to die. But they still persisted in their tasks and introduced the people with them despite their throats bleeding. All the supplies came. In addition, there is no malice on their part. Seeing that they have sent supplies and provided clues to the magic book, Su Miao will give them water, iced watermelon and iced melon to eat. Let them easily return to Xixia town after eating and continue to survive with the supplies from the old dog gang. After all, the materials in the hands of the Laogo gang were obtained by exploiting the residents of Xixia town. This is why Su Miao eliminated the Laogo gang and didn't think those supplies belonged to her. What's more, she really has no shortage of supplies. So there is no need to go back to Xixia town to grab food from the ordinary residents, who are starving to death in the apocalypse. In addition, she has already said that the remaining supplies belong to the residents of Xixia town and can be disposed of as they wish. But these people still came. There were 14 people in the team delivering supplies yesterday. And 30 people this time. They seemed to be more sincere. But none of the ability users who came were from yesterday's team. And they looked more energetic, had better bodies, and had higher endurance. Looking at it from another angle, do these people believe that the supplies in the old dog gang's warehouse belong to her? And then bring her supplies to Yinchin, hoping to eat mutant watermelons and mutant melons? In his spare time studying magic, Su Miao would surf the internet and browse forums. Since Irina's latest research post came out, there have been many bounties and trades on edible mutant plants in the bounty area of the trading area. There was even a resident of Shixia town who told her about owning mutant watermelons, mutant melons, and planting a mutant orange tree. The post specifically mentioned that eating the mutated watermelon and mutated melon presented by the Pink Devil can make people with abilities stronger, and can even turn white hair into black hair to a certain extent, which is suspected to have the effect of increasing lifespan. As for the oranges on the orange tree, no one has ever eaten them, so they don't know what their effects are. But the Pink Devil is not given away to eat, and the effect is definitely better.
Who are you? Who asked you to post? You ungrateful thing. Are you from Shixia town? If so, it's best not to be found out by us. How dare you cause trouble for His Highness? Bitch, don't you want to think about how you survived? If you dare to scold His Highness, you will definitely get no good results. You hide your head and show your tail. You have the guts to tell me your name. Hey, does the Pink Devil have such a good thing? Mutated watermelon and mutated melon are still iced. They can beautify the skin and increase lifespan. This is the magic medicine in fantasy novels. I finally understand why the witch Su Miao became so strong. Can I not become stronger by eating this every day? Are you in Shixia town? I'll come over and take a look. I hope I can eat some. Upstairs. I think you don't want to live anymore.
There are many similar posts. Su Miao understood that she was being targeted again. What's more, there is a reward of 100,000 points for her on the Yeshio app. Su Miao glanced at the number 30 people at the foot of the mountain and found that there were a few who had malicious intentions in their hearts. And there were also some who, although not malicious, made people feel uncomfortable. Are they all here with the purpose of eating melon? To avoid trouble? Kill them all.
Jia Jimin, is everything you said true?
At the foot of the mountain, a group of ability users gathered around Jia Jimin, expecting Her Highness the Witch to send Bago down to negotiate with them. Yesterday, they had inquired clearly. Her Highness the Witch first sent Mina down, and then came down in person to give them water, iced watermelon and iced melon to eat. After eating, they were inexplicably not afraid of the high temperature and became stronger. Because of this incident, the 14 people who were originally arranged to die gained a very high status in Shixia town. Not to mention that those people also brought a lot of watermelon rinds and seeds. For this reason, many people who once wanted them to die are willing to use all their good things to curry favor with these 14 people. They only hope that the other party can give them some watermelon rinds to eat, or say a few kind words in front of Her Highness the Witch in the future, and eat some iced watermelon or iced melon. Even if not, with them here, it will be much easier to communicate with Her Highness the Witch in the future. Jia Jimin wanted it very much. Many people in Shixia town want it. So, they discussed for several hours at night, gathered some precious supplies, and braved the high temperature to push and deliver them in a wheelbarrow. What's hateful is that Shui Hongsho, an old man, is still unwilling to say what Her Highness the Witch sent Bago to the warehouse to get. If they can know what it is, they can collect it according to Her Highness the Witch's preference. The success rate can definitely be higher. I don't know who leaked the news. When they were about to set off, some more people joined the team. They all came with supplies, hoping to eat some iced watermelon and iced melon, and pay homage to Her Majesty the Witch. As the temporary captain, Jia Jimin looked at the supplies these people brought, hesitated, and agreed. In any case, the better supplies you bring, the greater your chances of success. Wait until you get back. His status among the residents of Shixia town will become higher. Mutated watermelon rind or something. Who doesn't have it?
It's all true. It really can't be true anymore. Everyone, please be patient and wait until the Witch Highness comes to see us.
Jia Jimin looked serious.
Remember, this time is to thank Her Majesty the Witch for saving Shixia town. What we brought is a thank you gift. Our supplies, not the ones in the warehouse. Also, if anyone dares to say anything to Her Majesty the Witch disrespectful, don't blame me for being unkind. Understand?
A group of people nodded quickly. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they looked up to the top of the mountain and saw the beautiful mutated orange tree. As people who have gone back said, the mutated orange trees have green leaves in a hurry and are full of fruits. Just seeing them makes people salivate and want to eat them. It's just that the people who came here yesterday couldn't eat oranges, let alone them. Just being able to see is enough. When you get back, you can use it as some bragging rights.
Your Highness is out!
An Esper with good vision in the team said excitedly. The group of people quickly fell silent and looked at the top of the mountain with great anticipation. Jia Jiamin's heartbeat accelerated a bit. Her Highness the Witch was about to give them iced watermelon to eat. But why does this process seem a little wrong? Won't Mina come down first?
Your Highness, what are you doing?
There was a person with abilities in the team who looked towards the top of the mountain with a look of horror in his eyes. On the top of the mountain, magic light gathered in front of Su Miao, becoming extremely dazzling and dazzling under the sunlight. The hearts of everyone present were in their throats. This is facing the fear of death.
What did you do?
Jia Jiamin shouted loudly, turned around and fled into the distance. When he was about to escape, he realized that several ability users who later joined the team had already escaped first. The pink demon is about to attack. Would you be a fool not to run away? On the top of the mountain, beautiful pink twin tails are flying. Su Miao raised her hand gracefully, and the magic beam array unfolded. The magic power gathered and compressed crazily, turning into hundreds of magic beams and shooting down in an instant. Whether it was the ability user staying in place in Xixia Town or the ability user running away like crazy, no one can escape the magic beam. Magic beams pierced through the bodies of these people and shattered the ground beneath their feet. The exploded gravel and soil caused secondary tearing damage to their bodies. In just the blink of an eye, the 30 ability users who arrived all fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Some people even exploded directly.
Why?
Jia Jiamin is stronger. After being pierced by the magic beam, he relied on inertia and ran 3 more meters before falling to the hot ground. Before he died, this question came to his mind. Why is it different from what Xue Laodan said? Why can Xue Laodan eat watermelon, but they can only be killed? Is it because of those people? No one told him the answer. And it didn't matter, because Jia Jiamin is dead. He glanced at the body at the foot of the mountain. Su Miao did not set fire this time, but left the corpses on the ground and allowed the high temperature to burn them black. From a distance, several eyes peered over, and Su Miao glanced at them calmly.
Mina, go around these places and kill them all. Yes, Your Highness.
The Mina flew high into the sky with a swish. A few kilometers away, capable people held binoculars. They were all horrified after seeing the scene of Su Miao killing people. These unscrupulous people in Xixia Town are harmful to others, saying that giving supplies to the witch will give them a chance to eat. Eat a woolen melon. It's all explosive melon. Horrible. The horror didn't stop there. When they noticed Su Miao looking over through the telescope, they were so frightened that they even dropped the telescope. My partner quickly asked,
What's wrong?
The person with the ability to observe said,
Run quickly! The pink demon has discovered us.
The partner said,
It's such a long distance. There's nothing she can do if she sees it. Right.
No way. Before the person with the ability to observe had time to speak, he saw a black shadow flying down in the sky. The next second, he saw his partner's head fall. Then came his. Chapter 240. It must be delicious. The pink devil really killed everyone who came to his door this time. In the mountain awning in the distance, a young ability user's body was trembling. His name is Brother Burenlong, an outdoor anchor who makes a living by making money through outdoor live broadcasts before the end. Because the live broadcast was not popular, he danced in the mud, lived under a bridge, and ate raw earthworms, not to mention how miserable he was. After the Doomsday came, he was lucky enough to pick up the qualification to enter the shelter from a corpse. As a result, he arrived at the shelter. Before anyone could enter, the shelter was washed away by the flood. So he began to wander around in his last days, wherever he could survive. But no matter what happened or where he was going, he always kept the live broadcast equipment, relying on deception and killing his teammates. Brother Burenlong has survived until now. When the network is restored, he can broadcast live again. It happened that he learned about the destruction of Utopia from the internet and the news that the Pink Devil appeared in Xixia Town. He decided to live broadcast it as his debut broadcast after the end of the world. If you're lucky, you might be able to get a large points reward. However, for his own safety, he used all the property he accumulated from murdering his teammates to buy long-distance observation equipment. In this way, even if he is discovered, He doesn't have to worry about the witch chasing him. Look at the luxurious silver-wing gliding flying device next to him. The escape speed after startup is top-notch. Nothing is lost. Live broadcast room title. Let's take a closer look at the Pink Devil and her mutated orange tree. Broadcast now. As he expected, after starting the broadcast with this title, a large number of viewers were immediately attracted to the live broadcast room. Brother Bu Renlong looked at the backstage and saw that there were more than 100 people. Just at this moment, the pink demon Su Miao appeared in the camera lens. And the picture was very clear.
Damn! What a pink devil! The anchor is awesome! How dare you broadcast live at such a close distance? Are you going to die? As far as I know, no strong person likes to be broadcast live and secretly photographed like this. I'm here to give the anchor some wax. That's true. I'll give the anchor some points. If I can survive, I'll buy something good. But I feel like the anchor won't survive today. Have you never seen the Pink Demon's achievements? Do you know how many strongmen died at her hands? Tell me upstairs. What are they? This information is worth 600 points. Damn. Why don't you go and grab it? These pink twin tails are so beautiful. And this witch's robe. It's simply amazing. PR. In a sense, if the anchor can completely record today's live broadcast and put it on the intelligence trading platform, he will definitely make a fortune. Ha! I have already started recording and broadcasting. I will sell it when the live broadcast is over. Hack!
Brother Bu Renlong saw such a good chat atmosphere in the live broadcast room, showed his face for a moment, and was about to say a few words, when he suddenly saw a group of people talking. He immediately looked towards the top of the hill where the pink demon was, and saw a horror he would never forget. The magic beam burst out, instantly killing all 30 ability users under the mountain. Some ability users even exploded into blood mist.
Damn it! She kills so gracefully. It's so bloody. Do you know what this ability is? Is it light? In just the blink of an eye, more than 30 ability users were killed by the pink demon without even being able to resist. Isn't human life in her eyes? I suspect that the post on the Midnight Snack app is a phishing post, with the purpose of tricking some people into seeking out the Pink Devil and committing suicide. Damn! The Pink Devil is looking at the camera. How did she find the anchor from such a long distance? It doesn't matter how you found it. What's important is that the anchor sent it. The Pink Devil's movements are so elegant. Are the anchors scared out of their wits? Why don't you run away quickly? The Pink Demon seems to be pointing here. Nothing happened. Just a warning.
There were only about 200 people in the live broadcast room, but the barges were flying. Brother Bu Renlong was completely frightened. He came to his senses, gave up the live broadcast equipment very simply, and ran towards the silver-wing gliding device. Suddenly, a black light fell, and Brother Bu Renlong's body was cut into 7 or 8 pieces and scattered on the ground. The last target in His Highness's mission. Kill him. Suddenly, Mina noticed the live broadcast device that was not turned off.
Mortal. Lord Bird. Am I handsome? Quack. Quack.
It flew in front of the camera in the live broadcast room, waved its wings, and blew up the live broadcast device. For an instant, the screen in the live broadcast room went black. But the barrage did not stop at all, and more viewers entered the live broadcast room.
Damn it! This anchor died so miserably. I was wondering just now, when the Pink Devil pointed here gracefully, how could this anchor be okay? That was a Mina just now. Right. Was it a Mina that killed the anchor? The speed of this Mina is terrifying. It can also talk. You will die if you don't do it. Jia. This anchor is popular, but people are also dead. I have a friend who originally wanted to see the Pink Devil's mutated orange tree and buy some oranges to eat. But now he can't. The Pink Demon didn't even give anyone a chance to speak, and he killed them all. It's so terrifying. If anyone has the recording, please send me a copy. I'll pay a lot of money to buy it. I want one too.
Soon. Word spread about what happened here. Yesterday, a post posted by a resident of Xixia Town led others to suspect that the witch was fishing and killing chickens for monkeys to see. As for Su Miao's iced watermelons, iced melons, and mutated orange trees, no one has said much about it, let alone trading with Su Miao. The most fearful people are the residents of Xixia Town. How excited they were yesterday. They are so desperate today. In order to make Her Highness the Witch happy and for Jia Jiamin and the others to bring back more watermelon rinds. They specially took out their own treasures to invest in Jia Jimin's team. And Jia Jimin's team was set off under their watch. Now, not only is there nothing left, but Her Highness the Witch is angry. Otherwise, how could they kill everyone? When the live broadcast was on, someone from Xixia town happened to see it online and recorded it. For this reason, during the day when they were supposed to be sleeping, a group of people found Shui Hongshou and Old Man Su in a noisy manner, just because they came back alive when they went there yesterday.
Teacher Shui, Master Su, why don't you go to Her Highness the Witch's place again to appease Her Highness the Witch? Yes, yes. Jia Jimin and the others must have done something wrong to be killed. We're willing to bring out the best. As you said, Her Highness the Witch is a good person, and you will definitely be able to forgive us. What if Her Highness the Witch doesn't forgive us and throws a purple sun down on Xixia town? Everyone will die. No matter what. We have to retrieve the bodies and let them bury them in peace. Recover the body? Are you going?
You said something. I said something. And the chatter caused Shui Hongshou and Old Man Su to have a headache. They are old, but they are definitely not stupid. They know exactly what these people are saying and thinking. At this time, these people still think that the people who go to Her Majesty, the Witch, can eat a bite of iced watermelon and iced melon, and then bring back some watermelon rinds for the people in Xixia town. It was precisely because of the greed of these people that they were killed by Her Highness the Witch. If you let them go at this time, they will die. Her Majesty the Witch might have been in a good mood yesterday and gave them something to eat because she saw how pitiful they were. As for today, Shui Hongshou thought of what Bago said. The book Her Highness the Witch asked for was torn up. How bad must her mood have become? He was originally worried that Her Highness the Witch would be angry and punish Xixia town. Who would have thought that Jia Jimin and the others would take the initiative to bump into her? Shui Hongshou said,
Everyone. His Highness is angry. No matter who goes at this time, he will die. Think about it. What are the thoughts of the people who went there today? What is the real purpose? Your Highness, can you not be angry?
The residents of Xixia town fell silent for an instant. But they were unwilling to accept that so many people had died and their investment had been wasted. Seeing what these people were going to say, Old Man Su said,
Everyone, please be calm during this time. His Highness has killed so many people and did not come to destroy Xixia town to give us a chance. If anyone comes to disturb His Highness without opening his eyes, Xixia town is not far from destruction.
As soon as these words came out, everyone present showed a look of fear. Old Man Su was right. Just because Her Highness the Witch was kind-hearted and gave them iced watermelons and iced melons to the team of ability users who delivered supplies, and also gave them almost all the supplies of the old dog gang, they subconsciously thought that Her Highness the Witch was a very kind person. The people who went in the first team could eat so much, so surely the people in the second team would also eat it. Right? However, as time went forward, they had forgotten how many people Her Highness the Witch had killed in Xixia town. Comparing oneself with others, if one day any one of them becomes as powerful as Her Highness the Witch, and if this really happens, it will be hard to explain why I feel unhappy if I don't kill everyone in Xixia town and bleed into rivers of blood. And if I don't take back all the materials sent out. This is the end. Those who are shameless must be killed. Not to mention that there are still people who dare to live broadcast Her Majesty the Witch this time. Isn't this asking for death? After understanding these key points, the gathered crowd dispersed. Now, they just hope that Her Majesty the Witch will not express her anger. However, these people think too much. Su Miao had no time to pay attention to them. After killing those people at the foot of the mountain, she continued to indulge in magic research. The starlight bloomed, and she found the clue to use it. Based on this, she further perfected the magic beam by combining it with the knowledge given in light magic theory. However, just perfecting the magic beam is not enough. She also has other magic: fireball, flame spear, ice thorn, ice arrow, magic barrier, magic covering the whole body, resurrection of the undead, bleeding, blood crystal, blood sacrifice, magic drain, death core, mage's hand, magic tentacle, cruciatus curse waiting for magic. All need to be studied. I have learned so much magic without realizing it. Su Miao thought carefully about it based on the knowledge she now had. Judging from the previous speed of researching and optimizing magic, it would take at least half a month to optimize so many magics. This is still an ideal progress. And the actual time it will take will only be more, not less. For example, it would take her longer to optimize the magic spell she got from blood magic. Su Miao arranged these magics according to priority, and began to optimize and upgrade them one by one to make these magics smoother and more powerful when used. Unconsciously, a day passed. Su Miao looked at the Cruciatus curse, which was only half optimized, and blinked. The expected time may be a little longer.
Your Highness, it's time to eat.
A reminder from the starling who has been hungry all day. Su Miao closed her magic notebook and glanced at Ba Ge and Lin Jiujiu before remembering that no one seemed to have eaten today. She raised her hand gracefully and took out a large number of cooked dishes from the magic space. These are the meals Pei Xiaomia cooked for everyone when he left. According to the original plan, I had to eat slowly. After all, it was just that. And it would be gone after eating. The food I made was not as delicious as Pei Xiaomia's. However, Su Miao doesn't think about this now. She is hungry. When it's time to eat, she will naturally eat something delicious first. A few minutes later, Ba Ge and Lin Jiujiu looked at a table of delicious food, their eyes gleaming. Lin Jiujiu stood up and divided the dishes that Sister Su Miao brought out into 3 portions, and everyone got 1 portion. While eating, Lin took a long look at the sleeping Xia Xiaoan. It's a pity that Xia Xiaoan is still asleep and has nothing to eat for the time being. Ba Ge noticed Lin Jiujiu's gaze and looked strange. If I have to say something, I can only say that the little girls picked up by His Highness Su Miao are all very unique. And they all like to sleep for a long time. After dinner, Lin Jiujiu and Ba Ge were satisfied after being hungry all day. Su Miao came to the bedside, touched Xia Xiaoan's head, and did a routine check to confirm that Xia Xiaoan was in normal condition. Su Miao raised her hand gracefully, and the mage's hand grabbed Xia Xiaoan and hung it in midair. Then a big water balloon wrapped Xia Xiaoan. Because Su Miao was not sure whether Xia Xiaoan was currently in a healing state or an evolutionary state, he simply used a big water balloon to treat her. She controlled the big water ball precisely, allowing the water to penetrate through the mouth and bottom of Xia Xiaoan's body, washing the inside and outside. Similar methods have been tried several times to treat Lin Jiujiu, and they are very reliable. Lin Jiujiu stood not far away. What she could see was that Xia Xiaoan was wrapped in a big water ball. The specific internal flow was not clear, but for some reason, she was a little scared. What Sister Su Miao will do in her elegant state is unpredictable and very dangerous. Mina said so. Su Miao noticed that after washing the inside and outside, some dirty blood appeared in the big water ball. Was it the dirty blood that blocked Xia Xiaoan's body, making it impossible to wake up? You have to learn some medicine when you have time. Otherwise you won't know what's going on when you encounter this kind of situation. A few minutes later, Su Miao dispersed the big water balloon and let Xia Xiaoan continue to sleep on the bed. Compared with last time, Xia Xiaoan's condition was better, considering the factors that may continue to evolve. Su Miao speculated that Xia Xiaoan would wake up in 3 to 5 days. If time is long, you can grow some fruits on the mountain, like raspberries, strawberries, mulberries. Su Miao searched in the magic space and found a pack of raspberry seeds. While there is still some light, plant some, especially raspberries. This is a small shrub that can grow a lot of branches when it grows lushly. It is similar to a vine, with thorny stems and leaves, which is very suitable for defense. Su Miao spread her hands and condensed 3 fist-sized water balls in the air. Then put raspberry, strawberry, and mulberry seeds into 3 water balloons. And then add 3 drops of non-toxic concentrated growth agent into each water balloon. In an instant, the seeds in the 3 water balls began to sprout and grow, turning into seedlings one after another, intertwined together. Su Miao looked at the hillside and switched to her left hand to control the seedlings. With her right hand, she moved gracefully. A large number of cute magic tentacles appeared on the hillside. After the magic tentacles appeared, they began to help Su Miao dig pits. The size and location of each pit was quite suitable, just enough to surround the mountain peak with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. This was the first time for Su Miao to precisely control so many magic tentacles. He was a bit unskilled and consumed a lot of mental energy. It's not like fighting where you just need collective control. After dozens of seconds, Su Miao let all the magic tentacles dissipate. She raised her hand gracefully and summoned a large water ball to wrap the raspberry, strawberry, and mulberry seedlings, and then split them into small water balls, which fell accurately into each tunnel. With the support of water, raspberry, strawberry and mulberry seedlings took root and grew rapidly. It is worth mentioning that when arranging mulberry seedlings, Su Miao adopted the 3-3 system. That is, Every group of 3 mulberry seedlings are evenly distributed on the hillside. Looking at it, these 3 mulberry seedlings in a group can correspond to the other 3 mulberry seedlings in a triangular shape. This was the knowledge from
Tao and magic
that inexplicably flashed through Su Miao's mind when arranging these seedlings. Su Miao was very curious about this, and used it directly. In the blink of an eye, raspberries, strawberries, and mulberry trees began to grow rapidly on the slopes near the top of the mountain, adding a green color to the slopes under the high temperature and pleasing to the eye.
The mental energy is consumed so much. Is it because of Tao and magic?
Su Miao took out the sycamore with staff from the magic space and used it to assist in casting spells. She needs to save some mental energy. When using the staff, she can relax a little. A big water ball appeared in the sky. The next second, the big water ball turned into countless small water balls and fell towards each raspberry, strawberry, and mulberry seedling, helping them grow rapidly. It didn't take long for the hillside to become lush. By this time, the sky had darkened. Su Miao ate a tomato, washed briefly, went to bed and rested. Tomorrow, she can harvest delicious raspberries, strawberries, and mulberries, especially raspberries and strawberries. After being catalyzed by growth chemicals, the ones that grow will be very delicious. Right? Su Miao is looking forward to it. Lin Jiujiu noticed that Sister Su Miao was asleep. She carefully put away her homework and fell asleep. Now, only Mina is left awake. Mina is a little worried. His Highness Su Miao must have forgotten something. Just like last time. The same as last time. Mutated watermelons and mutant melons require pollination in order to bear fruit. How can we grow delicious fruits without pollination? In the end, this key pollination has to be done by the starling. Mina misses the days of living in Bisu on the top of the mountain. At that time, His Highness Su Miao would also plant vegetables. But he would never plant so many. It would be completed as soon as it was done. However, there are raspberries, strawberries, and mulberries all over the mountains and plains. It's scary to think about it. It's a starling, not a bee.